Zone. It is now 3 minutes past the top of the hour. Yes, past 2 o'clock. You are taking a live look at the U.S. Capitol, where we just got some troubling news minutes ago with regard to a particular incident that may be occurring right there. You see it right there on your screen. According to the U.S. Capitol Police, officers just arrested a man who was stopped during, as they say, their screening process at the Capitol Visitor Center. Now, the man smelled like fuel, had a torch, and a flare gun. The CBC is closed for tours for the day while they investigate. Truly something that is very concerning and happening right now in the nation's capital. We are yet again joined by our political pundits, Taryn Rosenkrantz and Chris Johnson, both of which kind enough to join me back here on the Live Zone. Guys, thank you so much for being patient, sticking around with us. You just saw that news right there, breaking news right out of the nation's capital. Very concerning to see that actually happening, Chris.
Yeah, and glad that Capitol Police immediately addressed it. If this had become something bigger, I can't imagine how many tourists are in town for the election to be part of the process and see it happen in Washington. And so having to witness what possibly could have happened, similar to what happened with the pro-Palestine protesters self-immolating. I hope that's not what this person was thinking about doing, but glad that the police checked it before it became something worse.
Yeah, Taryn, you heard me make mention of this earlier. We saw yesterday D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, along with Police Chief Pamela Smith, addressing the potential for unrest, making sure security precautions happen to be underway. To know that something like this could occur and that they thwarted it prior to something, let's say, it escalating, it's got to put a smile on all of our faces.
Yes, absolutely. Safety is of the first and foremost on everyone's minds, and I think it's really concerning and alarming, and I'm just grateful that we have a wonderful mayor who's been looking out for us and putting it first and foremost in her mind, too, that we're taking all the precautions. I do think that this go-round, after January 6th and after some of the things that have happened in the past, that we are trying to make all the proper preparations ahead of time to make sure that we've got everything we need to keep us all safe.
Yeah, all right. Obviously, we will continue to monitor that situation. Yet again, breaking news right here in the nation's capital. All right, guys, you heard me make mention. We are now on our 2.5, if you will, since we have started our coverage right here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. All things surrounding the presidential election. We spoke about energy, and I want to make sure we continue to focus on that. When you all first arrived, we were talking about as to the president, former President Donald Trump, casting his vote, Vice President Kamala Harris early voting, and now 2.5 hours later, we're still sitting here saying, what's going to happen? Who's it going to be? And we still don't know. We speak about energy. Are you feeling any different than you did when you first got here?
No, I think we're all still probably in the same place, which that's okay. It's going to be a while, and we're all going to have to learn patience, something that I think, are going to need. I do think it's going to be a while before we're going to know anything, so we could probably play out every scenario 1,000 times over, and we're all going to continue to be nervous, at least on the Democratic side. But we're going to do what we can, keep ourselves occupied, and if there's still calls to be made or doors to be knocked, I hope people will still do that on the Democratic side in those battleground states and do what we can to make sure that we get every last vote.
Yeah. Chris, earlier we got a chance to play former President Donald Trump, what he had to say after casting that vote. And it was really interesting. It's the first time I listened to it in its entirety. A part of what he said is that if this doesn't happen this go around, he's done.
I have a hard time believing that. And he also usually couches that by saying that he's not going to lose and he's confident that he's going to win and he's going to stick with it. So I don't see him getting out of this. I think he's a huge part of the Republican Party. He has completely shifted how we talk about so many issues. I mean, I work in energy policy, and one way we have shifted in that regard is President Trump has shifted how we talk about China, and we're talking about trade, and we're talking about why their goods that are made cheaper and dirtier need to be held to account, held to the same standards as American manufacturing. That kind of stuff wouldn't be happening in the old GOP. We'd be talking about how do we get more cheap stuff from China, and how do we have freer trade, and what is a tariff. And so he has completely shifted the GOP in so many ways, from policy to how we run elections to how we get out the vote. We were talking earlier about the demographics of GOP voters shifting. That is all happening because of him, and I have a hard time seeing him just completely step out of it.
All right. Well, I keep on saying we'll have to wait and see.
Patience. Well, that's what I told you. We're going to all have to learn patience.
I've got an 18-month-old at home, so I'm learning patience every day, so I'm ready for this.
I have teenagers, so
oh,
it's a whole different level of patience.
Well, I can tell you one thing we are all not patient on waiting, and that is Sharon, and she's going to join us right now, obviously covering a number of different polling locations. Sharon, you are, in essence, headed to a particular location, and of course, Howard, welcome to the Live Zone.
Happy Election Day, Guy. Great to be on with you. It's going to be a marathon with Fox 5 today, so we're in the car right now, so I'm sorry if we have any kind of breakup in connection, but I am driving quite a distance. We are going to Richmond, covering the Senate race there. So Senator Tim Kaine is the campaign that I am going to be following tonight. He is running for a third term in the Senate. His opponent, relatively new candidate, Hung Kao. He has a military background. But Senator Tim Kaine going to his it's at the Hippodrome Theater. It's a very historic theater in Jackson Ward in Richmond, so we have quite a drive to get there. But I actually just spoke to the senator a few minutes ago by phone. He is feeling confident. He's feeling good. He told me that he has already voted, so he spent this morning kind of going to different polling locations throughout Virginia. I know that he hit up Petersburg. He hit up some other places in Richmond, just kind of thanking volunteers. One thing, Guy, I thought was interesting was I asked him, Senator Tim Kaine has been around for a long time, right? For those who know him, he's been in the Senate for 2 times now, since 2013. But he also used to be the governor of Virginia. He also used to be the mayor of Richmond, also the lieutenant governor. So he's a household name in Virginia. And I asked him, he's been around the block for some time. Does he have a election ritual that he likes to do? He said he used to vote first thing in the morning and then go on a hike because he was so nervous. He wanted to just go relax. Now he actually votes before Election Day and then spends the morning going and thanking volunteers and whatnot. Another tradition he says that he has is he asks whoever's campaigning with him what their favorite energy drink is. And he gets them that energy drink and makes sure that they're all fueled up because it could be a very long night. His drink is Dr. Pepper himself. So that was kind of interesting. Again, they're having their party tonight. A bunch of elected officials, hundreds of people expected to be there in Richmond. And he's feeling good. Right now, the polls are in his favor in Virginia.
That's interesting. The number one takeaway I got from this guy happens to be he likes Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
Most important thing.
Good drink. Good drink.
Yeah.
Sharon, truly appreciate you. Obviously, we're going to check in with you later. You can see Sharon throughout the afternoon, the evening, right here with continuous coverage. Once again, we are covering all things with regard to politics throughout the evening right here on Fox 5. Know you're busy, Sharon. Get back to it. Thank you so very much. You see it right up there on your TV screen, the QR code. If you haven't already done so, scan it, not now, but right now. Obviously, we want to make sure you download the Fox local app. That way you can take us with you any and everywhere you go. Guys, you just heard what Sharon had to say with regard to that heated Senate race in the state of Virginia. This is a big deal. Tim Kaine, as she stated, been there for quite some time. We now know that her challenger, well, in essence, he's making a name for himself as well.
Yeah, and I started hearing about Hung Kao a few years ago, and his record as a veteran, the way that he talks about the issues, the way that he talks about his experience growing up is really compelling stuff. He's just up against a guy like you were talking about who's been around forever, and he ran for vice president. I mean, they did make a joke on SNL last week about people maybe not remembering that and him being less than memorable guy, but ultimately he is a known commodity, at least in Virginia, even if he's not nationally.
Yeah. Your take on what's going to happen in that race?
I think that Senator Kaine is in a good spot, and I would want to be him on election night, similar to how I'd want to be Angela Also Brooks. But I do think it's a great race. I think he's a great guy. And I think, I think Kamala has it in Virginia as well. So I think we're in a good spot if you're a Democrat in either one of these great states in the, well, I should say Commonwealth. Virginia is a Commonwealth.
Waiting,
I'm sorry.
I was ready to pounce. I was like,
Yeah, no, I caught myself. The Commonwealth. Great Commonwealth or the state. But I do think it's going to be an interesting and wonderful night for him. He certainly can have his Dr. Pepper to celebrate.
There we go. And obviously, Sharon will continue to cover that right here on Fox 5. Hey, guys, when it comes to this election, what it all boiled down to, what a lot of folks stated, happened to be marketing, how one would come across to an undecided voter. And so with that, we figured we bring in a marketing guru, in this case, Miss Robin Limberg. Marketing research guru. Robin, it's good to see you again back on the Fox 5 Live Zone. Happy Election Day to you.
Happy Election Day, Guy. You know, I'm a native Washingtonian, so it's really great to be on the show and be a part of the election in Washington, albeit from New York.
All right, so let's talk about this whole marketing thing, if you will. Both candidates did what they could in order to make sure they reached all of the voters or potential voters that they could. Your take overall, what do you think they did well and they didn't do well?
I think that's a really good question. You know, the premise I have is we've never been more polarized, we've never been more fearful, and we're living in what I term an emotion economy. So what does that mean? That means both candidates were brilliant at touching our primal fears. And at the end of the day, voters are in fight or flight, defending their personal values. And what that does is that incites us to act, whether it's be to join a cause, go vote, go protest, whatever it is. And I think that the key statistic that I think is the most relevant here in terms of the Democratic and Republican sides of things is that 90% of Republicans found that they found their personal values to be attacked. That's huge because I'm going to fight for my personal values and I'm going to stand up for them. And whereas 53% of Democrats did, which doesn't mean that I'm predicting the election in any which way. What I'm trying to say is that when one attacks someone personally, right, my fears are activated and then I'm more inclined to act. I think Trump has done a masterful job. He's a master brand. He knows his message. He knows his marketing. He focuses on three core issues, right? Immigration, economics, and America, right? And Kamala is talking about unity and inclusivity and all these great things. I think the difference is that the single issue voters in Gen Z are being activated now. And really, I think, you know, I'm not a pundit on election predictions, but I do think that the single issues that reflect my sense of identity are going to be the ones that make a difference in this election.
All right. Robin, I'm going to have to ask you to hold on one second. Obviously, truly appreciate your commentary, but we are yet again following breaking news right out of the nation's capital. We made mention of this earlier. You see it right there on your screen. U.S. Capitol Police officers arrested a man who was stopped during the screening process at the Capitol Visitor Center. Now, that man smelled like fuel, had a torch and a flare gun. Our own Lili Zhang now reporting live from the Capitol. Lili, thank you so much for coming back on the show. What's the latest?
Hey there, Guy. Good afternoon. Nice to see you again. So, as mentioned, we just got to the Capitol. Not a ton of information about that arrest so far. As you mentioned, police say that he smelled of fuel. He had a flare gun, is what they said. Now, I will show you what's happening out here. If I can get this to flip backwards. Basically, from our understanding is that right now the Capitol Visitor Center is closed right now as they investigate. It's kind of hard to see here, but basically in the corner there's a number of police out here. Certainly there's a ton of fencing around this area just as a precaution as we get Election Day well underway here. Police line here telling people to do not cross. They've been doing a really good job just keeping people at a distance from the Capitol. So that's all we know right now. We don't have a name as far as who this suspect is and what sort of motives potentially were as part of this. So all that information we can only see part of that. We'll keep you guys.
Hey, Lili, you're going in and out. I want to make sure we try to hold on to you if we can for just one last second. Do we know, was that area open prior to this? According to their statement, it's stating as if they shut it down after this incident happened.
Yeah, so it's unclear exactly who this person is and what the motive of this was. All we know right now is that the Capitol Visitor Center is closed right now, and they're closing doors for the day while police investigate. So we're just going to wait for more information as soon as we are given them.
All right. Once again, our very own Lili Zhang, live from the U.S. Capitol, where obviously an incident unfolding. We will continue to cover that and follow that and go back to Lili when we have more information. In the meantime, we are joined yet again by our two political pundits. Talk about a busy day, guys. I told you. Right. Taryn Rosenkrantz and, of course, Mr. Chris Johnson, Republican strategist, also joined via Zoom, but wait, there's more. But yet again, Robin Limberg. Thank you so much, guys, for understanding and being patient. It's fluid. It's a lot going on. Robin, prior to covering the breaking news, we were discussing all things surrounding marketing. And one of the things that I wanted to touch on, and I'm pretty sure my friend right next to me, Chris, wants to hear as well, is the whole garbage truck campaign, if you will. Did that really benefit former President Donald Trump?
America garbage. I mean, you know, I'm, again, not making a political statement, but that's insane. And then Trump was brilliant when he, converted that into a rallying cry for his supporters. I mean, these are 90% of these guys, Republicans, are saying, I'm attacked personally and you're calling me garbage. And it was really brilliant. And obviously Vice President Harris did a very nice job of trying to backpedal, but that was a real snafu this weekend. And Trump was brilliant in capitalizing on it. So that's what I would say on that.
Okay. Well, in this case, we're going to move on to celebrities. And boy, did we see a lot of them over the past couple of days.
Oh,
Lady Gaga, Oprah. Speaking of which, we just heard former President Donald Trump speak, let's say not to, he wasn't very fond of Oprah, if you will, with regard to what she's done as of late in his book. I'm curious, Vice President Kamala Harris using all of these celebrities to say, you know what, cast a vote for me. Your take. A great marketing campaign?
So what I'm going to say is that grassroots up, influencers up is what's going to motivate, especially younger voters. Obviously, they're also creating a massive sense of urgency with their followers, but you have to have a really, overarching message. Trump is protectivism of American values, Musk and Kid Rock. All of those are super important for reinforcing his base. On Kamala's side, you've got Lady Gaga, you've got Freedom from Beyonce, you've got Mark Cuban, you've got a whole host of everyone saying, come out, and I think that the messages, especially for the women and the younger women, are extremely important in terms of unity and inclusivity. This notion of belonging, especially with Lady Gaga, was really put forth.
All right. Well, obviously very important points and very smart commentary, once again, by Robin Limberg, marketing research guru. Hey, Robin, I want to, in all fairness, the name of the company that you're with.
Oh, we're called the Heart Monitors, and we get to the feelings behind the facts. I think what I would say, if I were allowed to make a little plug, is that we really feel that after this election, it's time for the influencers to stand up and take a stand on modeling for Gen Z how to have discussion and conversation, to have dialogue, not discord. And it's really up to the influencers, because politicians can't do it, professors can't do it, and 70% of Gen Z says they want to have civil discourse. So I think when everything settles down, and God knows when that will happen, come before the holidays, it's a really important thing to think about. And, so that's what we're focused on.
Good stuff. Robin, always good to see you. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks so much, Guy. Bye.
All right. Obviously, you heard what she had to say and what we had to say. I want to jump back to the former President Donald Trump, in essence, stoking the flames, if you will, with the whole garbage truck scenario. Your take on that?
Well, I think it's really effective in that this is what he does well generally, right? I think when he first came down that escalator, people were talking about he's a billionaire, he's so out of touch, he's in New York, and what happened was regular Americans clicked with him, and people in the elites could not figure that out. And so these moments where he is connecting with people and saying, I am with you, that ad that has been running nonstop where President Trump, he says, President Trump is for you, right? They're pointing to these extreme beliefs that Democrats often have, the extreme policies that they were supporting in 2019 and 2020, specifically Vice President Harris, and instead saying, that's crazy. I believe what you believe. I identify with you. You can identify with me. I talk the way you do. I care about the things that you care about. So if it's just getting in a garbage truck and throwing on a high vis, that's really, really effective. And that's what he needs to be focused on. And that's what Republicans generally need to be focused on, is we are the party of regular people, and they're the party of the elites and the extremes.
It appears as though the left, the Democratic Party, at least in the case of Vice President Kamala Harris, she likes to focus on the celebrities as well.
Well, I think, I truthfully think it's crazy that a man who's apartment is full of gold, his condo is full of gold, is somehow connecting
but
with
it works.
It's connecting with the people. But what I think is really happening, and which it drives me insane, because we were talking about this earlier, how we get along, Republicans and Democrats, right? It's because I actually can't stand the name calling, right? Like, he spent 3 hours at his rally on Sunday just rambling, like calling this person stupid and that person stupid and name calling and doing all this stuff. And so, the whole thing in the first place was because he had this rally where he said this, horrible thing about wonderful Puerto Ricans, right? Like this comedian, and it's going back and forth, and it just is this divisiveness where this country has gone to name calling and all of this chaos. And really, if we could all just actually talk about the issues and talk to our neighbors about the policies that we want to see and how we want to move this country forward, which is a big part of Kamala's message, we wouldn't be in this back and forth. And, so him putting on a vest or lying about Kamala's employment at McDonald's, like, let's actually talk about the economy. Let's talk about jobs. Let's talk about these things instead of, like, jabbing and, name calling and just this, BS, that goes back and forth all the time. And it drives me insane. Because then she's standing there, quoting scripture from her rally a few minutes later. She's in church and she's like, let's go out and vote. And she's talking about doing the right thing. And she's quoting scripture. And I'm thinking, this is what we want. This is what we want as a country. We want to stand next to our neighbors. We want to pray together. We want to think about what we can do as a nation to move this country past the making fun of each other and misspeaking and the back and forth. It drives me insane. Let's all just calm down and kind of come together. And I know that's very idealistic. I admit it. But it would be a great thing if we could all just come together.
Well, once again, what am I going to say? We'll have to
wait and see. I know. I'm still learning my patience, but we'll see.
One thing we're definitely waiting on.
Yeah.
The polls to close. We know that the first polls right here in this area happen to close in just a little over 4 hours. We're about to wrap up with you guys. I want to say thank you so much for coming on the show. Before I let you go, any last words, sir?
I mean, the big thing is the late deciders. Whatever has happened in the last 2 weeks is going to decide this election. And if folks are thinking about the last thing they thought about that made them go into the voting booth and decide the way that they did, I'm really fascinated to see what that is. I'm hoping that it's a reminder of what the last 4 years was like, a reminder of what it was like before 2020 while President Trump was president, while Republicans had majorities. That's what I hope people are thinking about going into the voting booth. And if you haven't voted yet, may I remind you? And I hope that that's where folks are headed.
Taryn?
Yeah, I mean, I do want people to vote. I want everyone to get out there and vote. I think it's so important, part of our civic duty. And I also think that the last thing I said was probably the most important, which is, like, we want to all come together and maybe stop this divisiveness in this country and learn to have real conversations. I loved what the wonderful woman said right before from the marketing guru that you had on, that it's time for us to start having real conversations and learn how to have them together and start moving this country forward. I think it'll be a wonderful thing. So, and I'm sure we can't wait to be done with this. I'm so glad you had us on. So thank you for having me.
I truly enjoyed having you guys on.
Yeah,
Really appreciate it. Once again, we have been joined by Taryn Rosenkrantz, Democratic strategist, and Chris Johnson, a Republican strategist. You would think I'd get your name right by saying it this many times.
All right.
Thank you guys yet again for coming on the show.
Thanks,
All right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, guys, back here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. It is now 2:28. Yes, 2 minutes from the bottom of the hour and a half hour and 32 minutes from the top of the hour, where the DMV zone will get underway right here on Fox 5. Join now with Zuri with all things we are covering for you right here on the Live Zone. Zuri, it has been a busy day, and we're talking nuts and bolts of the presidential election.
Oh, my goodness. Election day is here, and we know so many people are headed and have already been heading to those polls starting early in the morning. You know, we're covering all of the nuts and bolts of this election, the parties, what's going on with the presidential race, just everything in between. Our Fox 5 Tom Fitzgerald is going to be focusing on the presidential race and everything in between. Of course, you already know we have so much of our reporters covering all of the other aspects. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah. By the way, if you haven't already done so, let's go ahead and put that graphic up on the screen. We're talking about the Fox Local app. If you haven't downloaded it, you should do it right now. It's probably going to be to your benefit. That means you can take us with you any and everywhere you go. You see that QR code right there? Scan it. Make sure you do it in that way. You can make sure you follow all things surrounding not only the presidential election, but all of the local elections that happen to be taking place right here throughout the DMV as well. You know what's really interesting, Zuri, as I think about the presidential election? That's what's happening right here on Earth, Mother Earth, as I like to say. But it's hard to believe that perhaps someone's casting a vote not on Earth.
I mean, yes. And, you know, we want to stick on brand today with election stories and everything in between, like I've said. And we're talking about these astronauts that actually have casted their votes. We know that there were 4 astronauts total at some point that were in the International Space Station. 2 of them were able to cast their votes. We're talking about the astronauts that were previously stranded. They made their descent back to Earth on October 25th. They were able to cast their absentee ballot. I mean, they were going to get to it no matter what. And now the interesting part about it is the way that they, you know, basically give their ballots and cast their votes. So basically they fill out a federal application of some sort that is something similar to what servicemen or people that are overseas would, you know, do, and basically cast their vote in that way, because every vote counts and they are doing their due diligence, you know. So it's super interesting story to find. I love finding these little, you know, these little nuggets inside, these little gems inside of our rundowns that we are going to give you in our shows.
Yeah, I can't wait for that. By the way, if you haven't already checked on our website to follow all these stories, you should do so. Do that as well, and that's fox5dc.com. You know, when it comes to the British, if you will, if you ask Jim Lokay, the first thing he's going to say is, "Damn it, we won the war." Don't bring them up. However, we are going to bring them up during this segment.
We are, because we know that it's illegal to vote on the presidential race here in the U.S., but it is not over there across the pond. They are actually making bets, but what I found so crazy is that the bets are almost nearly $250 million on who they think is going to take the win. Now, they're thinking that Trump is going to take the win. We don't know who it is, but you know who's going to make sure that you do find out as soon as we know? Us. Fox 5, because we are giving you the very latest and everything, and we're going to be following this throughout the show. I mean, you've been killing it. I got to give you big props because you have been doing it for a couple of hours now. Yes, you are doing so good, and I can't just wait to see everything that we have to offer throughout our shows.
Yeah, well, it's a team effort. And speaking of a team effort, my producer, she doesn't get enough shine, but Amy Blainer, as we call her, she's the silent producer, which we won't put her on camera. But you know who we will put on camera? Her sister, Olivia Blainer, happens to be a Gen Zer and got out and cast a vote for the very first time. Hey, Olivia, welcome to the show. Good to see you.
Hello, good to see you.
So I got to ask you, as now one that can actually do the adult thing and cast a vote, how was your experience? What was it all about for you? Did we lose her? Oh, no. Oh, okay. Hey, that happens sometimes. Perhaps she said, you know what, I want to go out and try to do it again.
I mean, you know what?
Which isn't surprising, because we see a lot of folks really engaged this go around, Zuri, and to think that in years past, that hasn't necessarily been the case. For Gen Zers, for young folks, and I feel like an old man saying this, but for young folks to be able to do this just speaks volumes. And so it's always really cool and interesting to hear the story of someone that's getting a chance to do that for the very first time.
That's right. We love to see it. Listen, I have to be honest, I went out there and got on the polls this morning around 6 o'clock. Listen, I was there early, and just to see so many more people out there and really making sure that they're casting this vote, I mean, I love to see it.
Yeah, I think so nice. We're going to do it twice. In this case, we're bringing back Olivia Blainer. Hey, Olivia, let's try it again. Good to see you.
Hi, sorry. Good to see you
It's
too.
not your fault. It's called the technical gremlins. Happens all the time. In this case, we want to talk to you, though, about your experience going out and casting a vote for the very first time.
Sure.
So how was it? What was the process when you walked into the polls? When you got there, how were you greeted? What did you feel? Were you excited after you left? Were you smiling as you drove home?
Yeah, well, me and my family had already planned to do early voting together. So that first Saturday morning, we all headed out. And it was a really great experience. Everybody at the polling place was super nice. I walked in with my little sample ballot filled out, so I was ready to go. I got my sticker. I was kind of disappointed because I was told they were going to ring the bell because I was a first-time voter and they didn't ring the bell for me. But, you know, it's just great to see the community and know that no matter the outcome, at least I cast my vote and I let my voice be heard.
That is
Yes, I'd love to see that. That's right. And you know what? They may not have rang the bell for you, but Fox 5 is ding, 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 ding. Yay!
So, Olivia, out of curiosity, your peers, your colleagues, the guys and gals that you're getting a chance to talk to on a daily basis, are they as engaged as you are right now?
For the most part, yeah. A lot of my friends that I talk to have been voting, doing early voting, putting in their mail-in ballots and stuff. But it is a little disheartening when I talk to some of my peers and they say, you know, they're not interested in politics. You know, it doesn't affect them, so they don't want to vote. And that's not true because it affects all of us. And when I hear people say they don't like politics, I mean, I don't either. I don't like to argue with people I don't agree with, but it's your responsibility as a citizen to go out and vote and to do at least some research and pick candidates who align with your values. So it's really important. And it's not just presidents on the ballot. You know, you may not agree or be happy with any of the presidential candidates, but you got to support your local government too. Your court judges need you. Constitutional amendments need your vote. Senators need your vote. And so, yeah, I try to kind of convince people who say, oh, no, I don't want to vote to, you know, get out there and do it. But for the most part, I think people are doing their part and getting excited about it.
Well, I got to tell you, not only you, but you and your sister have my vote. And I think you might have a future in politics, ma'am. Pretty good job, once again. Olivia Blader joining us right here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. As a first-time voter, a Gen Zer at that, good to see you, Olivia. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Good to see you, too.
All right, guys, obviously we are following a number of races. From a local perspective, we're going to take you back to the state of Maryland, where former Governor Larry Hogan hopes to become the next U.S. Senator of Maryland. Our own Bob Barnard covering that story and joins us yet again right here on the Live Zone. Hey, Bob.
Hey there, Guy. Great to have Olivia on there. That's inspiring. Good stuff.
Yeah, isn't that cool? Just to know that the Gen Zers are really involved, engaged in getting out and making sure that they tell others. The question is, or what I want to find out for you is, a lot of folks talking about that U.S. Senate race there in Maryland?
Absolutely. And the latest advisory we got from the Hogan campaign, just kind of having a Zoom kind of a briefing, if you will, with reporters, is that, look, they expect this to be a toss-up race. We're at a hotel in Annapolis called The Graduate. Their watch party is going to be behind those doors. I peeked in, but they asked me not to peek in again. They're getting ready. We're going to go on in around 4:30 this afternoon. But that's where the watch party will be tonight for the Hogan campaign. And they're basically saying that, look, the first thing we're going to get are the mail-in ballots, and they expect those to skew heavily toward the Prince George's County Executive, the Democrat running for the U.S. Senate, Angela Alsobrooks, so that the early numbers, don't let that alarm you. Don't think that the game is over. They believe with the early voting numbers and today's ballots being cast, that those will help and kind of skew toward the former Republican governor, Larry Hogan. So they're saying, you know, they believe that this is going to be a fairly close race. And here was Larry Hogan showing up at Davidsonville Elementary School. He voted with his wife at 8 o'clock this morning, had a lot of supporters there. And he says, look, he feels like there's been a surge in his direction lately, and that he expects, this is, you know, his frame of mind right now, that they are going to have the biggest surprise of this election by pulling out a win here in this, what he calls a you know, one of the bluest states in the country. He, a former Republican governor running on the Republican ticket, not a fan of Trump, didn't support Trump, didn't ask for Trump support. He believes they're going to shock everyone and come out with a win tonight. Yeah. We'll have to see. We'll be here in Annapolis watching how things go.
Well, Bob, you always do an amazing job, and I'm sure if and when something happens, you're going to make sure we know right here on Fox 5. Yet again, Bob Barnard reporting on the Live Zone. Always good to see you, sir. Thank you so very much.
Great to see you guys. You bet.
All right. One of the other top stories happens to be the key battleground states with regard to the race for the presidency. Georgia, happens to be one of those battleground states. Now, the Georgia Secretary of State, discussing all things surrounding the election. Let's go ahead and take a peek in.
Close. And you think about that, that's probably 65% of the total votes, maybe even 70%. That's going to be uploaded. Everyone in Georgia is going to see that. In fact, everyone in the country can see that. So you get a good idea of where this race is going. But I think that's going to build trust in people, confidence, and then kind of see how their team's doing. But then the other balance that's happening today, that's going to come in with continuous feedbacks and uploads from the counties. So we'll be seeing that. And it won't just be a big number here and a big number there. It's going to happen throughout the night. And like I said, we have this all done before the night is out.
What are the most common questions, complaints that are coming into the call center today?
Really just location. What about this? How do I, where do I find, like my voter page, mvp.sos.ga. You can find out where you're supposed to vote and then just make sure that you go to the right location. Yes.
A colleague of mine heard that 2 polling sites in Gwinnett County might have been evacuated because of a bomb threat.
Yeah.
Is that true, and is it part of the Russia?
It's part of the Russian hoax, yes.
So So do you have a total number of polling places that have been affected by this?
By the Russian hoax? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I could add it up and we'll get that out to you.
Okay.
Will those Gwinnett County polling places stay open late?
Yeah, whenever we have a delay, even if it's like at 7 a.m. we don't start, but whenever you have a delay, an interruption like that, then it's extended by the time of the interruption, and that's just standard, procedure.
I know you talked about the Russian interference, the don't mess with Georgia. When it comes to that message that you have for people tonight, as we continue to see some of these hoaxes and non-credible threats come in, what's that message?
Well, I would tell everyone, just check with our office. We have a social media presence, and we're going to shoot you straight, give you the facts, and we get it out there as quick as we can. Because we understand how polarized America is, and we know how sometimes people want to take advantage of that, and a lot of that is foreign state actors that don't have our best, outcome in their hearts. They want to see us, mess with each other and not get along with each other. But at the end of the day, we are the United States of America. Never lose sight of that. Thank you so much. Talk to you in an hour.
Thank you, sir.
Or 2.
All right, obviously that being top of mind, the state of Georgia, one of the many battleground states. That's the Georgia Secretary of State discussing all things surrounding the election. Any problems, any issues? Apparently that has not been the case thus far. Before we go to break, I want to come back here to Washington, D.C. Let's see if we can put the issue that took place yet again at the U.S. Capitol. We got a report earlier that Capitol Police arrested a man. This has happened maybe about 45 minutes ago or so. Our own Lili Zhang just reported on this, but I want to bring you up to speed. Officers arrested a man who was stopped during their screening process at the Capitol Visitor Center. That man smelled like fuel, had a torch, and a flare gun. This is truly concerning. We know as of yet nothing serious happening in the state of Georgia, but not the case right here in the nation's capital. We're going to continue to follow this and so much more as we take a quick break, and we'll be right back here on the Live Zone. All right, guys, back here on the Fox 5 Live Zone. We are just about 15 minutes away from the DMV zone. Thank you so much for watching us right here on Fox 5. Of course, the topic of discussion, the presidential race. With the latest, Fox's Doug Lazader.
Former President Trump is back here in Florida now after some last-minute campaign stops, and he will be watching the returns come in today like the rest of us. Election Day is finally here. Polls open for this one last day as millions of Americans cast their votes.
We've been waiting for 4 years for this.
In his closing message to voters, former President Donald Trump wrapped up his campaign, making a final blitz across swing states, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and finally Michigan.
Everybody's got to vote.
And in Philadelphia, Vice President Kamala Harris held a final star-studded rally alongside Lady Gaga and Oprah.
Are we ready to vote? Are we ready to win?
And in keeping with tradition, New Hampshire's small town of Dixville Notch kicked off Election Day voting at midnight, with all 6 of their registered voters casting their votes and resulting in a tie.
I have been a Republican most of my life, but I find myself in conflict with the Republican Party at this time.
But at this time, it is Election Day, and if early voting is an indicator, Election Day turnout this Tuesday is expected to be high.
Our democracy only functions when we all participate. So not only do I hope that everybody votes, but I hope they understand that these are normal people running our elections, right? It's people from all walks of life, all political parties. And, you know, your neighbors, your friends are wanting to make sure that this runs well.
The Trump campaign has a watch party here in West Palm Beach tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris will attend a watch party of her own at her alma mater, Howard University in Washington. In West Palm Beach, Florida, I'm Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Well, not only that, but a lot of folks are going to get a chance to cast their vote for the very first time, as we saw earlier from, well, one of our Gen Z correspondents. It's a big deal, and a lot of folks are focusing on it, as we hear from our very own Ted Linder.
The finish line is almost in sight, and as the race for the White House enters its final stretch,
the only thing I want is get out and vote. Just get out, finish it.
Each candidate is using all their remaining time to convince Americans they're worthy of their vote.
Are we ready to do this? We're ready to get out the vote.
This presidential election will mark the first time millions of newly registered voters will be able to cast a ballot. Many are expressing excitement over participating in a democratic process that allows their voices to be heard.
This is my first rally ever. I am a first-time voter, so it was really, really nice. Some tears were shed. I'm really excited to vote.
21-year-old Alondra Cortez went to Vice President Kamala Harris's rally in Allentown, Pennsylvania on Monday. She said the experience was inspirational.
This rally, she just said a lot of things that you really have to take into account as a college student, as a first generation, as a Puerto Rican.
Meanwhile, in Alamo, Texas, another first-time voter story highlights the passion driving people to the polls.
Well, one thing is very important. This country is one of immigrants.
After living in the U.S. for roughly 40 years, 78-year-old Carlos Salas said he was fueled to finally, quote, wake up his civic duties.
This beautiful country has opened doors for me.
Salas, originally from Mexico, recently became a U.S. citizen, so he could vote on the matters important to him in his community.
Now, I've exercised my vote. I've exercised my right. If what I voted for happens, that's good. And if it doesn't happen, there's no reason to get angry.
Ted Linder, Fox News.
I got to tell you, a lot of folks are getting out to cast their vote for the very first time. How exciting. You know what else is exciting? One of the new features we're going to show you display right here on Fox 5. I'm referring to the Fox 5's Election Center in the Pavilion. Our own Katie Barlow is going to tell us all about it. That's next, right here on the Live Zone. minutes away, yes, 9 minutes away from the DMV zone. Joining me now, Katie Barlow. And, well, I got to tell you, you come bearing gifts because in just a minute, we will see for the very first time the Fox 5's Election Center in the Pavilion. This is amazing.
It is amazing, and let me say, I'm not the one bearing gifts. This is truly a team effort at Fox 5. The planning that went into this, all of the behind the scenes, you can see, you can't actually see, I'm standing in a green room that's really probably smaller than the size of your living room, but we have turned into a pavilion that looks like it was just planted right there on the middle of the National Mall, and you walk around, we do like a literally 2 or 3 step dance to different parts of the set, but it brings up just these amazing graphics walking through. We're going to talk about the balance of power. You can see us there looking at the Senate. Tonight, Democrats are going to be defending 23 Senate seats in hopes of keeping the majority, but it's a tough race for them. And then we're also going to be tracking local races and the race for the White House. You can see the map on the screen there, right there. We're tracking all of the electoral votes and the race for the White House total popular vote count. And we've got a couple of surprises that we didn't preview in last night's package that you'll have to tune in tonight to see. Our first hit is going to go live in the 8 o'clock hour when we're streaming on Fox Local. But it's amazing. It's really exciting. I'm so thrilled that I get to be the test dummy here, so to speak. But it has been just a remarkable effort by everyone. I'm telling you, like Bill Byer has been pulled in 6 million different directions, but he made this magic happen. And so did the team behind it who actually built this. And then the person who's holding the camera here behind the scenes is actually holding the equivalent of 50 pounds of weight.
Wow.
And so it's physically taxing on them, but the team, I mean, it's just amazing what they put together.
Yeah, you see what I'm holding right here? I'm not on your set. It says winner.
Yeah.
And that's who you are. Because I want folks to understand, you said a green room, and so in essence, you're just standing in a
It's
bare
like this size.
room.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but there's nothing behind you. It's
Yeah.
just a green space, if you will. And to be able to gauge where you need to stand at, what you need to point at, that's not easy.
Yeah, it's not easy, and it took practice. I'll tell you, they have been gracious with me, giving me practice rounds, but you kind of have to walk through and no, you don't necessarily know which side you're turning to, and I got to memorize all of my state locations. Let's go back to elementary school to make sure I know the electoral map well, and I can point to it as results come in. But it's going to look amazing as results are coming in, and that map that you see is all gray right now is going to be red and blue once states' results start to come in, which I think are going to come in fairly quickly this evening. So we'll have that for you, but we're also going to be able to track, you don't see on that package, the local races. We've got local races basically coming out of the ground, just like you see in the background there, going through the congressional districts in Virginia, in Maryland, in West Virginia, which will also be key to Republicans' attempts to take over the Senate tonight. So we have so much information that we're going to be able to fill in that tiny little room, and it happens to look beautiful while we're doing it.
Yeah, this is yet again so awesome. I'm curious, and they say no question is a dumb question, but
that's true.
Particular race that you're really focused on that you're excited about?
Yeah, I think a couple, but really the Virginia 7th is one of the ones that is going to be a national bellwether to how either party is performing. That's where Democratic candidate Eugene Vindman is going up against the Republican Derek Anderson there. That's an open seat, and it could be neck and neck. And in that district, Democrats need a net gain of 4 seats. And if they're able to pick up a seat there, they would be, 1 seat closer to regaining the majority and the control of the House. And it's a close race. It could go either way. I will say that Vindman has outraised Anderson 3-1.
Wow.
But it's still close. So that tells you even the financial numbers don't necessarily reflect where the voters are going. So I'm really interested to see where that one is tonight. I think the nation's keeping an eye on that one too.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm really interested to see you display it all and it all come to full fruition, if you will, right in front of our very eyes. Beginning at 8 o'clock. Is that when you said you'll see it for the first time?
That's right.
I'm referring to the Fox 5's Election Center in the Pavilion. It's state-of-the-art. It's one of a kind. I would argue we're probably the only folks with that.
I think that's right. We're going to blow the competition away.
Which is really awesome, which means you need to click on that QR code you see right there on your TV screen. Yes, we're referring to downloading the Fox Local app. Non-stop coverage. We started at 4 a.m. We will continue throughout the evening. I would even beg to argue
maybe
that
after midnight.
After midnight.
Let's see how slow Pennsylvania goes, shall we?
But the real cool part of it all is you're going to get a chance to see Katie Barlow in yet again the Fox 5 Election Center in the Pavilion. I can't wait. I'm going to set my alarm right now. So
looking forward to it.
All right, you got a busy night, so we'll let you get to it.
Thanks, Kai.
In that case, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, guys, back here on the Fox 5 Live Zone, 3 minutes away from the DMV zone. We are still covering a number of stories. Actually, want to take you back to the U.S. Capitol, where earlier today we got word of, well, a potential incident. Officers announcing that they just arrested a man who was stopped during a screening process at the Capitol Visitor Center. That man was said to smell like fuel, had a torch, and a flare gun. Very concerning. Obviously, that is a fluid story, a fluid situation, and we will continue to monitor that. Meanwhile, the FBI also releasing a statement on bomb threats to polling locations, stating that, well, there have been several in several states, and it appears to have originated from Russian email domains. This is new information we're just finding out, and obviously we'll continue to follow this throughout the afternoon right here on Fox 5. Want to yet again reiterate about the amazing work that our crew has been able to do, and you're going to get a chance tonight beginning at 8 p.m. to check out the Fox 5 Election Center in the Pavilion. We are so excited about this. Katie Barlow just stopped by a second ago. She's going to be at the helm of all of that. If we can, let's put that back up on the screen. We got about a minute left. If we can, if not, no worries. I just want folks to see it. This is just truly state of the art. Yet again, happens to be in a green room. Guys, there's nothing there. It's all digital, and the amazing work done by the crew right here at Fox 5 in order to make that happen. She will have the latest, the very latest, with any and everything, not only happening with the presidential race, but the local races as well. I should make mention. 11 congressional races in the state of Virginia. Will it turn purple? Well, perhaps we'll find out. Of course, you can't forget about the U.S. Senate race in the state of Maryland. Make sure you check out Katie Barlow beginning at 8 p.m. That's the Fox 5 Election Center in the Pavilion. And of course, if you haven't already done so, make sure you download the Fox Local app. That's the QR code right there. Do it not now, but right now, and we'll have continuous coverage throughout the afternoon. That does it for us, guys. On behalf of my producer, Emmy, also want to say thank you to Parker. We're back tomorrow beginning at 12 noon for another special edition of The Live Zone.
Three o'clock.
November 5th.
November 5th.
Election Day.
2024 Election Day.
We are here. The time is now.
Right now.
So let's get it started. You are in the zone.
Let's go.
off the top here, we are starting with some breaking news that we have just hearing from the Capitol. We've got some pictures of that scene earlier today, and this is the location of it. So let's take some more video here of that breaker, and of course, a live look here from the U.S. Capitol. At this hour, we have learned that one man has been arrested after he was caught with a torch and a flare gun at the U.S. Capitol Visitor Center. Those were the pictures that you were looking at earlier. Again, a live look now at the Capitol complex. All this starting at about 12:30 this afternoon. Sources telling Fox that this person reeked of fuel. His clothes were wet. Reportedly carrying a 25-page manifesto, trying to deliver it to Congress. The incident stopping tours at the Visitor Center for the rest of the day as the investigation continues. And, of course, we are expecting a briefing from Capitol Police at any moment. They said about 3 o'clock, so as soon as that happens, we will take you there alive.
The man smelled like fuel and was carrying a who?
Yeah, very concerning stuff. In the meantime, the countdown is over. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump making their final pitch to the American people. Now it is up to you. Many Americans still heading to the polls last minute to vote for their next president. Yesterday, the former president wrapping up, picking up an endorsement from podcaster Joe Rogan, making stops in battleground states like North Carolina and, of course, the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, before ending his campaign in Grand Rapids, Michigan. It is where he ended his campaign back in 2019. And much like then, he centered his message around immigration. Meantime, the Vice President Kamala Harris standing before thousands during a star-studded rally in Philadelphia, making a pledge to voters. Take a listen to both of the candidates.
And I will stop the invasion of criminals coming across our border. I will strengthen our military. I will restore peace in the world. And I will rescue the American dream.
America, I am asking for your vote. And here is my pledge to you. As president, I pledge to seek common ground and common sense solutions to the challenges you face.
And Mr. Trump expected to host his election night party in Florida. Ms. Harris will be right here in D.C.
Howard University.
At her alma mater at Howard University. Joining us right now, friends, to Fox 5 at D.C. We've got Democratic strategist Kevin Walling and, of course, GOP strategist Nicole Bennett. Thank you both for being here today. It's going to be a long night, I am sure of that, and we are starting early with our election coverage. Let's start with you, Kevin. Let's wrap up what you've seen in the last 90 days? How many days has it been for Kamala? Because I think we've all lost count here. And she's not been on the campaign trail for that long, and here she is vying for the White House.
Well, you're absolutely right. We've had a 3-month campaign with the vice president raising over $1 billion, right? An aggressive field campaign program. I was just on a call with the campaign this morning. They said they knocked on 100,000 doors just alone this morning in Pennsylvania. Hopefully they were bringing donuts and coffee to these doors early in the morning. But I think they're feeling very confident. Obviously, there was conversations that she was campaigning as the underdog for the last couple of weeks. I think that messaging has flipped, where they feel very good about where they stand across those 7 battleground states.
Nicole, you could argue that Mr. Trump has been campaigning for the past 8 years to come back to this moment to retake the White House 4 years after losing it. And some would say that he had a hot October until the very end. And here we are just hours away from starting to learn some of these results. How do you think he fared?
Listen, I think Team Trump is on fire. The energy is palpable. We were in Philadelphia over the weekend, and you could literally feel the energy. It makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. It's a great day to be an American. Really great day.
Yeah, it is. I'm super happy to see. I want to hear from both of you guys. As strategists, here's an election that's historical. We haven't seen, there's a number of firsts that we're seeing, or things we haven't seen in a long time, an incumbent going against a vice president, and then a woman, and a black woman, and so all of this is going on. As strategists, what does this mean to you two guys moving forward for America? Despite who wins, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican, this is historical, and this is groundbreaking in a lot of ways. I want to hear your thoughts that aren't all about just the election right now.
Yeah, listen, this is not your grandpa's GOP. You know what I mean? So when I ran for first vice chair, that was my slogan. I came from Charles County, not necessarily the most diverse place at that point, but things have changed. What we're seeing now is more input from coalition groups, Asians, blacks, Hispanics, and everybody brings a little something extra to the soup. So we're looking forward to the next election cycle where so many more voices are going to be included. When I tell you I'm so excited for what the new America is going to look like from both sides of the aisle, where everybody has a seat at the table, it's going to be amazing.
It's a great question. I think this is actually going to be a realignment election, to Nicole's point, because we're seeing different demographic groups come out and support the former president, get in line behind the vice president. You know, Secretary Clinton lost white women, for example, in 2016. The vice president is going to win white women. She's going to win white college-educated men for the first time, right? The former president's campaign is making inroads with African Americans, Latinos across a few of these battleground states. So it's really a realignment election that we're seeing. We're making ground with seniors, too. That used to be the bastion of Republicans, senior voters. Now she's going to win the senior vote for the first time for Democrats that we've seen.
Let's talk about tonight what each camp is going to be looking at and looking for. Everyone talks about the Keystone State, but the truth is that there are many paths to 270. It doesn't only mean Pennsylvania. What is the first thing that the Trump camp is going to be looking at tonight once polls start to close at 7 p.m.?
We're going to be looking at vote totals. So we're looking at all of the battleground states, of course, but also states that we can flip. We're looking at New Hampshire. We're looking at Virginia, which is, for our area, Virginia to even be considered in that conversation is a big deal. It is a testament to America actually stepping out on faith and looking at alternative news media to figure out which candidate better fits their lifestyle. I am so proud of the voters on each side of the aisle, but tonight, all eyes on Pennsylvania. Everybody's waiting for PA to report, and I think it's going to be a little delayed because of the 10 p.m. cutoff in Bucks.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll wait and see what, because the judge is just ordering that the polls stay open there in some counties in Pennsylvania. Kevin, we got 20 seconds. What is Camp Harris looking at?
It's all down to Pennsylvania. That's a must-win for either camp. It's also going to be Georgia and North Carolina on the early end, 7 o'clock in Georgia, 7:30 in North Carolina. That's going to give an early indication of where this campaign is at.
And Georgia expected to count 95% of their votes very,
They're
very
both
quickly.
quick.
So we should
and I'm
know.
hoping that alternative news media is the DMV zone.
Exactly right.
We are absolutely
right.
Yes.
Okay.
We will see both of you, Kevin and Nicole, throughout all of our hours here, all the way until midnight. It's going to be a long night, I'm sure, but we're going to be with, of course, everyone and all the voters here in the DMV, walking them through every step of the way. And that brings us to, of course, more on election things and election coverage, nonstop live local coverage you can get on the Fox Local app. Scan that QR code that's right there on your screen. It'll lead you to download the app for smart TV and for your smartphone. Again, this is free. So if you want to watch it on your television from your couch, look up Fox Local. If you're going to be out and about and you want to make sure that you stay covered, download the app on your phone. You will have us on your person, in your pocket, in the car, wherever you may be. All that coverage, absolutely. We will be right here. And fox5dc.com, of course, as well. And with everything happening today, we want to narrow things down a little bit here. What you can watch for nationwide to see where the election is heading. Axios political reporter Steph Kite joining us now. Steph, good to see you. We were just talking with Kevin and Nicole about every voting block, what this means, women potentially voting more towards Harris, etc., but also the gender gap here, because we have seen, especially on the social media, right, on TikTok, on Instagram, a lot of the young voters who may be voting even for the first time saying that they will be heading out to the polls, and this is not generally a voter that you can count on.
Exactly, and you really named two of the top trends that I'm looking for as we start to see election results come in. First of all, the gender gap, as you pointed out. We've seen a lot of polling recently that indicates that women in the U.S. are favoring Harris by large margins, while men in the U.S. are favoring Trump. And I'm very interested to see whether that polling holds out once ballots are actually cast. And, you know, when you look at the way that both Trump and Vice President Harris have been campaigning, they have catered to those audiences in ways, with Trump kind of embracing some of the bro influencers, you know, the Nelk boys, or, you know, Joe Rogan going on those podcasts, where Kamala Harris has featured a lot of the support she's gotten from pop stars with large female following, like whether it's Taylor Swift or Charlie XCX from earlier when she announced. And so I'm very curious to see whether we see women actually go to the polls and vote for Harris along the margins that we've been seeing in the polling, and same thing for men. And also the youth vote, as you point out, we are seeing indications that young people are actually planning to go to the polls, but as you pointed out, it's a demographic that does not usually have very high turnout. They are not very reliable voters. But if that trend holds true, that could be an important boost to Kamala Harris, who is much more popular among those younger age groups than the former president.
That was really my question. Did that gender gap follow through to the newest voters, to the people who are voting the first time, the young people, because they have a different view of the playing field than we do? I want to know, does that translate?
Yeah, actually, if you look at that younger voting bloc, the 18 to 29-year-olds, you actually see that gender gap very starkly, with young women especially favoring Harris by large margins. There was a recent Harvard poll that found that young women in that age group went for Harris by about 30 points over Trump, where young men were more likely to be in favor of the former president, especially when you look at white men in that 18 to 29 age group. They favor Trump by about a point. So overall, young people lean more Democratic. They would lean toward voting for Vice President Harris. But even within that younger age group, you do see that stark gender gap.
Got you.
Very interesting. When you look at voter blocks, I do think that as a notion, we should remember that not every voter block is monolithic, that people within those voter blocks also deviate. And you can talk about, for example, the Latino vote, very different out in California from the one in Florida. So not to be all considered one and the same. But again, thank you for that conversation.
Yes,
I think it's very important, especially as it relates to the age gap, the gender gap. A lot of conversations to be had, and of course, so much more once we know all these results, how exactly they swayed. Thank you again, and of course, stay with us here in the zone. We've got so much more of election night coverage as we get started here at 3 p.m. It's going to be a long one. But I think we're going to have some fun along the way, and of course, we're going to be following it step by step, every second, every minute of the way, right there with you, right here on Fox 5. Okay, so a big component a lot of election days is the weather. It is November. It can be hot. It can be cold. I'm sure in some places it's probably snowed on election day.
It's hot outside today.
It is hot. It's almost like, what is happening with the weather? We've had all kinds of crazy weather for Halloween and now for election day as people head to the polls. Gwen Tolbert out in Sterling, Virginia, where I hope they're enjoying the sunshine and the warm temps, Gwen.
Oh, I'm telling you, the people I've spoken to so far are just amazed. I mean, this is November. It's supposed to not be like this. But with me now is Emerson, and Emerson just cast his vote. He's got his sticker on that says, I voted. He came out here in this weather. What do you think about this weather this time of year?
I mean, the weather is absolutely perfect today, so it's such a perfect day to just go vote. It's a historic presidential debate, so why not come out on this sunny, warm, beautiful day?
Are you finding it too warm maybe for this time of year for you?
I mean, I think too warm is anything up 75 degrees or so. I'm good with this weather.
All right, so now you came out here today specifically. You're voting in person. You didn't do early voting. You didn't do mail-in. Is there any specific reason attached to that?
I think the specific reason was just that I wanted to come out November 5th to the ballot or to the voting place just to come here and cast my vote for the president-to-be.
All right, and now that you've voted, how do you feel?
I feel great. I mean, this is a historic presidential race, like I was saying, so this will mark for generations to come and for the future.
All right, okay, guys, you heard it. Back to you.
Okay, Gwen, thank you so much. We're actually going to head out to some breaking news from the U.S. Capitol right here as we show you a picture of the dome there. The Capitol Visitor Center at this hour is closed. It will remain closed throughout the day, and that is because a man has been arrested. We are told that this person smelled of fuel and had a flare gun as well as gas canister, as you see Capitol Police there and the public information officer making its way. Let's listen in.
Obviously, today's a very big day, and this is why we wanted to alert you to what happened today and the action that our officers took. United States Capitol Police Chief J. Thomas Manger is going to give you a brief synopsis as to what happened today, and then he's going to answer a few questions, keeping in mind that obviously this just happened this afternoon, and there's some details that we have to hold back as our investigators do their work. Here's Chief Manger.
At about 12:20 this afternoon, a white male entered the south entrance of the Capitol Visitor Center and approached the screening area. He was directed to put his coat and his backpack down for screening. He stood there for a few seconds, then put his stuff on the conveyor belt. As soon as his backpack and his jacket went into the screening area, U.S. Capitol police officers staffing that screening area saw what appeared to be something in the shape of a firearm. They also saw 2 bottles in the backpack. As the man was standing there, one of the officers noticed a faint odor of gasoline, and when they pulled the backpack off the conveyor belt, they noticed a much stronger scent of gasoline. At that point, the subject was detained. He was placed under arrest. We found a flare gun, a lighter, and a torch lighter in his jacket. There was also other articles in his backpack, and he is now in custody. And again, very active investigation. We located his vehicle. That was several blocks away. We now have the vehicle as well. And again, ongoing investigation. Happy to answer any questions that you have.
It's my understanding that he had a manifesto that was anti-government and had maybe some pro-Palestinian or anti-Israel manifestations in that, and that he's driven all night from Michigan. Is that accurate, and what can you elaborate on that?
He had papers with him that he said his intent was to deliver them to Congress. We're still going through all of those papers. It's quite a bit, and we are trying to determine where, in fact, he did come from. And again, active investigation, so there's a lot of follow-up. When we get that information, there'll be additional follow-up.
All right, you were listening right there to Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger giving a briefing as to what exactly happened earlier today at the Capitol Visiting Center. And as he walked us through what happened, a visitor showed up, as is everybody's right to do so, went in there. When he placed his backpack and his belongings on the conveyor belt, as it went through X-ray, they realized that there was something that appeared to be a firearm firearm as well as two bottles. Once they opened up the backpack, they realized that there was a strong odor of gasoline there. There was a flare gun, there was a lighter, there was a torch lighter as well. They arrested this man. There were questions now as to whether or not he had a manifesto with him, who he was trying to deliver it. The chief saying he did have some paperwork with him. He was intending to deliver it to Congress, but did not specify if there was any member specifically or what that paperwork contained. Also questions as to where he came from, but his car was located several blocks away from the U.S. Capitol. Right now, the scene has been secured. The man remains in custody, and it is an active investigation. As you can imagine, heightened security on Election Day, more so than in any other day, probably other than inauguration. We have seen fencing going up around the Capitol complex, but because of what happened earlier today, this was about roughly 12:30 in the afternoon, they have now shut down the Capitol Visitor Center, at least for the remainder of the day. We will keep you posted as we get any more updates here on Fox 5. In the meantime, we're taking a quick break. We'll be right back.
Good old election.
All right, we're back in the zone, so whether it's the political text messages or the nonstop commercials, the voting is, as you know, very important, but still not everyone does it. Political strategist and attorney Dante Mills now joining us.
Hey.
To talk about the importance of Election Day and voting. And Dante, good to see you. This is, I don't know, maybe the most intense election that I've lived through, but then again, they all have been. And I think a lot of people second that sentiment. But I think it's probably added, right, that feeling because of social media. There's just the bombardment of information.
It is, yeah, but I've been through a bunch of them. I don't know.
You don't? Okay, well, let's get the expert take here. Dante, what says you? All right, we can't hear you, Dante. Let's work on your... There we go.
Yeah, we're flooded with information in this information age, so we are hearing more about it. But I tell you this, every presidential election is important. We've only, and if you really think about it, there's been 60 presidential elections in our nation's history. That's a low number. Only 60 times have people been able to get their own input in about how they think this country should be run. And it's very important. we have the ability to impact who runs our nation for 4 years at a time. It's only happened 60 times. I think everybody should see that and see how important and how rare this is and participate. The weather in D.C. is amazing today. We have no excuse. There's going to be lines, but it's okay. We stand in line for a lot of things. We stand in line for coffee. At our favorite coffee shop, we can stand in line to say we participated in this process. I'm happy to see that some of the early voting is down, and not because people aren't voting, but because they actually want to come out and stand in line, bring their children with them who are too young to vote, but they get that experience of walking into the ballot box and casting that election. I think it's important for our future generations, so I'm encouraging everybody to be excited about it, appreciate that you can participate in this process and not be told who's going to tell you what to do, that you actually have a say, and take full advantage of it.
Dante, in your estimation, who's not showing up the most? Because those are the people we need to talk to about the election.
Statistically, it's been younger people, right? Just getting them involved. A lot of times they don't think it's important because they don't understand how the issues that are on the table affect them directly, right? It's hard to make that link to say, as a 20-year-old, a 19-year-old, a 23-year-old, that voting for president is going to impact your life, but it does. In fact, more impactful for a 23-year-old than someone who's, say, in their 70s, who may already have their retirement put away, who may already have things done, that their life is already in a good pattern. So it's important for our young people to know that, but we can start that by taking our children with us. Yeah. So now they get used to the process, and they're excited when they finally get their chance to go into that poll and pull the lever themselves.
Dante, we have 10 seconds. We've got a heart out here. We have a balance of power also in our region is going to be voted on in Virginia and Maryland. Do you think they flip? Yes or no?
Yes.
All
There's
right.
going to be a flip.
Well, there you go. That's a big question tonight.
Thank
Stay
you,
with us for all our coverage after the break.
Thank you, Dante.
Gwen say it for the polls out in Sterling, Virginia. It is a beautiful day here
it's hot outside.
And everywhere in the DMV.
It's hot.
It's good weather to vote in.
I'll give you that, but it's hot. For November, it's hot.
Let's go check in with our Caitlin Roth, which I think is going to second exactly that. Caitlin, certainly we're looking at the temperatures tonight.
And you see she came out with the white, though.
I mean, well, neutral, but also a summer color.
There you go. Exactly.
Yes, I mean, look, voting in flip-flops, it doesn't happen every presidential election.
It sure does
this
not.
year, and
a lot of shorts.
Yes, I know. This year it does, you guys, very warm out there for our election day. A beautiful day, honestly. 77 degrees with plenty of sunshine. So, you know, I saw a lot of people walking around, not just at the polls, but a lot of people are off. A lot of people, you know, are enjoying a relaxing lunch break. I'm happy for them. It's such a nice day. We've got a bit of a breeze out of the south, and temperatures here are only in the 70s, but it is the race for 80 degrees today. And even if we don't hit it today, we easily will tomorrow. So tomorrow looks even warmer, and tomorrow will bring the record high warmth. But right now you see temperatures mostly in the 70s. We're close to 80, Frederick and Westminster. It's 78 in Fredericksburg, 77 in Culpeper, and 73 in Winchester. Quiet out there, too, just a little bit of cloud cover and no inclement weather that would affect anyone at the polls. I mean, early November, you can get some pretty nasty days that are wet and gray and cold, and this is just the exact opposite. There is some wet weather in the central part of the country. I want to tell you, if that were to be impacting voters, it would be from a line from Chicago down through St. Louis, Memphis, into Louisiana. There were strong storms, tornado watches yesterday in the Central Plains. That severe threat is not as high today, which is good. We don't have any active watch boxes right now, but that's the cold front, and that's where any of the inclement weather is, kind of right along the Mississippi. For this evening, your election forecast, 5 o'clock. Well, it's sunny for like a minute, and then the sun goes down. 73 degrees. And then we get dark in a hurry, as you know, because now we're in standard time. Weekday number 2 of it. 72 degrees at 6 p.m., as well as at 7 p.m. So even though it does get dark, it's still very mild, and it will stay that way overnight tonight. Low temperature of just 63 degrees. Okay, I mentioned records tomorrow. The election is one thing, but in the weather world, we are going to hit 2 records for Washington, D.C. in one day. I don't actually know that I've ever said that before. 2 things. One, the temperatures. Record highs look very likely. The number to hit is 80. It's a previous record from 2015. We're forecasting 82. I know, Joe Claire, it's way too hot for that day after the election. And we are going to hit a record dry streak. So tomorrow marks 35 days in a row of no rain. Today's 34. We tied the record. Tomorrow will be the next new record. So record dry, record heat. That is tomorrow. And there's a look at the high temperatures. You see it's much cooler back out across the mountains. That's the cold front that will already have reached them by late afternoon. So temperatures will fall pretty remarkably into Friday, or into Thursday, and then Friday and beyond. But I got to tell you, the extended forecast really does not give up on above normal temperatures for the eastern half of the country. So while we'll cool back down into the weekend, next week, maybe even the following, showing we're going to continue to keep things above normal here in November. Quick check on Tropical Storm Rafael, expected to become a hurricane as it moves towards the Gulf Thursday into Friday. Luckily, it'll encounter some wind shear kind of weekend, but a tropical storm possibly making landfall sometime this weekend near New Orleans, right along the Louisiana coast. So if that weren't enough, it's still hurricane season, and we are still tracking Rafael. So 82 tomorrow, record warmth and dry spell, some showers on Thursday. So, of course, the day after we hit this record, it looks pretty likely we might have some rain around here on Thursday. We desperately need it at this point. And then we turn cooler into the weekend, but temperatures will start to creep up. And I don't know how many holidays this fall we're going to have 80-degree temperatures. I hope this is the last one, but we've still got more November holidays. I mean, next Monday's Veterans Day. It doesn't look as hot.
Tomorrow, a lot of people, at least half of America, is going to be disappointed. So maybe they open up the pools with the sunshine. It'll be.
You better do something.
Hope they like vitamin
D. It's going to be 82 degrees here tomorrow.
I know.
It's too warm. Dear Mayor Bowser, can you open the pools back up just for one day?
No matter what happens.
What in the world is going on?
Okay, Caitlin, we'll keep a close eye, but it seems as though, as far as altering people getting out there, like there's no rain, there's no snow, everything should be fine.
It's a beautiful day. I mean, honestly, I couldn't get any better for voter turnout when it comes to the weather, so we're hopeful for that.
So there
I'll give you that. Okay.
You got to spin this, put a positive spin on things. Thank you, Caitlin.
Thank you.
Okay, so as we are seeing, people are lining up their last-minute voting here as the polls will close here in give or take 3.5, 4 hours here. Businesses boarding up also in downtown D.C., but of course, there is the high possibility and probability of legal challenges. Election officials and legal experts bracing for a flood of disinformation and legal claims as vote counting begins. in some places has already started. Both major parties expecting court battles over voter rolls. We've seen them in Virginia already. Mail-in ballots and overseas ballots as polls show an incredibly tight race. So it can come down to just one vote here between Vice President Kamala Harris and the former President Donald Trump. With us right now to break this all down is attorney Ari Aramesh, who joins us now. Politics gone wild. Ari, you are here with us today to kind of break down all the legal things. I don't even know where to start because there's just so many challenges. We're already seeing in Pennsylvania a judge saying in one county, keep the polls open till 10 p.m. And Pennsylvania is one of these states where they don't count until the polls close. So we could be in for a very long week, if not weeks.
And it's a great week for lawyers. If you're in litigation, right? I tell you, from Marbella to Miami, a lot of homes, a lot of beach houses, a lot of boats are going to be named after this election.
Okay. So, hilarious.
Let's go back to challenges. We've got 3 sets of legal challenges. You got pre-election challenges, you got election day challenges, then you got post-election challenges. What are the pre-election challenges we had so far? Clarifying voting rules. Before COVID in 2020, most of these challenges came from Republicans. They actually won most of them before the election. Clarify what the rules are. How are we going to vote? You know, a lot of these places were closed because of COVID. Again, this time you have a lot of these pre-election challenges, but they are different. And again, the GOP is losing them. Unlike 2020, that they won most of these pre-election challenges. Why? Because they want to do change. They want to make changes to the voter rules. You've already had these voter rules for months.
They won the one in Virginia.
They won one, yeah, but that was sort of that was on a federal. That was the one that it's about illegal people who are not citizens voting. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. But I'm talking about in Florida, in Oklahoma, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, counties that already had the voter registration roll. You can't go last minute and try to pull people off the roll. So that's pre-election challenges.
And most of those are kind of looked at as, oh, they're just trying.
Yeah, and again, but it clarifies the rules. We get judgments, that's good. Judges clarify. We got a pretty, whether we like it or not, we got a decent judicial system, despite what's been going on for the past 4 years. So, election day challenges. Up to what point can you count the votes? What time do you shut down the counting? Okay, if the deadline is 7 p.m. in Pennsylvania and I show up at 6:59 and I'm in line to vote, am I entitled to cast my vote? Or no, my ballot should be cast by 7 p.m. These are decisions that have to be made. A lot of these places are going to get extensions. You give a lot of authority to our local election authorities to make these decisions. But again, let's move beyond. This is where the real meat is. This is where the real beef is, right? And that's post-election.
Yeah.
Let me just give you a general sort of scenario.
Okay.
If the margin of victory is smaller than disputed votes, we're going to have litigation for weeks. If the margin of victory is smaller than the votes that are just disputed, then you're going to count all those. Second, you got a lot of military and overseas votes. They're not going to be counted for 10 days. They're still coming in. Now, a lot of states have deadlines, but those are different for military and overseas ballots. Third, let's say there is interference. Let's say there is some, God forbid, acts of violence. How are we going to resolve those? But again, most challenges post-election are going to go to up to what time and when people can vote, up to what time and what date can you count these votes, and recounts. A lot of states have automatic mechanisms. If it's within a half a percentage.
Or a percentage.
Depending on state from state. And by the way, this is such a decentralized election system. One of the reasons it's so hard to cheat on a mass scale is you go from county to county. Some counties vote in smoke signals and some counties vote with computers. So it's different.
Yeah. Look at how they did it in New Hampshire tonight.
3 by 3, right? That was a weird one. I want to go to New Hampshire one day and vote like that. You know, I'm registered in D.C., but I'll be in New Hampshire.
That is a state that we're looking at very closely because things are looking different, we would say, this time around. But we'll wait and see for results.
Wanted to ask you, in the past, we watched there were challenges about election machines, voting machines, and I will never forget the Chads and the that whole thing. Florida. Have we moved past all of that sort of back and forth in the post?
Well, I knew a lot of Floridians who never dated a Chad or never hung out with a Chad, a hanging Chad. Listen, there is going to be issues about sort of this vote here and that vote here, just like 2020. In 2020, the Trump campaign brought 60-some-odd lawsuits. Some of the judges that addressed those suits were Trump appointees or Republicans. There was never enough evidence to show there was mass-scale or large-scale fraud. Now, do we want to just rule out any possibility for any irregularity? No. These machines are pretty stable. Don't listen to what you see on the social media. I mean, I was just listening to what the FBI just released and the Director of National Intelligence. There's a ton of Russian interference, Iranian interference, Chinese interference. They're just making things up. And they're doing it on both sides. It's not just Democratic or Republican. They're doing it on both sides with one goal in mind: undermine a democratic process. This is the best.
Destabilization.
The right to vote is one of the most American things we got. And if you can say, hey, your vote doesn't count, don't go to vote, or your candidate did, won and they stole it from him or her, and you create that sort of, you take that faith and integrity away from our system, then the Russians and the Chinese and the Iranians and the enemies have won. And we don't want to go down that route. But have some faith in the system. Let's hope it's over tonight. But I'll be back soon, I guess. It's not going to be done anytime soon.
I just heard from the Board of Elections in Maricopa County in Arizona. They have changed so much because of what happened in 2020. And they were saying this could take up to 2 weeks. But they have a 2-page ballot with 70 races on the ballot. And they have to do so much cross-referencing because of the safeguards that are in place because of 2020. Then we're looking at Pennsylvania, but I'm saying every state right now is going to be taking things a lot closely and looking at it. Ari, do you have a prediction as to how long before we have a final result?
I'll be looking at Michigan. The first state I'm looking at is Michigan. Michigan is of the 3 big ones: Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Michigan's infrastructure is set up in a way you're going to have election results much faster than the other 2, and it can sort of give you a little prediction of how Wisconsin and how Pennsylvania are going to go. It's going to be an interesting night, but no matter what happens, guys, it's America. Let's be cool about it. No matter what happens, somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose.
I predict we'll see you a lot this week. Good to see you here on the DMV Zone. Stay with us. We'll be right back. zone right now, and with us here in the DMV zone, we've got the creatives right here, which is composed of music artists, Niecy J, Key, the host, and of course, Dave here. Let's check out a quick snippet of their music video, trying to get people from the DMV to get out there and go vote. Take a listen.
Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Exercise your right. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go, do it. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go, go, vote. Go, go, go and vote. Exercise your right. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote. Go, do it. Go and vote. Go, go, go and vote.
You gotta love the sound. You gotta love the feel. That is DMV quintessential there. Let's start here. Tell us about the why you guys decided that this was so important to put out this music video.
Well, first of all, we all know that music is very influential.
Of course.
And, you know, people sometimes listen to music to, you know, make their day better or, you know, whatever they're going through. And why not do something positive, something that's momentous within the community?
Absolutely.
Well, for me, and I want to hear from you two guys, like, I remember Go-Go was a brand new music, and I remember going to the Go-Go and hearing Little Benny or Funk or whoever say, go vote, go to school. Chuck Brown telling you go to school. Definitely. So are we seeing the message come back to the music these days? Because it was always really there all the time.
Absolutely. Go-Go is a big community, and it's the music of Washington, D.C. And we have to let the younger generation know that we possess power, and your power is in your vote. And, you know,
and
much
here
as
you
we
are.
can stress,
go vote.
Going to help. Get out there and vote. Make some changes.
Yeah, absolutely. So we know that, as Niecy said, that music is influential, and we do have a responsibility to do a reach back for the community that is behind us and under us that will be coming forward. We do know that there are several entrepreneurs that are piloting within the District of Columbia, and these votes will matter in their personal endeavors, their futures, also for us who have gained a certain age and we're preparing for retirement, the future that is set up for us and the future that is following us as behind.
Who are you talking about?
I know retirement. Like, wait a second. What are you talking about?
I know that I've been working since I was 14 years old. And it's about time that we understand and can assure that everything that we've sown into Social Security will actually be there and benefit us when it is time for us to be a recipient of such benefits. And honestly, to make sure that the investments that we are contributing now during our toils will be benefiting the communities that those fundings need to be delegated to as well. And that definitely requires you all to vote so that we can benefit those.
Go-Go, no, it requires you to go vote.
Exactly. It requires you to go vote.
Exactly.
Go and go vote.
Was there an inspiration other than the fact that it is your civic duty that you are talking about your community? I mean, of course, the presidential race is so big, but to your point, our communities, there are local races that really matter in our day-to-day. What was the catalyst? What happened? Was there something that just said, you know what, this is our next song, this is our next jam? What
Absolutely.
was it?
So we all come from a different franchise of go-go and different music and cultures within go-go and staples within go-go. So we have followings, we have a fan base, and if we're able to influence our fans to come out to see us perform live at different shows all over the DMV, we can influence them also or encourage them to come out and vote at the local polls.
No, I like that first word, enforce. This is go-go. If we enforcing y'all to go vote, what's wrong with y'all?
Absolutely. So we definitely encourage everyone to come out and vote. And enforce. This vote is necessary for the go-go culture. Everything. We have nowhere to perform at anymore. So these votes, we have to do the homework in our hometowns so that we can continue to entertain you all. And it starts with your go-go vote.
Go-go vote.
Go vote.
Absolutely.
And I see y'all use bounce beat.
Yeah,
it wasn't old traditional. It was.
gives a little.
I wasn't. Hey, look, hey, it's a new day. It's a new day, and the old heads like us have to get down with the new. And I was right there with go vote.
I mean, we talk about that, right? About the gender gap in voting, how they're trying to attract the young voters to get out there. We don't have a lot of time left, but are you seeing a shift in who is going to the go-go's versus older, young
people?
For sure.
Especially those who have experienced the extraction of summer youth employment and the cuts. We have introduced that culture for those who are 18 and over to start to vote. Get involved in your ANC community. Get involved with your county executives. Things of that sort. Like reach back, stay present. Don't lose your sound. Don't lose your voice. Go and go vote.
The creatives, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for stopping by the DMV zone and giving us a little sound to such an important day. Thank you so much, y'all. We appreciate y'all. When we come back, election security is a big talk, especially today. We'll get to that after the break.
Go vote.
Exercise your right. Go and vote. Go and vote.
point in time in history, voting was thought of, for the most part, generally speaking, as a secure process.
Super secure.
But now, between ballot boxes catching fire, businesses boarding up their windows, there are many concerns about election security, about risks, about violence, not just here in the DMV, across the entire country. With us now is CEO of Eagle Eye Networks, Dean Draco, joining us to discuss, the increase in election security precautions. We're in D.C. I don't remember a time in my 10 years here where it has not been at a heightened level of security, and I'm sure more so now. And maybe I'm not seeing these things; they're not just out in the present and people to see. But it does feel a little bit more intense. I can't find the right word because it's something in the air that's not tangible.
Really? Hi. Thank you very much. Appreciate you talking to me today. The security increase, I think, is due to a lot of attention and a lot of lead up to the election. The candidates, some of the candidates have been talking a lot about, potential threats. And we had a issue, 4 years ago. And so, there's additional security, I think, at all of the polling places to ensure that voters are safe and to ensure that the votes are properly counted.
Is it mostly major cities that are seeing the preparations in case violence erupts?
I think so, and I think probably D.C. is, maybe one of the places where the most of that is happening. The police have basically been deployed to polling locations. Additional fences have been erected, and temporary bicycle rack barriers have been installed. Many things. So it's a change from what's been in the past, but precaution is a good thing to make sure that everyone is safe.
We see a lot of people exercising their First Amendment right to put up signs outside their yards to say and to encourage others who they should vote for, to endorse, if you will. How important is it, the state of surveillance that we're in? We have home doorbell cameras. We've got surveillance cameras just about everywhere. Are these something that can play a role on a day like today?
Yeah, I think that security cameras have a fundamental effect on the majority of the population in that they cause people to put on better behavior and to avoid doing things that they wouldn't want to be caught on video. It's kind of proven that police body cams cause the police officers to behave better, but they also cause the criminals or the bad actors or even civilians to behave more politely and more properly. And so security cameras at the polling place or, on streets with Nest cams or whatever, or Eagle Eye cameras, all, provide that deterrent and help everyone be on a better behavior. It's all good for everybody.
That's good to hear. Hopefully that'll prevent people from tampering with these ballot boxes.
Please, everybody, don't tamper with anything else. Let's get through this with no other issues.
Dean, thank you for your expertise. And again, we're starting off this election day.
Gene needs a nap. I'm tired of it. We don't need any more interruptions.
There's not really bad news to report so far, so this is the good news, of course, of the day.
Let's
Stay
keep
with
it like
us.
this.
We'll be right back. Okay, DMV zone in the books.
Yeah, kicking it off for election day.
To get through. It's a busy day, y'all.
as well.
I know, it's one of 22 shows you'll be doing today, Marina. So
yeah.
We'll be here. That's the key. We will be here.
I'm not getting any sleep. I'll be up for the next 24 hours.
I mean, I hope you eat your Wheaties. Non-stop coverage for you guys, and it continues right now. Thanks, guys. Your News at 4 starts now. Right now at 4, Election Day underway. The candidates have made their pitches, and now it is time for you, the voters, to come on out and cast those ballots. We are checking in at the polls across the region.
Plus, from local to national, we've got coverage on all of the races that impact you, including the races in Maryland and Virginia that could determine control of the U.S. Senate. We'll take you live to where the candidates are spending their election night.
Also, make sure to stick with us all evening long as the results come in. Fox 5 has you covered as the historic Election Day unfolds.
I'm excited. I wouldn't make any predictions. I think it could go either way.
I think everybody's anxious. Like, for the rest of the day, I'll just be sitting, like, waiting to find out who's going to win.
It's exciting to take part in voting and having a voice in this country.
I feel like we're going to pull off the biggest upset in America tonight.
If we don't help each other, if we're not trying to see from different perspectives, then everything could fall apart.
Let your voice be heard.
Get out and vote today.
Well, this is it. Just hours to go until those polls close. And if you have not voted yet, you still do have time to go on out, cast that ballot. In Virginia, the polls will close their doors at 7. In the state of Maryland and D.C., they close at 8.
Fox 5 has team coverage around the region. Our Tom Fitzgerald has the latest on the race for the White House. Our Bob Barnard is live in Annapolis, where Maryland Senate candidate Larry Hogan will watch the results come in. But first, we're following breaking news from the U.S. Capitol.
We have just learned that a man was arrested just a short time ago in a security scare. So Lili Zhang is there live for us. What have you learned so far, Lili?
Yeah, Angie, Shamar, good evening to you. We just came out of a briefing with the U.S. Capitol Police. Essentially, they say that there was a man who approached that Capitol Visitor Center a little bit before 12:30 today. They say that he was found with a blowtorch, other items. Right now, however, they say it is unclear what his intentions were. His name has not been released to the public yet. He is still being investigated. But let's show you some video from a little bit earlier when we arrived on the scene. That was when Capitol Police gathered outside the Capitol Visitor Center. This is where the suspect again entered around 12:20, according to the police chief. He said that once he put his items on the conveyor belt, officers reportedly saw what appeared to be a firearm, 2 bottles in his backpack, and we are told that they were possibly some sort of accelerant. They also found a flare gun, a lighter, a torch lighter in his jacket, and other items in his backpack. Authorities also noted that he also smelled like fuel and that he had some kind of papers with him, allegedly trying to deliver them to members of Congress.
Certainly, as we go through the papers that he had with him and go through his social media, we're getting a good focus in terms of what his issues were.
So again, a very active investigation right now. We are told that this man is being interviewed by authorities. So hopefully we'll be getting some more information about what his possible intentions were and what exactly happens with this investigation from here. Guys.
Thank you, Lili. Speaking of security, D.C. police and federal partners are not taking any chances this year. Between ballot boxes catching fire and threats of violence around the nation's capital, some businesses downtown boarded up their doors and windows in preparation for the election results. That includes fencing at Howard University, where Vice President Harris is holding her election night watch party. MPD are operating on full activation posture, where all eligible officers are working 12-hour shifts.
We will hold all offenders accountable. We will not tolerate the destruction of property, and we will not tolerate threats to public safety as well as this election process.
Chief Smith and Mayor Bowser say they're ready, but also they ask residents to be patient during the next few days.
Well, our election team coverage continues tonight. We want to get to our Tom Fitzgerald next.
Fitz, all eyes are on the race for the White House. Kamala Harris getting ready to spend her night at Howard University with former President Trump down in Florida. Good evening.
Yeah, buckle up. Here we go. Now, the campaign rallies are over. The canvassing has gone on today, and now we wait and see. And that goes for these candidates as well, too. Donald Trump down in Palm Beach today, casting a ballot today. Now, Trump did make some remarks to the press afterwards. He said that he doesn't think he'd have to tell his followers to be nonviolent. Now, for the vice president, she actually voted over the weekend. And, of course, both of these candidates held rallies last night. They are sounding optimistic tones on both sides that when all the dust settles tonight, they think their side will emerge victorious.
I feel very confident. It looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out.
We started this campaign 107 days ago. And from the beginning, ours has not been a fight against something. It has been a fight for something.
What was their final message to voters?
Well, you know, it's been widely reported that the Trump campaign operatives have been frustrated with Donald Trump not staying on message, staying on those, you know, key issues of the economy and immigration. Kamala Harris, who spent the last couple of weeks mustered the frustration of some Democrats talking about Trump being a threat to democracy, has all but eliminated in the last 24 hours her name from any of her public appearances. Today, Kamala Harris here in Washington did attend a phone bank today. She got on the phone with a couple of callers. But, you know, a lot of what they do right now is basically on the ground volunteer work, getting out, knocking on doors, and really standing on those campaign lines today, encouraging people not to leave, to stand there until they can cast their vote.
That was my next question. Yeah. We all see the video of them casting their voter, and Vice President Harris' case, she did that earlier, as you mentioned. But what do the campaigns actually do? I mean, it feels like this is the end game. Everything's wrapping up. But is there still room to do some groundwork here?
Well, to use a holiday analogy, it's a little bit like being Santa Claus on Christmas. If you're the candidate, the elves have to get to work right now. So, you know, locally in our area, we've heard that a lot of Maryland folks from the Democratic Party have gone up to Pennsylvania to canvass up there. Likewise, in Virginia, we've heard a lot of Virginian Democrats have been going down to North Carolina. So make no mistake, there's work to be done even today on a day that's voting. But a lot of that work is ground roots, you know, on the ground, knocking on doors, trying to get people to actually do what they say they were going to do and go out and vote.
All right, Fitz, it's going to be a long night.
It is. Thanks,
We're going to see a lot more of you tonight.
It's going to be an early morning.
There we go.
It's true.
Thanks.
Could it be close or a blowout? That's the question Maryland voters are wondering tonight as they wait for the results of the race between former Republican Governor Larry Hogan and Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks. Let's head out to Annapolis, where Fox 5's Bob Barnard is with the Hogan campaign for us tonight. Hey, Bob.
Hey there, Shamari. We're outside the Graduate Hotel here in Annapolis. The Larry Hogan watch party begins this evening. The doors opening in about a half hour. The former Republican governor and his wife Yumi voting this morning around 8 o'clock. This was at Davidsonville Elementary School. The former governor says he's feeling good. His campaign says, look, this could be a toss-up, despite their calling this the bluest of states in America. Governor Hogan says, look, he's counting on an upset like he had in 2014 when, as a Republican, he won his first race for governor, was reelected in 2018. The campaign says, look, the early numbers that we get released to us may skew in his challenger, Angela Alsobrooks' favor, because those will be the mail-in ballots. They say once the early voting and today's ballots are counted, those numbers should be good for them. So we'll see how it goes. Here was Governor Hogan speaking to reporters this morning.
We've been working hard, so is the team behind me. We have great thousands of volunteers across the state. It's been really great momentum over the past couple of weeks. We really feel like we're surging, and I feel like we're going to pull off the biggest upset in America tonight. And my closing message is, look, I'm just going to be the same kind of strong, independent leader that I've always been, that I'm not running to support one party, but I'm running because I'm fed up with the mess in Washington, and I think we need more leaders that are willing to stand up to the extremes of both sides and to work together in a bipartisan, common sense way to get things done.
And what happens in this race could, of course, sway the balance of power in the United States Senate. Governor Hogan, Angela Alsobrooks vying for the seat held by Democrat Ben Cardin, who is retiring. I spoke to Governor Hogan yesterday. He said, look, he's looking forward to taking tomorrow off and then on Thursday getting to work for the people of Maryland. That's, of course, if he wins. The latest polls show he's trailing the Prince George's County executive by double digits. We'll see. We'll be here all night, guys, and watch those results come in and have them for you live here on air and online.
Thank you, Bob. Meanwhile, Hogan's opponent, Democrat Angela Alsobrooks, voted this morning during a final stretch of a high-stakes race for the seat in the U.S. Senate. Alsobrooks was joined by her daughter, Alex, a first-time voter at Dr. Henry A. Weiss Junior High School in Upper Marlboro. The county executive of Prince George's County could make history as the state's first black U.S. senator. We'll have more on Alsobrooks in the next half hour as we take you live to her watch party.
But it leads us to our Fox 5 InstaPoll question. Grab your phone, or if you have the computer nearby. How did you cast your ballot in this election? You can go ahead, choose from the choices here on Election Day. Let's see, early, also mail-in. And it looks like the majority of everybody said they went early to go ahead and cast their vote. You can still cast your vote in our InstaPoll, however. Scan that QR code right on your screen or go to fox5dc.com.
And we are your news leader. Fox 5 is your home for all things election. We will have nonstop live local coverage until 12 a.m. that will allow you to use the Fox Local app. The QR code on your screen will lead you to download the app for smart TVs or smartphones. You can also find more information on fox5dc.com.
All right, guys, still to come. Should Election Day be a federal holiday? It is a question we are debating coming up next in Trending.
Plus, we'll take you live to a polling place in Loudoun County where we have just a few hours left for voters to cast their ballots.
Caitlin, hey, we're talking weather, too. The Election Day forecast.
W.
Okay,
right?
another win.
It really is. Look at these temperatures well into the 70s and a beautiful and warm election day. We don't get this every couple of years, that's for sure, not in early November. How about tomorrow, though? We up the ante. Record warmth is likely as we also extend a dry streak into record territory. Lots to talk about. We'll have a check your forecast coming up after the break.
it's Election Day. You can imagine people are talking about a lot of things. And Marina's here to break down just a couple of them that are top of mind.
Yeah, I want to agree at least on one thing today for most of us, right? So here's a question. Should Election Day be a federal holiday so that we can get off work? A new poll has some answers on what Americans think. 70% of us say yes. Only 15% say no. Another 15, not sure. The poll found something else. It's 68% would take it a step further and require all companies to give people paid time off. Now, we should point out that currently 28 states and D.C. do have laws on the books that require employers to give workers at least some time off to vote, anywhere between a couple hours here. So there are some provision in most states, but yet, you know, the bigger question is, do we just get the day off? Should it be a national holiday? Can't be not a bad idea.
Forget that majority of people are now early voting. Yeah, just give us the day off. No, I like this idea. I think that either making it a federal holiday, because there's a lot of schools that close down because of the election too, or doing it on the weekend where people have more of an opportunity and flexibility to do it would make it better. This morning when I went to vote, it was really interesting because I saw people there with full-fledged families in tow. I'm talking from middle school up until high school. There, I guess, to witness this.
I mean, it's a historic election as well. I mean, you could have the first woman, female, Asian American, black.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm in support of this.
Yeah, it's a big question, and it seems as though most people are. I guess the bigger question is, will there be a congressional effort to make it happen? That we'll wait and see. In the meantime,
we'll have to see. Or you can just vote early, right?
Yep. Gathering on election night. If you're in D.C., then you know election night is a big sporting event, and that feeling of wanting to be with fellow voters turned into a big night for restaurants and bars. You may remember 4 years ago, we're still in the midst of the pandemic, so a lot of people missed out the opportunity to make this a gregarious event with their cohorts, with their people. Not this year. Bars and restaurants are offering drink and food specials for people who are going to come watch election coverage on TV. Some taking Tuesday trivia nights and turning them into election-themed events. Most are currently promising to stay open until a winner is called. It could be a long one, y'all. So do not buy the whole bar shots.
Stay open for 2 weeks.
Okay, so do we remind them that in 2020 we didn't know till Saturday?
Exactly.
So what are they going to be doing? Like,
hey, listen, they made the promise. Let's see if they can keep it, right?
Yeah.
Oh my.
How about here's a brainer? Just stay up
long
a little, stay open a little longer at nighttime.
Yeah, well, we'll be here
close so early.
nonstop till 12 a.m., guys.
Don't worry, we'll be here for all your returns. Yeah.
There you go.
All right, thank you, Marina.
Got it.
Here's a live look outside, everyone, from our camera at the wharf on Election Day. And wow, look at that skyline. That's beautiful.
I know. BEA-beautiful is what we'd like to call it. Another beautiful November day. Caitlin here.
And there were some people, Angie, who were actually voting in flip-flops. Flip-flops and shorts. I'm like, I can't remember the last time I saw that.
I am not
What are we,
surprised.
in Florida right now?
Yeah. No, we're actually in November.
Yeah.
And it's just... record warmth. Okay, I'm seeing. So this is not normal.
This is not normal. Tomorrow, you know, we did the 80s on Halloween. I thought maybe we're done. Nope. We're going to pass Election Day and do more 80s here in November. Pretty crazy.
I know. It's weird because I keep turning the heat on in my house.
Yep.
And then I have to just flip-flop it and put on the air when it gets hot.
Or sleep in pajamas and put on your socks.
It's too hard.
Right?
It's been a lot of both in 1 week, too. So yesterday, very cool, very November-like, but we saw a big surge of warmth today. Beautiful afternoon, plenty of sunshine, but it does kind of feel like you're voting in Florida or Texas or California. I mean, this is just not normally a scene on November 5th outside. Bright blue sky, 77 degrees at the airport on a southwest wind that's increasing a bit, pushing in all of that warmth. So has anyone hit 80 around the area? It looks like we're close in many spots, but just about not there. 75 in Westminster, 77 in Frederick, 72 Quantico, 76 in Fredericksburg, 75 in Leonardtown, but many of us should do 80 for tomorrow. Satellite and radar, very quiet. So the good news is we didn't have any rain or inclement weather, anything that would prevent voter turnout when it comes to the weather. Now, to the west, they may have, right along the Mississippi, you see that batch of rain from Chicago through St. Louis, Memphis, Jackson. Not the severe weather of yesterday, but rain nonetheless. So if there were any issues with getting to the polls, it would be where it's been raining pretty steadily in that area in the Midwest. Unrest. Election evening forecast, as we've still got a few hours to go with the polls open. 74 degrees at 5 p.m. Sun goes down now right after 5 p.m. Of course, we're still getting used to that. It's only weekday number 2 of being in standard time, but it's pretty dark by 6, 72 degrees. Still so warm even by 7 o'clock, only 72 degrees. So Bermuda high will continue to pump in the warmth tomorrow. And we are talking about temperatures, high temperatures that will break records, many of us into the 80s. The record high is 80 from 2015, and we should easily do that. In fact, we're calling for 82 here in Washington. You notice it's a lot cooler to the north and west. That's our cold front approaching. That cold front is all that rain I showed you from Chicago down through Louisiana. But it'll start to bring that cooler air into the mountains by late afternoon. It won't really reach us until late tomorrow night into Thursday. Temperatures gradually fall off. 76 on Thursday, still warm. Friday, 70, and then we're finally back to normal. 64 for that high temperature on Saturday. Tropical storm Rafael in the Caribbean expected to become a hurricane in the Gulf within the next 24 hours. And then the latest update has a tropical storm hitting coastal Louisiana by late weekend into next week. So that is Rafael, still hurricane season, and I'll have more on how the remnants of Rafael may bring us some much needed rainfall coming up in your 7-day. Shamari?
Thank you, Caitlin. Tents have replaced some North Carolina polling places that were destroyed by Hurricane Helene. Officials say the tents are powered by generators and are monitored 24/7 to ensure the voting equipment inside is secure. One woman says the storm knocked out power, water, and the bridge to her early voting site, but she has having a polling place within a walking distance is now bringing a sense of normalcy for the community.
We're trying to get back to normal, but we still are living in the middle of this, so it's constantly on your mind. And I don't see how you could vote without thinking about everything we've been through in the last month.
North Carolina is considered a swing state. It's the only battleground state former President Donald Trump won in 2020.
Well, still to come, there's still time to vote. We are going to take you live to a polling place out in Loudoun to hear from last-minute voters there.
And taking a deeper look into the Virginia U.S. Senate race, our Sharon Raget traveling to Richmond tonight to meet with Tim Kaine supporters.
And as we head to break, we know a lot of you might be on edge, so to help calm those nerves, take a look. Feast your eyes on this, okay? A live look at the puppy cam at the Warrior Canine Connection in Germantown, Maryland. As you can see, they're calm.
They're taking it easy. They're saying, you know what, this election anxiety, I'm not dealing with it. I'm going to take a nap.
Take a deep breath, everybody.
Yeah.
5 at 4. We'll be right back. Time now for a look at some of the other top stories we are following this minute. Police need your help finding 7 people in connection to a brutal beating that happened in D.C. Police say that the victim was attacked after not saying "excuse me" to the suspects while he was trying to get some food from McDonald's. This happened on U Street in Northwest last month. The victim says the suspects also yelled homophobic slurs at him during that beating. Police are investigating the incident as a possible hate crime.
A woman is facing murder charges in connection to the death of her mother. Police say 29-year-old Tiffany Zhang called a 911 dispatch yesterday confessing to killing her mother, 63-year-old Gu Chin-hu, on Sunday in Gaithersburg. Investigators found Hu's body in a nearby grass field near their home. The cause of death is pending an autopsy report.
Prince George's County Police arrested a man that they say stabbed and killed his brother. They say 28-year-old Brylan Kelly from Landover stabbed his 23-year-old brother Simi during a dispute. Now, this happened yesterday around 6 p.m. in the 8600 block of Riker Street in Landover. Brylan Kelly is charged with first and second-degree murder. He's in custody tonight. Well, more election coverage on the other side of the break, and it includes a check-in at a Northern Virginia polling center.
Plus, we'll take you live to Angela Alsabrook's Watch Party headquarters as we keep a close eye on the Maryland Senate race. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I understand Marylanders. I know what they care about because I've had the last year and a half to speak with them.
Don't worry, be happy, because Kamala is going to win.
I think we're going to have a very big victory today.
This is a very important election. I felt that it was important to have my daughter here, too, so that she understands the importance of having a voice.
Well, our election coverage continues here on Fox 5. It is 4:30, and the polls, they actually start to close at 7. So if you have not yet, there is still time to get out there and vote.
Our team coverage continues tonight. Gwen Talbert is live in Northern Virginia as voters continue to cast their ballots. But first, we want to get to our Homa Bash, who is live in Prince George's County at Senate candidate Angela Alsabrook's Watch Party headquarters. Hey, Homa.
Hey, Shamari. Yeah, we're at the hotel at the University of Maryland in College Park, where the watch party will begin later tonight after those polls close. Now, this election day will be historic in so many ways, and for Angela Alsabrook, a win will mean a lot of firsts. She would be the first black senator from the state of Maryland and the fourth black female senator from in the Senate ever. Now, the race has eyes on it, not just here in Maryland, but all over the country, as it could help decide the balance of power in the Senate. Those high stakes mean it has been highly competitive, with nearly $85 million spent by Alsabrook and former Governor Larry Hogan. The Prince George's County executive schedule has been packed with campaign events in these final days, with an election eve rally on Monday that had Democratic heavy hitters in attendance, including Maryland Governor Wes Moore, former Attorney General Eric Holder, Senators Chris Van Hollen and Ben Cardin. One last poll from the University of Maryland and YouGov, surveying 500 likely voters between October 23rd and 27th, had Alsabrook leading 57% to Hogan's 33.9%. That was the latest. Fox 5 was there this morning as Alsabrook cast her vote alongside her daughter Alex at Wise High School in Upper Marlboro.
I'm so happy for all the voters who have come out today. We've seen them streaming one after the next. They're coming out as families. They're coming out as first-time voters. It's my daughter's first time voting, and, you know, and in our country in 2024, my daughter had a chance to vote for her mother and Kamala Harris this year for her first vote.
Now, the campaign watch party starts again later tonight here after those polls close. Alsabrook has been campaigning for the last year and a half, and during that time, she has said over and over again, she believes Marylanders are ready to keep the Senate blue. We'll be out here in College Park all night, guys, with the very latest updates and results.
That's right, Homa. The entire country is keeping an eye on this race. Thank you.
And the weather locally really cooperating today for everybody headed to the polls. Gwen Talbert is at a polling station, in fact, in Sterling, Virginia, where voters have been enjoying the sunshine and warmer temperatures. I can't think of any better voting conditions than what we have outside, Gwen.
I know, absolutely. I mean, no one has to worry about the cold, and they don't have to worry about the rain. It has just been warm and sunny. And, you know, I've spoken to a few people, and they've just really enjoyed this. We're going to come over here and talk to Hussein for a second. You just voted. Tell me what you think about this weather.
It's very interesting that I actually was in Florida for the hurricane, helping people. And the weather was pretty nice. And I wasn't planning to come down here and deal with this freezing weather, you know. It's not me. I came down here, I was like, coming down from the aircraft, I'm like, is it Virginia? I feel like I'm still in Florida.
I bet.
And I just came down here to vote, and I feel like this is very important. However, I have 125 people working right now and helping people to get rid of this flood and the bad situation, disaster situation. I just flew down here last night to be able to vote and, you know, be able to be part of this contribution.
All right, and great that you did, and you've got your sticker on there, yes, says I voted for sure. Just coming from helping.
Instagram, I ended up being on TV.
That's good. All right, so just imagine you just came from Florida helping hurricane victims, and thank you for that.
Absolutely.
You know, we spoke to a few other people a little bit earlier about the weather, and this is what they had to say. Take a listen.
The whole week was beautiful.
It's going to get warmer. What do you think about that?
Warmer, yes, weather changes like that. Fall season.
It's hot. It's pretty hot, yeah.
Do you like it?
It's good weather. I like it.
And it's going to get even warmer tomorrow.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, probably not good, but I'm happy about it right now because I'd rather it be this than cold.
That's it, rather this than cold. And we know this time of year in November usually is a lot colder. But there's been a pretty good stream of people coming here to this polling station to be able to cast their votes. And it's going to continue. It just got a little bit busier in the last hour or so. So I'm sure once we get into the later hours of tonight, there's going to be a pretty busy pace going on inside. But I'm just so happy that the weather isn't the reason for people not to come out here and vote today. It's absolutely, as I always say, fantabulous.
The weather is not an excuse, and you look great, Gwen.
Yes. Gwen, thanks so much.
Still to come, more on the Virginia U.S. Senate race between Hung Cao and Tim Kaine.
Also, what are the keys for victory tonight for both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump? So we've got a panel of strategists here to break it all down. Plus, Caitlin, more on that great weather.
I know Gwen said it. Today is warm, but believe it or not, tomorrow is even warmer or hotter. If you're feeling like this is a lot, into the 80s we go. Record highs in sight, more dry conditions. That breaks another record. We'll talk all about that coming up your full 7 day.
Well, tonight, U.S. Senator Tim Kaine looking to cruise to re-election in the state of Virginia, but Republican candidate Hung Cao is now making a push to unseat the Democratic incumbent. Fox 5's Tisha Lewis joins us live from Chantilly from Hung Cao's Virginia election night party. So, Tisha, we are just hours away from things kicking off.
That we are, and we were able to get a first look at the scene here of Hung Kao's election night party. I want to show you what we are seeing behind us. Setup is taking place right now. We are told that the ballroom opens to the media at 5 p.m. and also the public at 7 p.m. A busy election day for both candidates. Democratic incumbent Senator Tim Kaine starting his day in Petersburg before hopping around to several precincts, encouraging people to vote. But again, you can see the scene here behind me. We want to also tell you that Republican Senate candidate Hung Kao taking his mother to vote this morning. Here are the pictures. He's seen here in these snapshots with her at an assisted living facility, Ashby Ponds in Ashburn. Kao calling this the, quote, American dream come full circle. His team here telling us he's spending the day visiting polling stations, encouraging folks to vote. We are told Kao voted early last Wednesday in Leesburg. The Kao campaign also says the retired U.S. Navy captain who served 25 years in the military has been barnstorming the state for the last 4 days, visiting 12 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. Meanwhile, Kao is pushing to unseat Tim Kaine, two-time Democratic senator and former running mate of Hillary Clinton in the 2016 elections. Kaine's election night watch party is taking place in Richmond. We're told doors open there at 6 p.m. Both candidates have debated once. Kao is primarily focused on border security. Kaine, meanwhile, focusing on expanding infrastructure. And joining us now is head of the Virginia Republican Party, Ken Not-income. Did I pronounce it correctly?
Yes, you did.
Okay, let's get right to it. This is not Hung Kao's first round with running for public office. Really quickly, tell us what's different this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last time Hung Kao was running, he was running for Congress in the 10th, as you know, right up in this area that we're here in Northern Virginia. I think he did something that people thought wasn't possible. He brought people out to vote who had never voted before. He took people who were voting Democrat their entire lives and convinced them to vote Republican. Now he's doing it in the entire state.
I want to get to the latest numbers. You have some numbers that you've heard are coming, and tell us what they are.
Yeah, so Fairfax County has been reporting that as of 3:30 p.m., less than 70% of people had voted. Loudoun County, as of 1 p.m., less than 60% had voted. Those numbers are available online. And I think our message is that we want everyone to get out and vote. No matter who you're voting for, we want you to get out, get to the polls, and make sure you're casting a ballot before polls close.
And we also know that Hung Kao has the endorsement of former President Donald Trump, which you feel has been impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think President Trump has drawn voters out who have never voted before. They haven't voted in the last presidential election, the last 3 presidential elections, and I think Hung Kao is greatly benefiting from that as he goes around Virginia spreading his message of hope.
All right, Ken, thanks so much. Again, doors open at 5 p.m. for media, 7 p.m. for the public. We're going to talk to the folks that are coming here today.
All right, and it won't be the last time that we talk with you. And check back in. Tisha Lewis for us tonight. Thank you.
Still to come, we'll take you live to Neil Parrott's watch party as we keep a close eye on the Maryland 6th congressional district race.
Our team coverage will continue. And as we head to break, go ahead.
Look how cute they are.
Namaste. Take
I could
a breath.
really use one this evening, right?
Keep the faith on this election day.
Oh, he's climbing the
No need
slide.
to stress. A live look at our puppy cam from the Warrior Canine Connection in Maryland.
Oh, he just flopped.
Oh, that's okay. It's not how many times you fall down, show. It's how many times you get back up.
Exactly. His friend is even helping him out. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Fox 5 is staying ahead of what's likely to be the closest House race in Maryland. There's a vacancy in the 6th Congressional District with incumbent Democrat David Trone stepping back from politics. Republican Neil Parrott is facing off against Democrat April McClain Delaney. Fox 5's David Kaplan with the Parrott campaign joins us right now. David, how are the candidates feeling? What are voters telling you?
Yeah, Shamari, good evening to you. You get the sense in kind of talking to some voters outside a polling place today in Frederick that this one's going to be close. The race is a little bit unique for a few reasons. As you mentioned, the incumbent, David Trone, well, he's taken a step back. These are two new candidates, but Neil Parrott, in a sense, is not new. His name's appeared on the ballot each of the last two cycles as a Republican trying to get this seat. So his name again, and Parrott's performance in 2022 was stronger than 2020. So time will tell if they'll have enough support to get over the finish line. Both Trone and Delaney, both Parrott and Delaney were at a polling location in Frederick today, told me they were optimistic. Talked to voters tonight. The first one you'll hear from a Delaney supporter who tells us reproductive rights are her main motivator. Then a Parrott voter who says he's seen enough from Parrott this time to want to support him.
I understand it's a real squeaker between the two, so we're going to have to wait and see what the people vote. But I do believe in the system, and I have to be confident that the right person will be elected.
His turn.
and tell me why you think it's his turn.
Because he's saying the right things, and it's what we need right now. We need somebody from home.
Now, speaking of home, not going to lie to you, this is a huge congressional district. It stretches all the way from northern Montgomery County to the westernmost edges of the Maryland Panhandle. So it's part suburban, part exurban, and part rural. A tough one to campaign in, to be sure. Polls, again, close in Maryland at 8 p.m. We're going to go inside with the Parrott campaign when polls do close. We'll bring you the latest throughout the evening.
Thank you, David.
Yeah, thanks for that. We'll check back in. Meanwhile, grab your phone. Our Fox 5 InstaPoll, it is up. So we want to know, how did you cast your ballot in election 2024? More than half of you say, I got it over with early. While a lot of people have waited until today, 33% of you said you went to the polls today or you plan to, because there still is some time. And you can still vote in our InstaPoll. Just scan the QR code on your screen. Or, of course, you can find the InstaPoll online at fox5dc.com.
All right, here's a live look outside in Annapolis right now.
I think all of us can vote for the weather tonight, right?
Yeah.
Whether you like that it's getting dark earlier, nobody can debate that for a November day, it's felt pretty darn good out there.
There's so many times when people want to vote and they say, oh, I don't feel like it because it's raining outside or I'm tired. But hey, the weather's beautiful today. No excuses.
And even the long lines, who cares, right?
Yeah.
It's so pretty out. Not worried about it being cold or any inclement weather. So we're happy about that. Has to be one of the warmest election days that we've had here in D.C. because temperatures were near 80 degrees and a big warm up from yesterday.
Doesn't sound like things are cooling down anytime soon either, right?
Speaking of, it's too hot.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's very warm, you guys. It'll get back to normal in a couple of days, but temperatures don't actually peak until tomorrow. We're in the 80s. We did not leave the 80s behind in October. They are following us into a new fall month. So tomorrow, record highs, as well as a record dry streak. We've got a twofer on Wednesday, and that is 2 records for D.C. The second one is the amount of consecutive days we've had without rain. You have to go back to October 2nd since we've had measurable rainfall in D.C. So that 35 days in a row tomorrow will be a new record. Ironically, we've got rain in the forecast for Thursday, the day after we set the record. So hoping we really do get those showers because we're certainly going to need it. By this point, it has been one gorgeous sunset after another, but no rainfall to come with it. Live look with our Fox 5 sky camera at the wharf. So the sun's going down in about 15 minutes on this election day, but temperatures will stay mild deep into this evening if you are going to be voting after work or during the dinner time hours. 77 degrees out there, so a normal high is 62. We're well above that. 74 in Baltimore, 75 in Leonardtown, 76 in Manassas and Hagerstown. Wide view, and you see the warmth is pretty much all over the mid-Atlantic. I mean, even up into Boston, 74 degrees on election day in Boston. That might even be a record for them. 72 in New York, 78 in Richmond, a little bit cooler. Chicago. Chicago and St. Louis, where they've had rain. So this is the cold front bringing that inclement weather to parts of the Mississippi Valley from Chicago down through Memphis and into portions of the deep south. No rain for us. We're going to wait on that for Thursday. Just a couple of high clouds, and that's really it. A pretty clear evening for us. So 63 degrees is it for that overnight low temperature. Very mild. And then we're off and running to a very warm, borderline hot Wednesday. Partly sunny and breezy. That wind will help boost those temperatures into record territory with that high of 82. Thursday, we transition with some showers coming in. Temperatures are still mild. But if you look at Futurecast, there's nothing really going on tomorrow. I mean, there could be a passing sprinkle. Otherwise, just a mix of sun and clouds. It's into Thursday once that front arrives that we have a decent shot of a few showers. Now, the last probably 3 or 4 fronts that have come through have ended up pushing through dry with not much else. And this really doesn't show a lot of rain. It just shows some passing showers. So if this starts to go dry by tomorrow, the trend will continue, but we at least have a shot. And we need it as moderate drought conditions have returned to parts of the area, including here in D.C., Northern Virginia, and parts of West Virginia. Well, very above normal temperatures will become just slightly above normal temperatures as we head into the weekend. Cool down expected, but signs that we could warm right back up again into next week. So 70 and sunny by Friday, beautiful day. 64 on Saturday. It's cooler. Rain from Raphael remnants is possible Sunday into Monday. Again, we need it, but looks mild again a week from today. Angie and Shamari, back to you.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. Well, the race for the White House, it is down to the wire. A New York Times Siena College poll showing both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump neck and neck in battleground states.
Democratic strategist Kevin Walling and GOP strategist Nicole Bennett. Nicole, we'll start with you. What are the key things you're looking for tonight?
We're looking at turnout in Pennsylvania. That's going to be a big thing for both parties. The Democrats are missing about 1 million early voters, and we're hoping that we've done enough work to make sure that we got enough voters to get across the line in that very important battleground state.
Yeah, and Kevin, we talk about the White House and the race for the White House, it being a dead heat, but really that is not the only dead heat we're talking about here. What are you watching for?
Yeah, Angie, I'm actually with Nicole on this one. It all comes down to Pennsylvania. To Nicole's point, we've seen Republicans be a little bit more successful on the early vote front than before. But we're also seeing a huge enthusiasm gap, about a 10-point gap between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. She's leading by those 10 points. You see these images, videos coming from the college campuses, Temple, Lehigh, Villanova. You got a lot of young people turning out right now after class. So, again, all eyes to Nicole's point on Pennsylvania.
And Nicole, just a quick question before you go. Explain how this is a historic election. I mean, a lot of people are already gathering at the White House, anticipating, waiting for these results.
Listen, this election is historic for many reasons. Of course, if Mrs. Harris pulls this off, this will be the first black woman president and something that we can all kind of wrap our minds around. But again, if former President Trump wins, this will be the second president who's coming back for a non-consecutive term. This is going to be great.
Well, I want to thank both of you for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And a reminder, Fox 5 is your home for all things election. We have nonstop local coverage that you can get with the Fox Local app. The QR code on your screen will lead you to download the app for smart TVs or for your smartphone. You can also find more information on fox5dc.com. Still to come, betting on the race for the White House, it's illegal in the United States. Did you know that? But another country is cashing in on our election.
Yes, they are. Also, in the next 10 minutes, Fox 5 headed to Howard University tonight to meet up with Vice President Kamala Harris supporters ahead of the polls closing their doors. That's next at 5.
Time now for the Feed at 4 on this election day. A small town in New Hampshire cast the first votes in this year's election. Check this out, everyone. The handful of residents in Dixville Notch kept up their tradition by casting their ballots at midnight. The township is home to, guess how many people, Angie?
I don't know.
13 people. Just 13. Yes, you heard me correctly. 6 are registered to vote. Former President Trump and Vice President Harris each earned 3 votes.
All right, reflective of the dead heat we've been seeing in polls across the country. Well, betting on the presidential election, guys, it's illegal in the U.S., but go across the pond, bet away. The Brits are on a betting frenzy, apparently. So far, according to the British betting service, Betfair Exchange, nearly $245 million worth of bets were made on the race for the White House. And that number only expected to soar as the day continues on. Most at this point predicting Trump will win the White House with about $164 million worth of bets placed on him. There are about $61 million worth of bets placed on Harris.
Wow, we'll have to see what happens. Even American astronauts in space took time to cast their ballots. Hey, look at them. They're just out there hanging out. Here's how this process works, everyone. 4 Americans are currently on board the International Space Station. 2 of them filled out federal postcard applications, which are like basically absentee ballots for military personnel overseas. And the other 2, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who unexpectedly got stranded on the space station. We've been telling you all about them. Well, they voted regular absentee.
Really shows you all things are possible.
Yes, it's out of this world. Turns out Election Day has its own cake.
That's right. So this is called Election Day cake.
Oh, that's a no-brainer.
It dates back centuries. It's kind of a dense fruit cake, if you want to imagine what it's like. Has a lot of brown sugar, buttermilk, cinnamon, nutmeg, and pecans. A lot of spices. The recipe first appeared in a cookbook back in 1796. Americans actually would eat this dessert during long nights of counting ballots. It's really seen as a symbol of unity.
Well, I think I'll have to pass and have myself a cheesecake. All right, that does it for us at 4, everyone. Your news at 5 starts right now.
It's our civic duty, and we need this country to change. And we need to make a change, and the only way we can do that is vote.
I think everybody's anxious. Like, for the rest of the day, I'll just be sitting, like, waiting to find out who's going to win. And it does make me sad that we're so polarized, but, I mean, it is what it is. Hopefully it gets better. Probably won't.
Welcome in. This is a special Election Day edition of Fox 5 at 5. Voters across the region casting their ballots.
Fox 5 dedicated to provide you the latest tonight on the key races from across the DMV. A look at the Senate, House, and local races as the polls close in just a couple of hours. Your news at 5 starts right now.
And from the ballot questions in the district races in Virginia and Maryland all the way to the White House, the Fox 5 team is ready for action on this crucial election day.
We are bringing you team coverage tonight with crews across the region. Our Bob Barnard and Homa Bash diving into the Maryland Senate race, while Tom Fitzgerald and Nana St. Bones are tracking the presidential race. Let's start with Nana.
Yeah, and she's on Howard University's campus awaiting Vice President Harris. That's where the Vice President is going to spend election night. That's her alma mater, and Nana saw all those security preparations well underway for the last couple of days.
Yes, Jim and Marina, good evening. It's been a lot of preps for this moment that people are calling a historic one. The stage is almost set for Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, this is historic because Howard is basically welcoming back one of their very own back to campus on what could be one of the biggest nights of her life. On any given day, this yard where we're standing is a place where students gather for lunch, they hang out, they study, or where they host their homecoming yard fest. But tonight, this is where the vice president has decided to spend election night. University leaders are calling this moment a full circle one.
Where else should she be on election night? To be surrounded by the people who support her and by the university that nurtured her.
The daughter of one of the nation's top historically black colleges and universities, Vice President Kamala Harris graduated from Howard in 1986. She describes her time on campus as her formative years and where she fell in love with politics. And almost 40 years later, Harris could become the first woman to be president of the United States.
When we see her up there, we see a piece of ourselves in her.
Cameron Trimble, a Howard alum and former White House director of digital engagement under the Biden administration, has worked closely with the vice president over the years. They even share moments only a Howard grad would understand.
We have this little saying and greeting amongst Howard alumni where you say, "HU," And the call and response is, you know, you will catch her walking down West Exec or catch her sometimes leaving a meeting and you yell out, ain't you? And she'll be like, you know? Like she is so Howard through and through.
We are both members of Alpha Chapter, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated.
For Howard professor and alum Jennifer Thomas, this historic moment is special.
She was initiated the year before I was.
Over the years, the two have kept in touch, supporting each other from near and far.
I think about my mom, who just passed away a year ago, how she was so proud to see her become vice president.
Kamala Harris, I solemnly swear.
And she kept saying, she went to your school, she went to your school. Yes, Mom, you know she went to Howard. She was so proud. And I think about if my mother were here today, she would just be beyond herself.
I just honestly have a lot of gratitude for her.
Tyra Highland is a senior and the vice president of the University Student Body Association. For her and most students on campus, this is the first time voting in a presidential election.
There was a lot of action on campus towards voting, and we were not partisan at all, but really just encouraging the act of being able to engage in that way. So that was something that was really inspiring to see. Kamala Harris for the people.
Regardless of the election's outcome, these bison tell me Harris has already made an impact from the yard to the White House.
Thank you for showing up at a time such as this.
As a bison, we're proud of you.
I just will thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you do and all that you will continue to do.
And as you heard, a lot of emotion and gratitude coming from the alum that we spoke with. They say win or lose, this is huge. And off the top, I mentioned that the stage is almost set. You can see they're putting some final touches on. We've heard a couple sound checks, hear a couple drills and things going on back there. I saw some movement of the United States flag, just getting it ready for the vice president. Now let's talk about what the show of program could look like. Right now, it's very rough, but we're told around 6 o'clock is when they're supposed to open the doors or the gates here for supporters. Right now, we don't know how many people we're expecting, but we know the yard can hold up to 10,000 people. We're told the show will officially start at 9, but we won't expect the vice president till later on in the evening. A lot of this is fluid, as you could understand, but we will be right here for you, giving you those updates. Guys.
Anna, thank you. 4 years ago, Donald Trump was here in D.C., but today he spent his day near his home at Mar-a-Lago in Florida.
The former president spending the final hours of the race voting with his wife Melania. Let's get right over to Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald tracking his campaign tonight. Fitz?
How quickly 4 years goes by.
So much has happened, Fitz. No kidding.
Well, for his part, Donald Trump stayed in constant Mar-a-Lago for the most part. He did venture out around noon today when he left the premises with former First Lady Melania Trump to the Mandel Recreation Center. That is where Donald Trump cast his ballot today. He said he would not challenge the results if he determines they were fair. He says, furthermore, he did not believe that he had to ask his supporters to be nonviolent depending on what the results of this election would be. The president said in his terms that he has handed the ball off to his supporters and it is now up to them to take it across the goal line.
You know, we went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force. So we'll see how it turns out, but it seems that they have really shown up in force. I just got a call from Dan Patrick in Texas. He said they've never seen anything like it.
Well, in a typical Trump form, he was asked if he has any regrets about this campaign. He said he couldn't think of any. He will spend his campaign rally tonight at the Palm Beach Convention Center. Guys?
All right, thanks, Vince. Meanwhile, Capitol police officers arresting a man at the Capitol Visitor Center after he tried to enter the building with a torch, a flare gun, and smelling like fuel. That's what police are saying. They say that he also had some kind of papers with him, potentially some sort of manifesto, trying to deliver them to members of Congress. The man currently being interviewed by law enforcement as police work to determine a motive.
Could it be close or a blowout? That is a question Maryland voters are wondering tonight as they wait for the results of a hotly contested Senate race between former Republican Governor Larry Hogan and Prince George's County Executive, the Democratic nominee, Angela Alsobrooks.
Let's head out right now to Annapolis, where Fox 5's Bob Barnard is with the Hogan campaign tonight. Hey, Bob.
Hey there, Marina and Jim. Yes, we're at the Graduate Hotel here in downtown Annapolis, inside the ballroom here, where they're still setting up the stage here, where Larry Hogan will either concede defeat or accept the victory here tonight in Annapolis. This race, should not be close. Perhaps it will be. The former governor voting this morning is with his wife Yumi at Davidsonville Elementary School. Our camera was there this morning. Look, Governor Hogan says he feels good. He had an upset victory to become governor in this, what he calls the bluest of states in the nation. As a Republican back in 2014, he believes he has set the stage by working hard, crisscrossing the state, campaigning for months now to actually pull out a victory tonight. I mean, the polls say that Angela Alsobrooks has a double-digit lead, but the governor says, look, after you get through the mail-in ballots, which will be the first counted here, the early voting and today's ballots, he believes will be in his favor, and he's crossing his fingers and speaking confidently. Here he was this morning in Anne Arundel County.
We've been working hard, so is the team behind me. We have great thousands of volunteers across the state. It's been really great momentum over the past couple of weeks. We really feel like we're surging, and I feel like we're going to pull off the biggest upset in America tonight. And my closing message is, look, I'm just going to be the same kind of strong, independent leader that I've always been, that I'm not running to support one party, but I'm running because I'm fed up with the mess in Washington, and I think we need more leaders that are willing to stand up to the extremes of both sides and to work together in a bipartisan, common-sense way to get things done.
Now, how confident is the former governor? He loaned his campaign $500,000 in recent days, and they say, the campaign says, that shows his confidence. We're going to have to see, guys. Again, this is a blue state. The latest polls show Angela Alsobrooks leading 57 to 34%. But the governor says this could be an upset tonight. We'll be here waiting through it. Will it be an early night, as you guys mentioned, or go toward the wee hours? We'll have to see, but we'll be here, with Fox 5 on air and online, the latest results in all the races, but this one especially, guys.
And we go from Annapolis to College Park tonight.
Yeah, Fox 5's Home of Bash live tonight at the Angela Alsobrooks official watch party at the University of Maryland Hotel. Homa?
Hey guys, yeah, this watch party gets started after those polls close tonight at 8 o'clock. They've been setting up all day long, and this race has had eyes on it from all over the country, not just here in Maryland, because as Bob said, it could decide the balance of power in the Senate. Fox 5 cameras were there this morning as Angela Alsobrooks cast her vote in Upper Marlboro alongside her daughter Alex.
I'm so happy for all the voters who have come out today. We've seen them streaming one after the next. They're coming out as families. They're coming out as first-time voters. It's my daughter's first time voting, and and in our country in 2024, my daughter had a chance to vote for her mother and Kamala Harris this year for her first vote.
Now, history is going to be made in a lot of ways with this election day for Angela Alsobrooks. A win could mean a lot of firsts. She would be the first black senator from Maryland and the fourth black female senator ever. And those high stakes mean it has been a highly competitive race with nearly $85 million spent by Alsobrooks and former Governor Larry Hogan. Alsobrooks is no stranger to making history, though. She's the first woman to serve as Prince George's County executive in office since 2018 and the first woman to be state's attorney here back in 2010. Alsobrooks' schedule has been packed with campaign events in these final days, with an election eve rally on Monday that had Democratic heavy hitters in attendance, including Maryland Governor Wes Moore, former Attorney General Eric Holder, Senators Chris Van Hollen and Ben Cardin. In fact, Alsobrooks has had the backing of powerful politicians from all around the country during this race, including Vice President Kamala Harris. One last poll from the University of Maryland and YouGov, surveying 500 likely voters between October 23rd and 27th, had Alsobrooks leading 57% to Hogan's 33.9%.
I feel very good about today. I think our voters here are very excited. I mean, when it comes to Angela Alsobrooks, this is actually her precinct, her community, so people are very excited about that, to know possibly the first black woman senator. But also, people are very excited about Kamala Harris.
And Alsobrooks has said over the last year and a half that she's been running that she believes Marylanders want to keep the Senate blue. We'll be right here in College Park all night long with the latest updates and results, guys.
All right, Homa, thank you. Still to come here at 5, we are continuing our election coverage. After the break, we're going to dive into another key race.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the two candidates vying for Maryland's 6th congressional seat when your news comes right back.
And there are major races across the region, including one in Western Maryland. Democrat April McLean Delaney facing off against Republican Neil Parrott.
Yeah, our team closely following both the candidates at this hour. David Kaplan's following Parrott in Hagerstown, but Sierra Fox first up in Gaithersburg. That's where the Delaney Watch Party will be held tonight. Sierra?
Good evening, Jim and Marina. Yes, as you said, Jim, this is where April McLean Delaney will celebrate right here behind me at this brewery here in Gaithersburg. If she wins tonight, she's hoping to bring her experience in public service to Congress. She has a background in law and previously served under the Biden administration with the Department of Commerce. So she's built her career around policy and advocacy. McLean Delaney's campaign highlights health care as a top priority with a commitment to making it affordable and accessible for families throughout the 6th District. Reproductive rights is another key issue. If elected, she would work to protect those rights at the federal level, a stance she feels is especially important as Maryland considers a state-level amendment to secure abortion rights. This puts her in sharp contrast with her opponent, Republican Neil Parrott, who supports states' rights to set their own abortion laws. Her campaign is also centered on environmental protections and creating economic opportunities for working families. Right now, McLean Delaney has a large advantage in the Democratic-leaning areas of Montgomery County. Frederick County, which has shown mixed political leanings in recent elections, is expected to be a pivotal area and could tip the scale for either candidate. This race is likely to be Maryland's tightest congressional race. Polls close here in the state at 8 p.m., so you still have time to go out and cast your vote. Jim and Marina?
Yeah, the 6th District expands from Montgomery County to Maryland's entire western panhandle, Sierra. So, of course, again, Republican Neil Parrott is the other contender here. Fox 5's David Kaplan is with the Parrott campaign tonight. David, you spoke with him this afternoon. What's he saying?
Yeah, well, he was standing outside trying to get people to vote for him at a polling place in Frederick this afternoon, making his last-minute pitch to voters. He and Delaney were actually both there. Now, Parrott may have some recognition with voters. He ran for and lost this seat both in 2022 and 2020. His 2022 race, though, was an improvement from his 2020 numbers. So the combination of running against a new candidate in an open seat is giving him and supporters some hope that they can break through. Given this district, a lot of ex-urban and rural voters, the dynamics at the top of the ticket in the presidential and Senate race, well, they could play a big factor in this House race. Parrott tells me he's hoping that will be to his benefit.
It looks like Donald Trump has a slight edge right now in this district, and Larry Hogan looks like he's going to win by 15 or 20 points. So it's very, very positive.
So we'll certainly see at the top of the ticket what will happen and the impact that it could have here on this Maryland 6th District. Now, we talked to voters. Do want to note, David Trone, the Democrat, had this seat for about a decade, decided not to run. I did get a chance to talk with one voter who voted for Parrott today, who says he used to be a Trone voter. So possibly some swing. We'll certainly be sure to stay ahead of this race as the night wears on. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, David. In the meantime, conditions were ripe for Election Day as it relates to the weather.
You know, it's funny because we were talking, Mike, about all of the people who voted early, yet I mean, a lot of people did, but there were still big lines out there at the polls.
Yeah, and you know what? Perfect weather to wait in line. A lot of times, even in early November, we can be talking about folks bundled up, wearing the extra layers. Not today. Just an absolutely picture perfect. I mean, look at this live shot behind me. Earth cam on the city that everyone has their eye on today. No doubt about that. Washington, D.C., as the sun is setting. And yes, ever since we fell back this weekend an hour, that sun going to be setting earlier and earlier on us in the weeks ahead. 72 degrees, mostly clear skies. Even if you haven't voted yet, great evening to get out and make those voting plans, because weather's not going to bother you tonight. In fact, it's going to be rather comfortable for most of the evening with those winds out of the south and dew points. Almost feel a touch of humidity. It's 58-degree dew point out there right now, which is high, very high, in fact, for early November. Look at all the 70s on the map. 72 in Westminster, Cumberland, and Hagerstown. Two of the warmer spots at 74, matching Culpeper. 69 for Quantico. Satellite and radar, not much. There is a little bit of green rains. Haven't seen too much of that on our satellite and radar recently. Not expected to make it here to D.C., but down towards Clinton Ford, some very, very light rain showers across southwestern portions of Virginia. The feature we're keeping an eye on this week, this cold front out to the west, expected to visit us not tomorrow, but on Thursday, and may finally break what will likely be a record streak of dry days by the time it gets here. We'll talk more about that coming up later on tonight and in the days ahead. 63 degrees, mostly clear. That's a very mild temperature for the overnight hours, and it's setting up what could be and what will likely be a record-breaking day tomorrow. How about partly sunny skies? But that is not a November temperature for you. 82 degrees would break a record by 2 degrees here in D.C. We expect widespread upper 70s and lower 80s. More like a early fall day, kind of late summer day tomorrow. Thursday's the day that cold front approaches, and yes, sir, likely it doesn't look like a washout. It's not going to be an all-day rain, but it does look like we're going to have a couple of scattered showers across the region, more clouds. High temperature about 76 degrees. Take a look at Futurecast with me. We'll fast forward it to Wednesday. Again, tomorrow, no real issues until maybe Wednesday evening, a stray shower, but that's most likely over the mountains to the west. We get to Thursday, cold front on approach. There's your rain shower activity in the morning. It's hit and miss activity right into the early afternoon. We just need 0.1 inches at the airport to break this dry streak we've been on. We haven't even had that since the second day of October. So again, dry streak does remain. We do have a tropical storm down south, and some of these remnants could impact us here in D.C. Caitlin's got that breakdown coming your way later in the show. Marina?
All right, thank you, Mike. Still ahead, we're taking a short break from our election coverage and highlighting some of today's other top stories.
Yeah, the news never stops here at Fox 5, but coming up at 6, first-time voters could make a major impact in the election. We're going to tell you how they're feeling when your news comes right back. And back now with a look at some of the top stories we're following today outside of the election. A Prince George's County man facing first and second-degree murder charges, accused of stabbing and killing his brother. Brian Kelly of Landover allegedly stabbed his brother Simi last night at a home on Riker Street. It happened around 6 o'clock. Meanwhile, a potential hate crime being investigated at the McDonald's on U Street in Northwest, and these are some of the suspects police are looking for. The victim attacked while he was trying to pick up food. The victim says suspects also yelled homophobic slurs at him during the beating.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu firing his defense minister today. He parted ways with Yoav Gallant, what's being called a surprise move. Netanyahu and Gallant have butted heads repeatedly over the war in Gaza since it began. Netanyahu says his foreign minister Israel Katz will now replace Gallant. Still ahead here at 5 in the second half hour. All eyes now on Virginia. One race could decide party control of the Senate.
Yeah, just a little more than 90 minutes before those polls close. Our election coverage continues on the other side of the break.
What you get is what you got.
Welcome back to 5:30. We mentioned that Maryland Senate race, but there's another high-profile one playing out in Virginia, where incumbent Senator Tim Kaine seeking a third term, but Republican candidate Hung Cao thinks he has a shot at unseating him.
Fox 5's Tisha Lewis live from Chantilly from Hung Cao's Virginia election night party. So far, it seems as though the room is pretty much empty at this hour, but there's some time here, Tisha.
Yeah, we still have some time to go, so it's officially open to the media. I know we were here last hour when it hadn't quite opened to the media just yet. It officially opens to the public in about an hour. You can see it's an empty room right now, but I guarantee you that's going to change in just a matter of moments. Again, this is the election night watch party headquarters for Republican Senate candidate Hung Cao. Now, I have to say anxiety was high for many of the voters that we spoke with that are watching and waiting. That's exactly what they said. Again, we are here. Ashburn, Cao calling this, quote, the American dream come full circle. His team here telling us he's spending the day visiting polling stations. Again, we're told that Cao voted early last Wednesday in Leesburg. The Cao camp also says the retired U.S. Navy captain who served 25 years in the military has been, quote, barnstorming the state for the last 4 days, visiting 12 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. Cao is pushing to unseat Tim Kaine, two-time Democratic senator and former running mate of Hillary Clinton in 2016 elections. Both candidates have debated once, just once. Cao is primarily focused on border security, illegal immigration, and protecting jobs from tariffs on foreign goods. Here's some folks that we spoke with just moments ago.
It's very exciting. It's amazing to be here in this city at this time. I think it's going to be an incredible race. I'm really excited to see the outcome.
I'm very anxious to see what the outcome is going to be. I think, I've seen, a lot of people that are going to vote both ways. So I don't know, I'm just
waiting and watching.
I'm waiting and watching. I went and I got up this morning, I went and I voted, did my part, and now I just sit and wait and let everything else happen.
I've been very anxious about this election day, just to see the outcome. So I'm glad it's finally here, and very nervous about the outcome also.
And the folks that we spoke with say that sentiment is across the board. Meanwhile, Cao's team says the most recent polling data shows that the gap between Cao and Kaine is narrowing. Meanwhile, this is Cao's second bid for office after an unsuccessful run in 2022 in Virginia's 10th congressional district. He says this time is different. Cao is backed by former President Donald Trump. Meanwhile, we are told that about 200 folks are expected to arrive here tonight. Cao will arrive a little bit later this evening. Meanwhile, we're told that he has continued to visit precincts throughout the morning and also the afternoon into the evening.
All right, Tisha from Chantilly to Richmond, where the incumbent is hoping to keep that Senate seat. And that, of course, is Senator Tim Kaine. Sharon Roger in Richmond tonight with the latest from that watch party. Sharon?
Yeah, guys, we are at the Hippodrome Theater in Richmond. This is where Senator Kaine is kicking things off for his campaign. This is also where he started his re-election bid. This is a historic neighborhood of Jackson Ward. There's a lot of excitement outside of these doors. It's empty right now, but the media is set up. In just a few minutes, they're going to open those doors. They're expecting a full house here. Senator Tim Kaine is running for a third term. He is a known name in Virginia, of course. He was a former governor here in the state, former lieutenant governor, former mayor of Richmond. I want to show you what he was up to earlier today. He already voted, but he went around to about 6 polling locations, thanking supporters, thanking volunteers, thanking election workers who have helped him throughout this campaign cycle. Now, the latest 538 polling average shows Kaine up about 11 percentage points over his Republican challenger, Hung Cao. I spoke to Senator Kaine a short time ago. He tells me that he is confident. He's excited about the energy that he is seeing surrounding his campaign. He's excited to have potentially a good night tonight. It is his race to lose. I also asked him, what is the driving force that is bringing Virginians to vote for him? Take a listen to what he said.
I have been everything from a city councilman up to a U.S. senator, and there's not a single zip code, county, town, city in Virginia where I haven't delivered a result that has made a difference in people's lives. It might be an infrastructure project or rural broadband, funding for a hospital, funding for an education program, work for our troops or our veterans or our military families. And so people know that I show up for them and that I stand up for them.
Now, Kaine has largely out-fundraised Cal. Of course, money is not everything in these races, but it can be at least one indicator of enthusiasm. Certainly, Tim Kaine's team thinks they have that on their side. I also asked Senator Kaine, does he have any election rituals that he does? He's been in the game for some time now. He told me years ago he used to vote early and then go take a hike just to relax his nerves. Now he's voting early, going and thanking poll workers and supporters, but also whoever's campaigning with him, he gets them an energy drink or multiple energy drinks because he knows it could potentially be a long night. For him, his favorite is Dr. Pepper. Of course, Virginia polling closes at 7 o'clock, one of the first in the nation, so we will see how quickly we can get those results. Guys.
Meanwhile, Fox 5 will have nonstop live local coverage. You can get the Fox local app by scanning that QR code. So grab your phone, scan the code, and of course, you can also look for Fox Local on your smart TV. So regardless, on your phone, on your television, we've got you covered. It will lead you to download the Fox Local mobile app. It is free, and we have told you time and time again, but we will be here live until 12 midnight. So, and even past that if we need to be. Again, like Sharon said, a lot of energy drinks for just about everybody tonight, I'm sure. And of course, you can always stream us live on fox5dc.com.
Bite your tongue. Depending on where you are, there are some states where polls close at 6. Virginia closes at 7. Maryland, you still have some time. But if you got to get to the polls, we have some news for you.
And if you're struggling to get there, there are companies that are looking to help you cast your vote. You still have some time. We'll tell you how after the break.
All right, there is still time to get to the polls. If you're in Maryland, buses are free today in Montgomery County. In honor of Election Day, there are no fares being collected on all county buses. So good news if you need to get around from point A to point B. That's Maryland. How about the rest of the region? Uber and Lyft offering Election Day discounts. Lyft's offering a 50% discount of up to $10 with a promo code called Vote24. That continues until 10 p.m. Uber's also offering half-off rides for users who click a Go Vote tile on the app.
Meta planning to keep up its ban on new political ads throughout Election Day. The tech company will continue to restrict new political ads on its sites such as Facebook and Instagram past today. Meta says political ads shown on the sites before October 29th will stay up. The extension comes as tech companies work to battle misinformation claims during election season. Meta has yet to announce an end date for the restriction. Up next, as we continue our Election Day coverage, we're going to bring in some political strategists to break down what could happen as those results start to roll in.
Plus, it's not just the candidates on the ballot. There are many other issues that voters are deciding across the region coming up at 6. But if we had to vote on whether or not we like today's forecast, Caitlin, I think it's a winner.
Something's already won.
We're declaring it the winner already.
I know. Yeah, the votes are in, and everyone loved the fact that we were well into the 70s with sunshine today. Beautiful afternoon. We've got more warmth on the way. Record-breaking warmth for your Wednesday. A look at that 7-day forecast up after the break.
Well, in just about 16 minutes, we're going to see the first round of polls closing in the race for the White House.
Yeah, let's bring in a GOP strategist with us here, Nicole Bennett, and Democratic strategist, Fox 5 contributor, Kevin Walling. Both of you, it's going to be a long night. They've been here since the DMV zone with me earlier today. Kevin, we'll start with you. What do you think the Democrats right now are looking for as we start to get closer to these polls starting to close?
Something actually Nicole and I just talked about. Philadelphia returns right now are surging. They're seeing an increase. I was just on a call with the campaign. They're seeing an increase on a lot of these college campuses, Temple, Lehigh, other places. Also surging with precincts with the Puerto Rican vote, which coming out of that Madison Square Garden event with the former president was certainly touted. So key indicators coming out of Philadelphia, that campaign is firing on all cylinders in Jim's home state.
Yeah, we saw the rallies, the dueling rallies in Pennsylvania. But Nicole, as we turn to you, last night the former president finished the night in Michigan, and clearly a lot of enthusiasm out there from what we saw from this rally. So both campaigns are going in today saying, hey, we have this, but it's all about turnout.
It's absolutely about turnout. I know President Trump was out until 2 a.m. last night and then back at it early this morning. And you're right, those college kids are turning out in Pennsylvania. I think it's because Joe Rogan said Trump's his guy.
Let's talk about that because the age gap has been a key factor, and both parties are saying that they have the younger vote, the 18 and overs, and that first decade that they're allowed to vote, that they can legally vote. Both of them saying they've got that. So who really has that younger vote, and will they turn out is the bigger question.
Yeah, we see this all the time with the Harvard poll, which is really good in terms of the youth vote, in terms of where they stand among the candidates. The vice president is leading by double digits among young people. That's always the case necessarily with previous elections. So I'm hopeful that with these long lines that we're seeing on these college campuses, that it is a good thing for the vice president.
In terms of issues, Nicole, the economy always takes center stage. Yes. There was an exit poll that came out. I'll cite a CNN exit poll where Democrats are really banking on democracy. And a lot of people said, hey, look, the pocketbook issues are what people come to the ballot box, and that's what they vote on.
Absolutely. Democracy is a fantastic ideal, philosophically wonderful, but when you can't feed your family, nothing else matters. And that's where Americans are now. Most people that I know, fairly young, 40-ish, have 2 or 3 jobs. Instacart, DoorDash, just to make ends meet. That is the bigger issue here.
And yet women are going to be such an important voting bloc. It sounds as though the Democrats are counting with women of all races to bring it home for Kamala Harris here, because reproductive rights has been the key issue, at least for blue voters.
Marie, it's a really good point. And of course, we know women perform about 54% of the electoral makeup. It's certainly a focus of the vice president's campaign. Jim, to your point on the exit poll, we saw issues of democracy, then the economy, then abortion. And I think that's somewhere around 16%. We know that is the #1 issue for a lot of key voters in some of these states.
We're just about out of time. I want to give you the last word on this. You represent the Maryland GOP as well. What's the big issue in Maryland, and is reproductive rights as big of an issue as Democrats are making it out to be?
It is not. The economy, the economy, the economy. Maryland is an incredibly expensive place to live. It's an absolutely gorgeous state. We have everything you're looking for, from the mountains to the bay to the ocean. We're all eyes on Larry Hogan being the underdog in this Senate race. I wouldn't want to go against him as an underdog. This guy is great.
You should also do Chamber of Commerce work for the state.
And tourism videos, too.
I'm
ready to move back to Maryland after Nicole's endorsement.
Nicole, Kevin, thanks. We're going to see a lot of you tonight. Thanks.
All right. Time now 5:47 as we give you another live look outside, and this time from the State House there in Annapolis, Maryland. The sun is setting, or maybe you could say has set at this point.
I'm still not getting used to this.
No, it's tough.
No, let's bring in Caitlin Roth right now as we look at that forecast. And Caitlin, as we talk about what we're seeing out there, we were talking about turnout. I was talking to a friend in Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, which you're somewhat familiar with out there.
Of course, yeah.
Big turnout there as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, the weather, a lot of times in early November, you guys, it can be cold, it can be wet, very unfriendly, especially when you're looking at standing outside in poll lines for a long amount of time. So, yeah, beautiful in Maryland, Virginia, and D.C. today on this election day. Happy that we at least had the weather on our side and very warm temperatures to go along with that sunshine. We will, in fact, be even warmer tomorrow for Wednesday, the day after Election Day, into the 80s. We're forecasting record high temperatures. We're also forecasting a dry streak record, meaning it hasn't rained in 34 days, and we tied the record today. We will break that set tomorrow at 35 days if we don't see any rain. Ironically, it looks like we could have some showers by Thursday, the day after we set that record. Today's highs were warm enough, 78 in D.C. and at Dulles, 77 at BWI, 62 is the normal high for November 5th. So you are talking about a nice boost of warmth that was very similar to what we saw last week, and we're seeing it now again a week deeper into fall. 73 in Baltimore, 72 in Westminster, 72 in Manassas, anywhere from Northern Virginia up through Western Maryland, even into the mountains, very mild. And as the polls remain open for the next couple of hours, there will still be really great conditions, and it's very comfortable. Satellite and radar shows we've just had a little bit of cloud cover, but that cold front along the Mississippi Valley has brought rain, inclement weather for Chicago, St. Louis, Memphis. Interesting to think about, would the rain impact some of the voter turnout? Historically, it has. Hopefully it didn't, but that is all well to the west and not impacting us tonight. Tomorrow, we are peaking temperature-wise with those record high temperatures well into the 80s. Partly sunny skies, and we should all get there. If we're not in the 80s, you're at least in the upper 70s, 82, which would break a record high of 80 set back in 2015. Futurecast, interestingly, wants to bring a sprinkle or two in tomorrow afternoon. That would be very ironic if we actually did get measurable rainfall on the day we're supposed to break this record, but I don't really believe that. I think we're waiting for that cold front, which arrives on Thursday. By Thursday morning, you see a little bit of green on the map. That's some scattered showers. By Thursday afternoon, you see more of a train of showers overhead, and I think that will be our best shot at any measurable rainfall. If we don't do it on Thursday, into the weekend we go, and we may actually have some tropical remnants that'll bring us some rain. Temperatures will kind of gently fall off after we hit that high of 82 tomorrow. So we're back to normal by the weekend, but we will not stay that way for long. The extended forecast just wants to keep it warm here in November. So next week looks well above normal, and then maybe even moderately above normal as we head into the following week. Kind of crazy. Tropical storm Rafael poised to be a hurricane in the Gulf sometime tomorrow, and then that Category 1 will hopefully continue to weaken as it's forecasted to. Tropical storm looking to make impact somewhere along the Louisiana coastline just south of New Orleans. This would be late weekend as hurricane season runs until November 30th. There's your 7-day. Nice weather Friday and Saturday as we cool off. Remnant rain possible from Rafael Sunday into Monday. That would be very beneficial for us. And then temperatures warm right back up a week from today. That's your 7-day. Jim and Marina, back to you.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. And as you heard, the weather cooperating for voters as they head to the polls. Gwen Talbert at a polling station in Sterling, where it's been sunshine and warm temps pretty much all day long. Hi, Gwen.
It's been amazing out here all day long, and we haven't seen like a long lineup of people, but we've seen a steady stream, and it's been increasing each hour. And this wonderful lady has just stepped up. Could you tell me your first name?
My name is Nikat.
And tell me, what do you think about this election day weather, considering we're in November?
Definitely, it's gorgeous. It's in Virginia, beautiful. I love that. I got my own time change. I got my own time to come to voting.
Oh, well, we're glad that you did come out to vote. And so was the weather a good incentive for you?
Oh, definitely. I love that. Like I have an opportunity to vote earlier, but I love to vote on day.
Well, thank you for speaking with us. Yeah. And, you know, go ahead and do your voting. And I'm glad you did enjoy the weather. It's going to be even better tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. So as you can see, she really enjoyed today weather-wise. And we spoke to a few other people earlier who were here when they came out from doing their voting to kind of ask what they thought about today's weather, considering it was so unseasonably warm and amazing, very pleasant for November. And here's what they had to say. Take a listen.
It's very nice. It's very warm. It's a good day to go out and go on a walk. I just always been voting on today instead of just early voting.
I think it's going to get more people out to vote so that we can get into the sun and enjoy ourselves.
This is where I vote because I vote in person.
And what do you think about the weather today?
I think it's really nice.
It's nice. It's nice.
You like it?
Yes. It's very nice.
And did it help to convince you to come out today and vote in person, or is it just you just like to vote in person?
This is what I do. It's my duty.
Well, there you go. So here we are right here at Parkview High School, and as I said, people have been coming and going, and the night is not over, so I'm sure there'll be more to come. It's going to be a pretty pleasant night, too, for that. Guys, back to you.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Thank you, Gwen. And while many people cast their ballots in person today, millions, of course, taking advantage of mail-in and early voting across the region. And data from the Maryland State Board of Elections showing more than 1.3 million voters took advantage of early voting. In Virginia, early voting open for more than a month, and nearly 2.3 million people casting their ballots that way in the Commonwealth. That is down about 500,000 people compared to 2020. Meanwhile, in the district, close to 214,000 people have made their choice early. At least it's for Fox 5 Live InstaPoll. How did you cast your ballot this election? And you can see right now about more than half of you did so early, and it seems to echo the trend across the country. Scan that QR code. Of course, you still have time left here and for the polls. Head to fox5dc.com.
And as we mentioned, that magic number of 270 electoral votes for the presidential candidates, there's a total of 538. So let's give you a little lesson here about civics. Each state gets at least 3. States with larger populations understandably get more. So they get 2 for the Senate and then 1 for each member of the House. California has 54. Texas has 60. Locally, Maryland's at 10. Virginia has 13. D.C. does have electoral votes, 3 electoral votes. Of course, no voting members of Congress. And this always changes after redistricting. Following the 2020 census, 6 states gained at least 1 additional seat and 7 states lost 1 as well. And as we mentioned a time or two before, we will have nonstop live local coverage on the Fox Local app. We started at 4 a.m. We're going to keep going live and local even when the other guys have gone to network. So grab your phone, scan the QR code on your screen. We will download that Fox Local mobile app for your smart TV or your smartphone all the way until midnight, and you'll have more information on fox5dc.com, including as some of those results come in on there.
An exciting time, for sure.
All right, when we come back, quick recap on the races we're following for you tonight.
Stay with us. We're back in a few minutes.
I've been popping, man, I feel just like a rock star. All my brothers got that gas.
Well, we were just inside the studio, but here in the newsroom, so many of the races will be coming through here and so much information coming in from the assignment desk behind us. We'll be your go-to source for all things election. Katie Barlow is going to track the numbers in real time in our brand new Fox 5 Election Center in the pavilion.
And we're going to continue to track those key races like Maryland Senate and the 6th congressional race in Maryland, for Virginia, the Senate race, and of course, the presidential race. We will have a live coverage at least until midnight, so stick with us right here on Fox 5 and on Fox Local. For the very latest information, scan that QR code, download the free Fox Local mobile app to your phone. You can also look for Fox Local on your smart TV.
And of course, so much more information on fox5dc.com. You could see the excitement, you could feel the excitement, maybe you hear the excitement. We are going to continue our coverage right now with Angie and Kenneth.
Right now at 6, the final votes are being cast on Election Day 2024. We have nonstop live coverage across the DMV tracking the key races that impact you.
We, the people, have the power to shape our future.
We've been waiting for 4 years for this.
Plus, it's not just candidates on the ballot. In D.C., Maryland, and Virginia, there are big ballot questions that voters have to answer. And a man arrested on Capitol Hill with a torch and a flare gun. What we know this hour about the suspect's alleged motives. Your news at 6 starts now.
Off the top at 6 on this election day, 1 hour away from the first polls closing here in the DMV.
And our Fox 5 teams are standing by across the area, ready to bring you the very latest on the races in this historic election season, including the race for president.
Right now, supporters of Vice President Kamala Harris are gathering for a huge watch party on the campus of her alma mater, Howard University. Fox 5's Nana Senyo Bonsu is live at HU. What's it looking like there, Nana?
Hey, Kenneth, good evening. So preps are still taking place. The stage is almost set. If you were watching at 5 o'clock, there wasn't any lights, but now you can see there are lights on the stage. And you can hear there's a group of students, not too sure what the organization is, but they are on stage right now. It sounds like possibly doing some kind of mic check. About 20 minutes ago, we did see a group of dancers as well practicing their routine. Obviously, all this in preps for tonight's event. So right now, I can confirm with you that campaign officials say the gates and doors here will open sometime a little after 6. So very shortly, the gates will open to this yard where supporters will come in. But we're not expecting the vice president till a little later. Now, we do have another camera here that I would love for us to take a look at, just so you can get a better view of this university yard, the historic yard here at Howard University. Now, on a normal day, this place is where students will gather to have lunch, to study, even be here for the historic homecoming yard fest. But it's definitely turned into Vice President Kamala Harris's events for tonight. Now, we're told the area can hold up to 10,000 people, but right now we don't know how many supporters that we will be expecting. Now, let's talk about the students here, because obviously the vice president chose this location for a reason. One, it's a full circle moment, but for the students and for the future, we had a chance to speak with some of them on campus who are also first-time voters. A number of them tell me that they're glad they can be here to cast their ballot, especially in this election where their very own bison, Kamala Harris, is the Democratic nominee for president. Take a listen.
People are excited, they're fired up, and they're really ready to see what our nation is capable of and what our nation can do.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling super enthusiastic, hopeful, and I just can't wait to see what happens.
Honestly, I feel really good about this election. I feel really good in the sense that it's a black woman also on the ticket to be president. Like, obviously, I was only 3 years old when Barack Obama was elected, so I didn't really have that firsthand view of seeing a black man coming into office.
Now you guys are looking at, let's actually take a listen into it. Sounds like it's a flyer, and it sounds like it's Lift Every Voice and See, the group practicing and preparing. So as you can see, this is definitely a huge moment. Students only found out about this, maybe a week ago when the Harrison Waltz campaign confirmed that this was the place where they wanted to be on election night. I hear ever since that official announcement was made on Thursday, it was an all hands on deck kind of thing, trying to plan this out, figure out where are we going to have students. So this won't be a place for all students. Again, we know that thousands of people will be here, but it's not just for students. There will be supporters. We're also told about 2,000 students will be having their own watch party at the Byrd Gymnasium. That's only about a block or two away from here. So a lot going on. You can see there's preps taking place. We'll be here for you all night with those updates. But again, we don't have a time on when the Vice President will arrive. I can only tell you we're told the doors will lock at 9 o'clock. Guys?
Nana Singh for us this evening from Howard University. Thank you. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump getting ready for his big night. We take a live look now from his election headquarters. This is in West Palm Beach, Florida. The former president sticking close to his home near Mar-a-Lago. Today, he and his wife Melania cast their ballots.
If I lose an election, if it's a fair election, I'd be the first one to acknowledge it. And I think so far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved,
Well, the former president is scheduled to spend most of election night hosting several dinners at his club with his family, close friends, and also donors. The former president is set to make an appearance later in the evening. And early voting numbers, they are in tonight. While many people went to the polls today, millions took advantage of the mail-in and early voting here in the DMV. The Maryland State Board of Elections saying that more than 1.3 million voters cast their ballots. And in Virginia, early voting was open for more than a month and nearly 2.3 million people voted there. That is down, though, about 500,000 people compared to 2020. And in the district, close to 214,000 people made their choice before Election Day.
That brings us to our Fox 5 Live InstaPoll on this election day. We want to know, how did you cast your ballot in this election? So far, 35% say today on Election Day. 49% got it done early, 16% mail-in. You can vote by scanning that QR code on your screen or by going to fox5dc.com. And tonight we have extensive coverage of the local races impacting you. Polls in Virginia now set to close in just under an hour. In the race for Senate, Republican Hung Cao looking to unseat Democrat incumbent Tim Kaine.
And tonight, Kenneth, as you know, we are live at both campaigns' election night headquarters. We want to begin, though, with Sharon Raget, who's made her way down to Richmond with Senator Tim Kaine tonight. Sharon.
Yeah, Angie, Kenneth, a lot of excitement here in Richmond. We're at the historic Jackson Ward Hippodrome Theater. The doors finally opened up. People are coming in. They're expecting several hundred people, many elected officials, supporters. Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan is here. She is speaking, followed by Senator Mark Warner and others who will be here to support Senator Tim Kaine. He is seeking a third term in office. Of course, he was the former governor here in the state, lieutenant governor. He's been here for about 30 years. He is a household name in Virginia. Also, he was on the ticket, the vice presidential ticket, alongside Hillary Clinton back in 2016. I want to talk about his campaign. He has been focused on three main issues, starting with the economy. That's his lead issue. He's been talking about inflation, tightening up a tight labor market, health care and healthcare costs.
Both Kamala and Chuck Schumer have said, let's try to do something on housing affordability right away. And I think the reason they suggested that is certainly it's important, but I think also they believe they might be able to get some significant bipartisan support. Housing costs, housing supply are a huge issue anywhere, and I think we could get bipartisan support for it.
We got cut off there, but I had asked Senator Kaine earlier today if Democrats somehow keep the Senate, what legislative priorities he would have. One of those was the housing market, also child care, reproductive rights he's been ahead of. Again, polls close here at 7 o'clock. He is leading in the polls right now. And Senator Kaine tells me, though, he will not take that stage until Virginia is called for the presidential race. So we will see how quickly those numbers come in. We'll watch them closely, guys.
All right. We will be in touch, Sharon. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, Senator Kaine's Republican challenger, Hung Cao, also putting up a fight. We want to get out live now to Fox 5's Tisha Lewis. She joins us from Chantilly. Tisha, good evening.
Well, good evening to you. We are here at the election night watch party, and it's going to open its doors to the public in about an hour. So folks are still getting ready. We're going to talk about the endorsement of former President Donald Trump to Hung Kai in just a few moments. But first, we had a chance to speak with some voters today, and by all accounts, anxiety is high, even for the folks that are here planning to attend the watch party. Meanwhile, Republican Senate candidate Hung Kai started his morning off taking his mother to vote. Here's some snapshots of that with her at the assisted living facility Ashby Ponds in Ashburn. Kai calling this the, quote, American dream come full circle. His team here telling us he's spent the day visiting polling stations. We're also told Cal voted early last Wednesday in Leesburg. The Cal campaign also says the retired U.S. Navy captain who served 25 years in the military has been, quote, barnstorming the state for the last 4 days, visiting 12 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. He's pushing to unseat Tim Kaine, two-time Democratic senator and former running mate of Hillary Clinton. Cal's team says he shares the same principles as former President Donald Trump, those principles surrounding illegal immigration, border security, and more. Take a listen.
How meaningful is that? How impactful is that? Is that enough to sway voters who are on the fence or maybe even undecided at this juncture?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, so obviously President Trump has been on the ballot before in the entire state of Virginia. Hung Kai has not. This is his first time on the ballot in all 11 congressional districts. So I think in terms of getting his name ID out there, that was really helpful. I think that, you know, both of them are running on strong platforms of border security. Both of them are running on strong platforms of economic reform, fighting inflation, making people's lives better. And so I think that President Trump's endorsement has conveyed to the voters that Hung Kai believes in those same principles.
Cal's team says the most recent polling data shows the gap between Kai and Kaine narrowing. Meanwhile, coming up at 7, we're going to hear from Hung Kai coming up next.
Tisha, thank you. A Fox 5 News alert tonight. A security scare at the U.S. Capitol. Police arrested a man they say smelled like gas and was carrying a torch and flare gun at the visitor center. We're told the suspect was flagged during a screening process. Police say the man also had other items in his backpack, including papers he was trying to deliver to members of Congress. Right now, investigators are still trying to figure out his intentions. We mentioned we are less than an hour away from the first polls closing in the DMV. That's Virginia. The polls close at 7 p.m. That's in about 50 minutes. In D.C. and Maryland, voters have until 8 p.m. As long as you are in line before those times, again, I repeat, you can be in line and you will still be able to vote, but you got to get in line before those polls close. Fox 5 has you covered with non-stop live local coverage until midnight. Grab your phone and scan that QR code on your screen to get our Fox Local app. You can also find more information on fox5dc.com. We're just getting started on this historic election night. Coming up, we're checking in with the tight race in Maryland's 6th congressional district.
Plus, that all-important Senate race in the Free State. We have teams at both the Hogan and also Brooks campaign watch parties. Stick around for all the latest election 2024 coverage right here on Fox 5. We continue our 2024 election coverage tonight in Maryland, and the fight for the 6th congressional district seat is a tight race between Republican Neil Parrott and Democrat April McClain Delaney.
David Kaplan is at the Parrott Watch Party. David, you caught up with the GOP candidate today. What did he have to say?
Yeah, I talked to him outside a polling place in Frederick. He called it the swingiest part of this absolutely mammoth congressional district that goes from the northern edges of Montgomery County, includes parts of Montgomery County, all the way to the western panhandle of Maryland. So it is a big district. He represented part of it as a state delegate. Now this is his third attempt to be the representative to the U.S. House from Maryland's 6th. He lost to David Trone in 2020 and 2022, but he did improve in his 2022 performance. Trone is not running anymore. April McClain Delaney is the Democrat who has won her primary and is running as the Democrat here instead. So will the combination of a new opponent and some familiarity with voters on this third go-round make a difference? He thinks so.
It is very different. Before he was the incumbent, he also spent $13 million, and that's not happening this time. So it's much more even on the numbers. You know, she's still outspending me, but not anywhere close to what David Trone did.
Headed inside soon. Polls close in Maryland at 8. We'll stay ahead of this race all night. Back to you.
David, thank you. No doubt this is a competitive race and a competitive district. Our Sierra Fox is monitoring the McClain-Delaney Watch Party from Gaithersburg tonight. Sierra.
Good evening, Kenneth. Right now, we're outside a brewery in Gaithersburg, Maryland, where April McClain Delaney is hoping to celebrate a victory with her supporters. Sorry, you're hearing a loud train going by right now. Hopefully, you guys can still hear me. This race is being closely watched because it could influence the balance of power in the United States House of Representatives. Both parties, Democrats and Republicans, are viewing this as a super competitive seat. Now, let's talk more in depth about how this race will have an impact on congressional control. First, the district was redrawn back in 2022 to include more conservative-leaning areas while reducing the Democratic stronghold in Montgomery County. That's what's making this a close race compared to previous years. The 6th district includes parts of upper Montgomery County, as well as Frederick, Allegheny, Garrett, and Washington counties. Second, both candidates, Democrat April McClain Delaney and Republican Neil Parrott, have sharply different positions on key issues such as health care, reproductive rights, and government regulations, serving as a microcosm for larger debates that affect the entire country. This Maryland 6th congressional race not only reflects local political dynamics, but also holds potential national significance. And that's exactly why this race is gaining steam across America. It's expected to be super close. Polls close here in Maryland at 8 p.m. So if you haven't yet, you still have time to go cast your vote.
You can even get there by train. All right, Sierra, thank you. Let's ask that train operator if they voted here, because we had some beautiful Election Day weather here, and we know that typically has an impact on turnout because if it's not raining, snowing, you know, hail, sleet on you.
Definitely could not use that as an excuse today for a reason not to get out to vote. And listen, if you are a huge fan of the warm weather, Kenneth, and you might like what we've got in store for us coming up this week, too.
Yeah, you're loving summer in November, right?
Yeah.
Just keep it going. We had summer in October. I know. It's crazy, guys. Such a warm day. I can't remember an election day that was this comfortable, this beautiful. Temperatures were obviously well above normal into the 70s. And tomorrow will be even warmer. Record highs look likely with readings in the 80s. So live look outside. It's dark. Are we used to it yet? Probably not. A lot of changes lately at the White House, Fairfax, and a beautiful live look at the Capitol. Look at that moon, that perfect crescent moon, by the way. That is just a stunning shot on a very clear night here in D.C., but it is a busy one, and that is quite the understatement. Record warmth is likely tomorrow. We are also talking about a record dry streak, 35 days in a row without measurable rainfall in D.C. We will likely hit both of those records tomorrow. So big day in the weather world, too. 78 degrees was our high today. That in itself, 16 degrees above normal. November 5th last year, it was 73 degrees. So we typically do still get some very mild days into the first half of November. 80s is a little much, but 70s, yes. Temperatures right now are still very mild for the last hour or so that the polls are open in the area. 72 in D.C., 67 in Quantico, 73 at Dulles, and 72 in Frederick, 68 in Baltimore, and 66 in Annapolis. Satellite and radar showing quiet conditions here. There is a cold front which has been bringing rain all day to Chicago, St. Louis, now moving towards Indianapolis, Cincinnati, down through Memphis, western Kentucky, Tennessee, and then parts of Mississippi. So if it were to affect voter turnout, the weather that is, it would be along the mid-Mississippi Valley where you see some of the heavy rain and thunderstorms. Not the severe weather of yesterday, but still could play a part. We hope it didn't. For tonight, very mild as we fall back to only 63 degrees under mostly clear skies. For tomorrow, the highest of the heat, November heat, is forecast in the afternoon where temperatures get well into the 80s. The record high for the day is 80, set back in 2015, and we are forecasting 82. So that would easily break the record and that dry streak as well. By Thursday, ironically enough, we're forecasting some showers, and this is just a cold front. Its past few cold fronts have ended up coming through quite dry. So we'll see if this actually does end up delivering. A sprinkle or two late tomorrow evening. I'm not sure I buy that. But then as we get into Thursday morning, you'll see that front starts to spread a little bit of green overhead across northern Virginia, parts of northern Maryland, and then getting into the district itself around noon. I mean, that would give us some measurable rainfall at the airport, at least a little bit, if that does verify. So showers are in the forecast for Thursday. We're also monitoring Tropical Storm Raphael, which actually could bring us a chance for some decent rain Sunday into Monday once those remnants move northward. But in the meantime, it's a tropical storm with winds to 70 miles an hour, expected to become a hurricane overnight past western Hispaniola, reemerge in the Gulf, weaken to a tropical storm, but make landfall somewhere along coastal Louisiana as a tropical storm late weekend. And then that remnant rain could be over us late Sunday through Monday. So that would be Veterans Day, our next holiday on the 7-day. Could have some wet weather around. It does look like after a cooler weekend, temperatures back into the 60s, we warm right back up later next week. Angie and Kenneth, back over to you.
Caitlin Roth, thank you. We do have some non-election news to get to you, so we'll be checking your top stories across the country in a little bit.
That's right. We'll be right back. Keep it here on Fox 5. Welcome back. Some of the other top stories we are following right now. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu fired his defense minister, Yoav Gallant. Netanyahu and Gallant have repeatedly been at odds throughout Israel's war against Hamas. A previous attempt by Netanyahu to fire Gallant last March sparked widespread street protest against the prime minister. Netanyahu says that he will appoint Foreign Minister Israel Katz to replace Gallant.
Strike over for Boeing workers. The machinists reached an agreement with the plane maker after more than 7 weeks of negotiations. The deal includes bonuses and a 38% raise. The Anderson Economic Group estimates the losses from the strike are close to $10 billion. Workers could be back on the job as early as tomorrow, but restarting plane production could take months.
Meta plans to keep up its ban on new political advertisements through Election Day. The tech company will continue to restrict new political ads on its sites, such as Facebook and Instagram passed today. Meta says political ads shown on the sites before October 29th will remain up. The extension comes as tech companies work to battle misinformation claims during election season. Now, Meta has yet to announce, though, an end date for this restriction. Still to come, some history made in the DMV tonight, but it's not election related.
Okay, can't wait for that. We've got the details straight ahead.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that like Stockton. Just joshing.
History in the making outside of the ballot box tonight. For the first time, a cloned U.S. endangered species produced babies, offspring. Antonia, a black-footed ferret, successfully gave birth to 2 healthy kids back in July. Antonia lives at the National Zoo's Virginia campus. Research partners cloned Antonia using tissue samples they collected back in 1988. She and her offspring will remain at the zoo for further research, with no plans to release them into the wild.
And just think, many voters think this country is not headed in the right direction. This is proof that we are, right?
Right? I mean,
Yeah.
if you're talking along the lines of innovation, but cloning's a whole nother topic. You know, maybe keep it to the ferrets.
But just imagine what they'll be able to do in the future.
Perhaps.
All
Two
right.
Kenneths. I don't know if I can deal with that.
You would love it. Hey, we've got a lot more coverage here, so stick with us. We've got more coming up. And we begin this half hour with the high-stakes Senate race in Maryland. Former Governor Larry Hogan facing off against Prince George's County Executive Angela Brooks.
Also, we have teams at the watch parties for both candidates tonight, but we begin with Fox 5's Homa Bash, who is in College Park, as the Brooks campaign awaits the results of the race. Homa?
Hey guys, good evening to you. We're at the hotel at the University of Maryland here in College Park, and this will be a history-making election if Angela Brooks takes that win. And not only that, there are eyes from all over the country on this highly watched Senate race because it could tip the balance of power in the Senate. Now, Angela Brooks would be the first black senator from the state of Maryland and the fourth black female senator ever. She is no stranger to making history, the first woman to serve as Prince George's County Executive in office since 2018, and the first woman to be the state's attorney here back in 2010. She says she is running for the Senate to create jobs, bring down the cost of living, and keep Democrats in power. The Prince George's County native has had the backing of powerful politicians from all around the country during this race, including Maryland Governor Wes Moore, Senators Chris Van Hollen and Ben Cardin, and Vice President Kamala Harris. One last poll from the University of Maryland and YouGov had her with a 23-point lead. And after a packed calendar of campaign events and rallies in the days leading up, Brooks cast her vote alongside her daughter Alex at Wise High School in Upper Marlboro this morning.
It's my daughter's first time voting, and you know, and in our country in 2024, my daughter had a chance to vote for her mother and Kamala Harris this year for her first vote.
And there are a lot of media here right now. No supporters just yet. The doors open for this watch party at 8 o'clock. When the polls here in Maryland close, you can hear them doing audio checks, and we're expecting a large crowd, a lot of Democratic heavy hitters in attendance, including Governor Wes Moore as well. We'll bring you the latest results as soon as we get them, guys.
All right, Homa Bash for us tonight. Thank you. Meanwhile, former Governor Larry Hogan's campaign feeling really confident despite what the polls say.
Fox 5's Bob Barnard is with the Hogan campaign tonight, live in Annapolis for us. Bob.
Kenneth and Angie, we're at the Graduate Hotel here in Annapolis. Inside the ballroom here, this watch party begins an hour from now at 7:30, and there's the stage set up. They've got Fox News on right now. Interesting tidbit here. The Wi-Fi password for this room is underdog. That's how this campaign considers itself. The former Republican governor voted this morning with his wife, Yumi. This was at Davidsonville Elementary School at 8 o'clock this morning. Governor Hogan told his supporters that were there and others, including the media, that he considers this a toss-up, despite the polls, which show him trailing Angela Brooks by double digits, and also that this is the bluest state in the U.S., according to the campaign. But Governor Hogan, as a Republican, ran and was an upset victor in 2014 for governor. He's hoping to do that again. The campaign says Larry Hogan himself has donated $500,000 of his own money to this campaign. That's how confident he is heading into tonight.
We've been working hard, so is the team behind me. We have great thousands of volunteers across the state. It's been really great momentum over the past couple of weeks. We really feel like we're surging, and I feel like we're going to pull off the biggest upset in America tonight. And my closing message is, look, I'm just going to be the same kind of strong, independent leader that I've always been, that I'm not running to support one party, but I'm running because I'm fed up with the mess in Washington, and I think we need more leaders that are willing to stand up to the extremes of both sides and to work together in a bipartisan, common-sense way to get things done.
Governor Hogan and his campaign staff say, look, win or lose, they gave it their all. They say that with volunteers helping, they made 1 million one-on-one contacts with Maryland voters during the course of their 9-month campaign. And we'll see how it ends up. It could be an early night, maybe not. Depends on how things go. Guys, we'll be here with the results all night long.
And we will check in with you later, Bob. All right, thank you. It's not just candidates on the ballot this year. We're breaking down the big ballot questions voters are answering right after this Fox 5 breakthrough.
Well, tonight, it's not just the candidates that are on those ballots. Several issues are in front of voters across the DMV.
Our Tom Fitzgerald at the big board tonight, digging into the ballot questions that could change everything from elections to abortion rights. Fitz.
Yeah, a lot on the line in these questions. Let's start in Maryland. This is a question 1. This is the big abortion question that is up for voters tonight. Essentially, what this question is asking is, should reproductive rights be enshrined into the Maryland Constitution? Now, this is a direct result of Roe v. Wade being overturned, and if this were to happen, the theory is that by enshrining reproductive rights into the Maryland Constitution, that would forestall any future action by the United States Supreme Court if they were to further legislate and rule on abortion rights. A yes vote would approve the ballot question. A no vote obviously would reject it. Montgomery County has another interesting ballot question this year, and this one involves term limits. Now, right now, the Montgomery County executive, who is the highest ranking executive in Montgomery County, is limited to 3 terms. Now, what this ballot question would do is change that to 2 back-to-back terms. Now, why that's important right now, Montgomery County Democratic Executive Mark Elrich, as in his 2nd term, he's been talking about running for a 3rd term. However, if this gets approved tonight, Mark Elrich would have to leave office after the end of his 2nd term. This would prevent him, if it's passed, from running once again. Let's hover over to D.C. right now. This is Initiative 83. Now, what Initiative 83 would do is really kind of upend how people vote in the District of Columbia. This would be a charter change to, how they actually go about and they vote in D.C. This would introduce ranked choice voting for the first time into primaries. It would also allow people who were not necessarily affiliated with any political party to then enter into primaries. This would be a big change. A no vote on this initiative would maintain what currently exists right now, which is closed primaries, that Republicans vote in Republican primaries and Democrats vote in Democratic primaries. This is a ballot initiative that the mayor has come out against, several council members, including the council president, has come against. Now remember, even if voters approve this tonight, this still needs to be approved for funding by the council. The council could effectively put this out of business if they don't put any money behind this. So Initiative 83 has been a very controversial ballot question. However, this is ultimately going to wind up before the D.C. Council. If they decide not to fund this initiative, it's not really going to go anywhere, and we're going to continue the way they have these closed-off primaries as they currently exist. We'll keep an eye on this. We'll keep an eye on everything tonight. We'll send it back over to the desk.
Fitz, thank you. We'll check in with you later. And straight ahead, we are giving a check of some of the other local headlines that we're following.
That's right, including the big new trade today. Did you hear about it? For the Washington Commanders. We've got all the details. A potential hate crime being investigated at the McDonald's on U Street in Northwest. Police say that the victim was attacked by the people on your screen while he was just trying to pick up some food. The victim says that the suspects also yelled homophobic slurs at him during that beating.
A man in custody tonight in Prince George's County accused of stabbing his brother to death. Police say 28-year-old Brylan Kelly killed his 23-year-old brother Simi during an argument yesterday evening. It happened in the 8600 block of Riker Street in Landover. Kelly is charged with first and second-degree murder.
A woman facing murder charges accused of killing her mother. Police say 29-year-old Tiffany Zhang called 911 yesterday and confessed to killing 63-year-old Gu Chun-hu on Sunday in Gaithersburg. Investigators found Hu's body in a nearby grassy field near their house. The cause of death is pending an autopsy report.
New tonight, the Hayfield High School football team may be banned from the postseason. Inside Nova reports that the Virginia High School League will soon make a decision after they were allegedly involved in a recruiting scandal. The coach was cleared by the school district over the summer there in Fairfax County, but the High School League had to conduct its own investigation. And the Washington Commanders making a bold move today, hours before the NFL trade deadline. They agreed to a trade with the New Orleans Saints for cornerback Marshawn Lattimore, a four-time Pro Bowler. The Commanders will also send the Saints a third, fourth, and sixth-round pick in exchange for Lattimore, in addition to a fifth-round pick.
Well, still to come, first-time voters are set to have a major impact on this election.
How they're feeling about voting in this historic race when we return, but here's Mike with that forecast.
Kenneth, it's the day after Election Day, which could be historic in the weather world. That is because we could set record high temperatures tomorrow. How high could we go, and could we finally see some rain here in Washington, D.C.? We'll break it all down coming up when Fox 5 News returns.
Tonight, tensions and security measures heighten across the district as we await the outcome of the presidential election.
We want to get live out now to Lily Zhang at the U.S. Capitol. And Lily, some D.C. voters, they really appear to be on edge.
Yeah, guys, we've chatted with a few folks today, and that appears to be the general consensus out here. I can tell you that in terms of security, we are seeing some added measures out here. Here's an example of one right now. We are at the U.S. Capitol. You can see that there is fencing just throughout the Capitol grounds here. Now, keep in mind, we've been hearing this week that D.C. officials, they are prepared to respond tonight if need be, even post-election day if need be. In fact, today, though, there was a security scare at the Capitol when someone came came in, we're told that they came in through the visitor center, which you're seeing right now. They reportedly smelled of fuel, and they were equipped, we're told, with a flare gun. That person has been arrested. Now, while it's unclear whether that incident had anything to do with the election, voters we spoke with say, as a whole, there is some anxiety and uncertainty today.
I'm very anxious, actually. That's why I'm running, because I'm so anxious. It's just like I have a sense of optimism, but there's always like there's been a constant dread in my mind.
I think whatever happens is half the country is going to be happy and half's going to be sad, and we're still going to have to find a way to live together in the coming months and years. So I think whatever happens tonight, we just kind of try to come together and, you know, just try to be neighbors.
In D.C. and Maryland, polls close at 8 o'clock. In Virginia, they do close at 7 o'clock. Now, keep in mind, if you are in line by the time polls close, you can still vote. Guys?
Lily, important information, and thank you. And we are seeing a record number of first-time voters, millions of new voters this election season, casting ballots in this crucial race for president and down-ballot contest. Many say they are excited to participate in the democratic process and have their voices heard. People told Fox it was important to head to the polls to vote on issues that matter to them and their communities.
Now, I've exercised my vote. I've exercised my right. If what I voted for happens, that's good. And if it doesn't happen, there's no reason to get angry.
Campaigns this year are targeting younger and first-time voters at a higher rate than years past.
All right. How about that weather, huh? A live look outside. City of Fairfax in Virginia. All is dry, all is calm. From our Fox 5 sky cam, seems to be the name of the game the last couple days.
Yeah, Mike Thomas, we don't want any weather problems when we're trying to get out to the polls there. And we will see you in just 10 seconds to tell us about that forecast tonight and for the rest of the week.
Well, this warm pattern that we've just been stuck in for weeks and weeks now. A, it's not ending soon. B, another warm one today for Voters' Day, Election Day today. 78 degrees, 16 degrees above average. What a warm start to this month. Even last year, pretty warm, but not as warm as today. We were 73 on this day 1 year ago. Eye on the prize, right? There is the White House, where we'll find out, maybe not, but we'll be here for you all night on Fox 5 to see if we can't figure out who's going to be in that house come next year. 72 degrees out there right now. So if you are heading out to the polls for a kind of last moment hop in that line, should be good weather for you tonight. Winds out of the south 9 miles per hour. Dew points approaching 60, which is pretty rare by November standards. Not something we do too often here. Unusually warm pattern continues across the entire eastern half of the country. 70 right now, Manassas, 70 for Culpeper, 68 Fredericksburg, 72 up in Hagerstown, 71 for Cumberland, Westminster at 70, Winchester sitting at 64 degrees. There's satellite and radar, and we fixed in a couple clouds here and there this afternoon, even some sprinkles southwestern portions of Virginia. Those will not make it here to D.C. tonight. We have our eyes on a cold front out to the west, and we've done this several times already over the last month where, hey, the cold front's right there. We just need it to sweep east, bring a little bit of shower activity, but a lot of times that shower activity has kind of fizzled before it's made it to us here in Washington. Tomorrow's setup is going to be a record breaker here in Washington. We expect it to be high pressure Bermuda high, similar to what we see in the summertime, just steering up so much warm, humid air from the south. Likely going to see 80s, yes, 80s here in Washington tomorrow. Maybe as warm as 82, 83 degrees in the afternoon, all dependent on exactly how much sunshine we get during the first half of the day before a few more clouds roll in the second half of the day and kind of limit the second half of the day daytime heating for us. But we are calling for 82. It'll be a record breaker if we get it. Standing record's just 80 degrees. Thursday's still pretty warm as well, 76. But with that cold front on approach, particularly on Thursday morning, there could be some showers around here in D.C., which would end a streak. Look, there's been 34 days since our last rainfall. That ties right now the longest streak in D.C. history, which was back in September and October of 2007. So if we don't get any measurable rain tomorrow, and at this time we're not expecting expecting any, we will likely be setting a new record here in D.C. You see Futurecaster tonight, no issues. Getting into your Wednesday, no real issues as well. There's that cold front, and Futurecast might be a little aggressive trying to get the showers into the D.C. area. It might take a little later than that to get to the mountains, but notice as they fizzle, or how they fizzle before they get to us here in Washington. That's Thursday morning when we think there could be some around, but it's light stuff, it's hit and miss, and it doesn't last all day. So if you do have Thursday plans, that's not going to ruin them, I promise you that. We do have a tropical storm, Raphael, that's down in the Caribbean, likely going to become a hurricane maybe later on this evening. Expected to make its way up, kind of graze Cuba as a hurricane there, and then we'll keep a close eye on it in the Gulf. Now, look, it's not peak hurricane season, so we're not thinking this is going to get major hurricane status. In fact, they expect it to weaken a little bit, as it likely will make landfall by the weekend as it gets towards perhaps Louisiana. That's a wide, what we call cone of uncertainty, so it could make landfall anywhere between Texas and even the Florida Panhandle. So we'll be watching that rather closely. We could get some remnants Sunday into Veterans Day on Monday, but not entirely sure on the exact track. We'll keep an eye on it. One thing we're sure of, the very warm pattern expected to continue through at least the first half of the month of November. Guys?
Mike Thomas, thank you. Hey, did you hear? It is Election Day. Polls closing in just, what, like 9 minutes or so in Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, 8 p.m. There is still time for you to get in line. I don't know, in Virginia, unless you've got us on the Fox Local app and you're like jumping in line right now. But if you're in line, you can still vote if you make it by those times. Right now, let's check on the race for the White House and the fight to 270 to secure that presidency.
Yeah, there's many ways that path to 270 can go, and so we want to bring in our experts, Democratic strategist, our friend Kevin Walling joining us, and also our other friend, GOP strategist Nicole Bennett. Both sides represented here. Nicole, I want to start with you. So pretty much campaigns, the ground game has come to a halt. The campaigns are wrapping up. What's the state of the race right now?
It is neck and neck. What we're hearing from everyone on the ground, it can go either way. The push is still happening. I mean, we're finished with the barnstorming part, but making sure people get in line and stay in line, it's where the fight is now.
And Kevin, we've talked about how unprecedented this election season. I mean, we had assassination attempts. We had a change in the Democratic nominee. And so here we are on Election Day. As a Democratic strategist, how are you feeling? What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
I'm feeling optimistic based on the numbers that we're seeing. The fact that this is going to be a very high turnout election. 2020 was our highest turnout election since 1960. About 66% of Americans turned out just 4 years ago. We're on track to beat that record, and I think that's a good thing for Democrats, especially with the numbers that we're seeing coming in from Milwaukee, from Philadelphia, from Detroit, key urban centers that we know we need to turn out in order to be successful.
And when we talk about turnout, right, I mean, this is not our election from yesteryear. And when I say that, I mean early voting. It seems like it really has soared on both sides.
Absolutely. I think this is really an interesting phenomenon. When we think about first-time voters, this will probably be the way that they vote going forward. It's what they will know. For those of us who are a bit longer in the tooth, a little older, you know, going to the poll on Election Day and waiting in line and being electioneered and that kind of thing, they're missing all of that wonderfulness by voting by mail, dropping it in a ballot box.
Yeah, Nicole, when we talk about turnout, you know, Kevin just touched on it, but obviously we see different turnout numbers for a presidential year than midterm years, but we got a presidential year here, and yes, we're talking about the White House, but for those down ballot races, what type of impact will we expect to see in the also Brooks-Hogan race and others?
Listen, the down ballot races benefit during a presidential cycle because of the sheer number of voters. When you look at states like Ohio, it has a major impact on that race between Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno. If the top of the ticket is strong, it can carry a candidate with them on their coattails. Here in Maryland, I think the race between Also Brooks and Larry Hogan is just going to be a duke to the bitter end for that fight. Larry Hogan is a little bit down in the polls, but I would not want to be someone who's chasing him as an underdog.
Yeah, we know for sure, one thing we all can agree on is that it's going to be a long night, right? And if we look back at 2020, I know it took a few days. It wasn't until Saturday until we had a clear winner. So what is your feel for this election? We're hearing things are going to be faster in North Carolina and Georgia as far as the returns are, and legally what they're supposed to release. So,
Angie, it's a really good question. I think, you know, 2020 was that COVID year, right? So we had social distance with counting the votes and things like that. I think it's going to be much more similar to 2016. 2016. The race was called in that early morning hours, we know, with Donald Trump beating Hillary Clinton. Places like Pennsylvania was called at 1:30 in the morning. I think we're much more likely to be on that playing field than something that's much more drawn out.
Okay. So in this last 30 seconds we've got here, Nicole, what's one thing you would tell Kevin here as he prepares for tonight as a Democratic strategist? I want you guys to give each other a little advice getting through the night.
Celsius.
Nicole doesn't drink coffee, so I was going to suggest coffee, but she doesn't. We've already been commiserating about what caffeine we need to keep it going.
I just really want to make sure we all get along here, that's all.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. We're going to all be holding hands by the end of the night, right?
Definitely.
Amen.
Thanks. We're going to be seeing a lot of you, Nicole and Kevin. Thanks so much for sticking around with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll be right back. Stay with us. That's it for 6:30 here. Jim's here to tell us what's coming up here in this election coverage.
Yeah, coming up at 7 o'clock, we're going to go over to Fox Local, so you can download that. We've told you a couple of times. Smartphone, smart TV. We're going to go over there with Tom Fitzgerald, Marina Morocco, Katie Barlow, and myself. We're going to break down some of the latest going on with the election. We're going to go out with our team of reporters throughout the region. So our coverage continues live and local all night long, unlike the other guys.
All right, that's good. Yeah, we're going to be here for you every step of the way here. Jim, does this feel like the Super Bowl? I know we say that, the political Super Bowl.
I think it does. I think every 4 years, this is what it always comes down to. And I think we were in that mold in 2020 where it was up against the backdrop of COVID. And clearly it was a much different election. It was conducted differently. It was campaigned upon differently. It's almost like we're back to normal, if you want to call it that.
I love that.
Yeah, I mean, I saw Jim inside the newsroom. He was doing push-ups and jumping jacks.
You know, got to get ready. Got to get ready. Got to get
You're warming up.
Flexing that muscle. All right, Jim, we'll see you in a bit.
Thanks for joining.
And welcome into You Decide coverage here on Fox Local. Welcome in. It is 7 o'clock. The polls have closed in Virginia. We are still about an hour away before the polls close in Maryland and D.C., and we are live for you for at least the next 5 hours across all of our platforms. Welcome in Jim Loke alongside Katie Barlow, Marina Morocco, and Tom Fitzgerald. And normally at this time of the night, we're talking about much more lighthearted fare, but here we are tonight on the presidential election and many other races, too, we got to talk about tonight.
Without question, Virginia, Maryland, the balance of power hanging in a lot of these races, including in the Virginia 7. So, again, it is going to be a big night, but to your point, you said 5 hours?
Yeah. Who's counting?
Maybe try 5 days. I'm just saying.
So she's pessimistic about that.
Well,
Fitz?
I was told this was a half-hour show. I can imagine my surprise in this moment right now.
Yeah.
Well, I studied for like many hours thinking we were going to go well past midnight. I'm doing my my law school studying, so you know. We're ready to go. Maybe past midnight tonight. We'll see how slow Pennsylvania goes.
Well, of course, it always comes down to Pennsylvania, as it seems. We have a live contingent of our reporters out throughout the region right now. There's a live look at Annapolis for you at this hour. Of course, Annapolis, the home of many governors through the years. Larry Hogan once calling Annapolis home in the State House, but he is there in Annapolis tonight as he awaits word on his race for the U.S. Senate, where he's running against Angela Alsobrooks. So we're showing you all of these pictures right now. But we want to go over to Shirin Rajeh. She is live at Tim Kaine headquarters in Richmond tonight. Shirin, we're going to start with you on this. Clearly, the polls have just closed right now. We're waiting to see some numbers come in very early. Give us a sense of what you're seeing there.
Yeah, Jim, the party is getting started here at the Hippodrome Theater in Richmond. Tons of people have moved in here just in the last few minutes. A lot of media set up here. Yes, as you mentioned, the polls have just closed. One of the first in the country here in Virginia. And if you remember, back in 2020, President Biden was called for Virginia at 7:35. So this could move along pretty quickly. I spoke to Senator Kaine. I spoke to his campaign. They said that he will not be taking the stage or speaking until the presidential race is called for Virginia. That could come any moment. So we are keeping a close eye on those numbers and those returns. But earlier today, Senator Kaine was around the area here, especially in the Richmond area where he lives, going to polling locations, thanking his supporters. He is, of course, running for a third term in the Senate. Long-time person who has been in politics here, of course, former governor, former lieutenant governor. He's ahead in the polls by a significant margin, about 11% against his Republican challenger, Hung Howe. He's maintained that lead from the beginning of this race. This is truly his race to lose. Obviously, his decades of experience is at play here. Former mayor of Richmond, again, former Virginia governor from 2006 to 2010, former lieutenant governor, the economy, health care, and reproductive rights, the three main issues he's campaigning on. I asked the senator earlier today what his message is to Virginians about disinformation and election interference that we may be seeing in the coming days. Take a listen.
The first thing I would say to Virginians is we have a really good track record of being able to run an election fairly and then accurately count every vote. So if you're voting, or if you've already voted, or you're going to vote this afternoon, I think you can feel confident your vote will be counted and we'll have an accurate tally relatively soon. But I would just give everybody a sense of wariness about information that you might see in the days to come.
I think there's a lot of concern that this is day number one, actually, where we'll see how long it takes for some of these results to come in. Again, regardless of the results of this race, Senator Kaine will not speak until the presidential race is called in Virginia. I was talking to some voters earlier today. They tell me one of the biggest issues that is driving them to the polls here in Virginia is reproductive rights, one of the issues that Senator Kaine is running on this term. Certainly for young voters, they have seen a spike in young women voters in some of the counties in Virginia, one of the driving forces of this campaign. So we are waiting to see what these results show, again, as polls have closed just 4 minutes ago, guys.
And by the way, we saw last time around in 2022, some of those results come in much quickly in Virginia because of that early poll closing time.
We'll see how close it is.
Yeah.
From Richmond to Chantilly, Tisha Lewis for us from the Hung Howe watch party tonight. Hey, Tisha.
Hi there, Marina and Jim. So the polls are closed and the watch party here is open in Chantilly. We just spoke moments ago to Republican Senate candidate Hung Howe, and he shares his message for folks who voted for him and also folks who did not vote for him. We're going to hear from that hear that message in just a few moments. But we also spoke with some of the voters that were out here tonight, and they say anxiety is high for so many of them, even for folks who came here to Hung Kao's Election Day headquarters tonight. But take a listen.
If you win, what's next? If you don't win, will you concede tonight?
Absolutely. I mean, I will. If I don't win, I mean, that's. I did it 2 years ago when I lost in the congressional race, the 10th congressional district. I called up Jennifer Wexton right away and congratulated her. And if I lose tonight, then I would do the same thing to Tim Kaine. If I win, then we will win with dignity also, and walk in there and make the changes that the people want.
Republican Senate candidate Hung Kao is telling us that he wouldn't change anything about his campaign, blasting his opponent for being a career-long politician who has been soft on border security, illegal immigration, and much more. Kao, meanwhile, starting his election day off by taking his mother to vote this morning. You can see the snapshots. He posted them on social media. Kao calling this the, quote, American dream come full circle. His team here telling us he's spent the day visiting polling stations, obviously encouraging folks to vote. The Kao campaign also says the retired U.S. Navy captain who served 25 years in the military has been barnstorming the state for the last 4 days, visiting 12 cities and towns across the Commonwealth. Kao echoing that sentiment in our interview with him. We'll see if it was all enough. Meanwhile, he's pushing, of course, to unseat Tim Kaine, the two-time Democratic senator and former running mate of Hillary Clinton. Both candidates have debated just once. Kao, meanwhile, his team says that he shares the same principles as former President Donald Trump. He feels that the endorsement was helpful and meaningful. Moments ago, again, we did get a chance to speak with Hung Kao, and I asked him, what does this race come down to? He tells us that this race comes down to money. He says that Tim Kaine outspent him by millions, and he says that it comes down to money, but ultimately saying that if he does lose, telling us that he will concede tonight. Again, folks are starting to fill the watch party here in Chantilly. We'll bring you more updates throughout the evening.
All right, Tisha, thank you very much. So here's an interesting thing, Fitz. We mentioned Hung Kao. He ran in that Virginia 10th 2 years ago, was defeated by Jennifer Wexton. He decided very quickly to run for the Senate race. In fact, I think you were one of the ones who broke that early on when he was considering it. I'm curious, do you think, as a statewide candidate, he's not well known statewide, would he have had a chance in an open seat in Virginia 10?
Probably a better chance than he has against Tim Kaine tonight, because I was in Milwaukee at the Republican National Convention, and we spoke to Hung Kao about this. Why did you decide to mount a statewide campaign as opposed to going back to the district where you lost to an incumbent Democrat, but yet that incumbent Democrat, Jennifer Wexton, for very serious health reasons, decided she was not going to run again. He said that he believed that it was a chance for him to step up, that he had a message that was broader than just the 10th district, and that he could, connect with voters, across the Commonwealth, especially because, a lot of the things he brought, he thought played well in southwestern Virginia, places like Roanoke, places down, that are not out of the Northern Virginia area. Ultimately, they made that decision. Mike Clancy is now the Republican nominee. But, listen, on the other hand, wasn't a sure bet that Tim Kaine was going to be in this race at one point either. We waited a long time to find out whether or not Tim Kaine was going to run again. Ultimately, he did, but he took his own sweet time figuring that out.
Sweet old time. So, look, we have a lot going on here in the district as it pertains to the presidential race tonight. Nana St. Bonsu is live on the campus of Howard University. This is where the vice president, her alma mater, is going to be spending tonight. Nana, over the last couple of days, there was a lot of speculation as to where she was going to have this event. It is clearly right there in front of you, and, man, it is filling in there.
Yes, it is definitely filling in here. We've been here since about 3, 4 o'clock. At first, it was just the press and an empty stage, but I can say the stage is set and this crowd is filling in. Just different people. We're seeing students. We're seeing members of the community. We're seeing members of the Divine Nine and, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris' sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, all here for this event and for this moment that people are describing as historic. We actually have another camera in the crowd that I would like for us to toss to, just so you can get another angle of just this area. This is the Howard Yard, an iconic yard where so many events take place. On a normal day, students are here hanging out, having a study group, but then it also turns into a place where the Howard Homecoming Yard Fest takes place. We've also had a number of dignitaries on this yard. So this kind of magnitude or a person or a politician of this scale isn't new to Howard University. This moment just means so much more because obviously Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her alma mater. School leaders saying the daughter of Howard is coming back home. Now let's talk a little bit about logistics here. So we're told this yard can hold up to 10,000 people. Right now we don't have a head count, but we're just told it's thousands of people. Again, mixed with students, but students are actually, we know 2,000 students are in the Burr Gymnasium, which is just about 2 blocks away from here. They are also having their own watch party not too far away. Now, we did get a chance to speak with Police Chief Pamela Smith earlier. She's actually here on the Howard University campus. She said she's obviously here to make sure everything is under control, not just here, but across her city. But, you know, she also is a daughter of an HBCU, so she said it was important for her to be here. I asked her if there are any active threats in the community right now. I hear a cheer. Let me just turn my head really quickly to see who walked in. We've seen a lot of people come. No huge names yet, but we are expecting some names. All right, let's go back to Chief Smith. So she said it's important for her to be here to make sure things are good and safe here, but obviously across our city. I also asked her if there are any known threats. She said no. Take a listen to just the preparation that went into tonight.
For me is to ask people to be patient, right? We don't know whether or not tonight there's going to be a declared victor with regards to the election, but we are prepared. We have been preparing with respect to making sure that we deployed a full activation of our police officers tonight in and around the city. We've also had mutual aid support from other police agencies around the DMV, and I think we're prepared to deal with whatever it is that may come up.
All right. Again, it's important to note that Chief Smith said there are no active known threats here or across the city. This is a collaborative effort, obviously, with MPD and at the federal level as well. We're here. The doors are open. The crowd is filling in. We're told the official event is supposed to start at 9 o'clock, and we're expecting the vice president later on to the evening. We don't have a set time, but as you know, this is a fluid situation, but we'll be here with updates for you throughout the night. Guys.
By the way, I want to point out, I'm looking at the Virginia election results right now coming from the state, from the Commonwealth. We have our first results coming out of Prince George County at this hour is where we're seeing some of those results come in. Donald Trump, 4,500 votes. Kamala Harris, about 3,000 votes. So we're looking more or less in that southeastern part of the states.
Not to be confused with Prince George.
Well, that's why I looked for a second. I'm like, oh, wait a second.
In Virginia.
Yeah, exactly. Can we be original for once? That's all I have to wonder. Are you surprised, Katie, that obviously it's a big security undertaking to do something like that in D.C. Is that surprising you?
They have taken on a lot because there are a lot of high profile. I went on a run this morning just to prepare for the evening around the National Mall, and White House is locked down, Treasury is locked down, Capitol is locked down, Howard is locked down, and the surrounding 10 or so blocks. I mean, and the vice president's house up Massachusetts Avenue. I mean, I don't know if they're spread thin, but they've got a lot of high profile locations that they're really putting a lot of effort into tonight. Given the history, I think that makes sense. But you also see the businesses downtown boarding up. They're trying to do their own security.
It's depressing to see that because it brings back 2020, 2021 when we saw so much boarded up.
Well, the mayor said.
No.
That's the point. The mayor's saying that it's not necessary, but I imagine that similar things were said last time.
Yeah.
Right.
You never know.
All right. Well, hey, when we come back, we're checking in with some political strategists to see what they're watching as the results start pouring in. You're watching this special live election coverage on Fox Local. Stick around. We're back after this. To election coverage here on Fox Local tonight, we are joined now by a bevy of strategists tonight, helping us guide us through the intricacies of what is election night in 2024. Let's welcome Democratic strategist and Fox 5 contributor Kevin Walling and GOP strategist Nicole Bennett. They are over in our newsroom right now. Thank you for joining us once again. You started with us early on the DMV zone at 3 o'clock. You're still here. Look, in the 4 hours that you've been here, and I'll throw it out to either one of you, have you felt any vibe shifts, or is it still just a lot of wait and see?
All right, it seems like we're having some audio issues there with Nicole and Kevin. We'll get back to them right now. But to your point...
There they go. Hello, guys.
Hey, guys, can you hear us?
We got you now.
All right, perfect.
All right.
Nicole?
We were just talking about the anxiety issue of the waiting. The waiting kills you. It absolutely kills you.
Wait, there was a lot of anxiety of us waiting for you to hear from you there just now, too. We're like, is something broken? We just don't know. Kevin, how about you?
Well, some of the exciting things, obviously some of these races are already getting called, and we're seeing some early results. We're seeing some interesting things actually out of Indiana. It's one of the early states that we know is called, Indiana and Kentucky, where we're seeing actually Donald Trump underperform in a lot of the different areas, especially rural areas, compared to 2020 and 2016. Now, does that bode better for, the vice president in places that look like that, in places like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Michigan? Time will tell. But certainly, I think there's some consternation from the Trump campaign. He's doing some last-minute calling into Pennsylvania and Wisconsin on radio right now. You saw senior advisor Stephen Miller saying, get out if you're a man, get out and vote right now. So certainly, there's some panic, I think, settling in Mar-a-Lago.
This is the thing. We're watching as things come in. And Kevin, I know we've been talking about the states that'll come in fast, right? Or we're looking at polls closing now. And you've got states like Georgia, which could flip. And again, the anxiety to wait and to hear, you're almost just hoping as you get these results that you can sway things one way or the other. Again, when the polls close, they've closed, right? And you've got states like Pennsylvania where they are staying in places open a little bit later. But Nicole, from the Trump camp, is it true what Kevin is saying, that there is a little bit of a more bated breath here as we wait and see? Especially the first gut check really for the Trump camp is going to be Georgia and North Carolina.
Yeah, I don't see it as panic. I see it as finishing the job. We started strong. We're going to end strong. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with turning out the vote. It is what we're supposed to do.
I'm curious from the standpoint of both of you. There was some talk in Democratic circles, Kevin, that over the last couple of weeks that some Democrats had voiced concerns that Kamala Harris was spending way too much time on Joe Biden's old threat to democracy argument. And for you, Nicole, just utter frustration amongst Republicans that Trump was just not staying on message on immigration and the economy. Those have been his two biggest issues. How much should we put into this behind-the-scenes chatter we have in both campaigns that their candidates, aren't making the arguments they think they need to be making at the end? Because Harris did seem to change in the last couple of closing hours of this race. She didn't even mention Trump's name anymore.
Yeah, Tom, it's a really good question. Of course, the president got a lot of grief during the midterm election for focusing so much on issues of democracy and voter protection, giving that speech in Philadelphia. Now we're seeing in some of these exit polls, whether it be NBC or CNN, that issues of democracy are a top concern for voters, up there with the economy, and in second place and third place, abortion and immigration. The vice president's also cut into your point on the economy issue. She's honed her message in the last couple of weeks, concentrating her advertising on tax cuts for everyone making $400K or less, about 100 million families in this country, and really honing that middle class message, while the former president has been off talking about other kind of distraction issues and not really honing in on the key issues, to your point, Tom, that he wins on, whether it be immigration or the economy.
Curious what you both think about the issue of abortion that has kind of haunted Republican candidates locally and also former President Trump on the campaign trail. In 2022, we saw abortion on the ballot in 6 states that actually drove turnout. And not necessarily about the substance of the issue, but it got more people to the polls. And this go around, abortion's on the ballot in 10 states, including right here in Maryland, but also in the swing states of Arizona and Nevada. Is that something you're keeping an eye on as a potential indicator, early indicator, with turnout?
No, I don't think it's going to be an indicator for turnout. I think, again, America is hurting in the pocketbook, and that is our #1 issue. For some voters, I think your college-educated suburban white women abortion may be a hot topic, but it's terrible when you can't feed the kids that you actually have. So I think Trump's message of being pro-family is a winning message.
Katie, to your point, it surprised a lot of people, the results over the last couple of cycles on the abortion issue. Places like Kentucky, Kansas, Ohio that went in support of the pro-choice position. I think it was smart for the Democrats in places like Arizona and Florida, as you rightly point out, that got the signatures to put it on the ballot to hopefully gin up turnout. It'll also be interesting with recreational marijuana on the ballot in Florida as well, those two ballot initiatives coinciding with the Florida vote. And we'll see some results fairly early on because we know Florida counts pretty quickly as well.
Think about where we were 20 years ago in the 2004 election when the issues on the ballot that drove turnout, it wasn't abortion, it wasn't marijuana, it was gay marriage. And that was something that Karl Rove, and they were very successful with this, were able to get evangelicals out back in 2004 that really turned the tide for George W. Bush and secured a second term for him. What else, if not these issues, then what else down the road do we see these parties looking as, for lack of a better word, cudgels to drive out turnout, if not abortion, if not marijuana?
Certainly, abortion and marijuana are key to that. I think gay marriage was on 36 states in 2004. Certainly was a benefit to the Trump reelect then. Democrats have also been successful with minimum wage fights, fights in support of collective bargaining as well in key states like Michigan, other kind of Rust Belt states to gin up union support. But certainly, I think in this frame of mind, it's certainly abortion over the next couple of cycles, and we'll see what other states go down that road as well.
Nicole, let me give you the last word because we're going to have to dip out in a second.
I think what's really we're going to see come to the forefront is men participating in ladies' sports. This is a hot button issue, not only for Republicans, but for women generally speaking. It's not fair, and I think this is going to be the next big issue as we're looking for referendums around the country.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, in Pennsylvania, that every other ad, it seems that's what they're running on. Nicole, Kevin, thank you both. We appreciate it. We hope all of you at home are enjoying our discussions here. We want you to stick around because we're going to have more on this election night coverage here on Fox 5 alongside Katie, Marina, and Tom. Stick around back after this. And welcome back inside the Fox 5 Election Center. I'm Jim Lokay, and we're joining you with the Fox 5 Election Alert. Welcome to those of you watching on Fox 5 and to everybody who's been watching us live on Fox Local throughout the evening. I'm joined tonight by our election night panel here. Katie Barlow, Marina Baracco, Tom Fitzgerald. Let's go to you, Katie. Polls closed in Virginia about 30 minutes ago. Refreshing the results. We don't have any calls yet. It is appearing right now that Vice President Harris is 54% of the 44% for Trump. As we look at some of these reports coming in, it looks like Norfolk's reporting. But we still have a lot of time here. Maryland and Virginia close at the top of the hour. What are you watching?
So I'm looking for three things. One of them is a question I just asked Kevin and Nicole, because the issue of abortion is on the ballot in Maryland, and it's something that former Republican Governor Larry Hogan had to really dance around in his candidacy. He had to say he was pro-choice and clearly and divide from the National Republican Party's general sentiment there. So if it is driving numbers to the polls higher than what we've seen, that could be an early indicator for states like Arizona and Nevada that might drive more numbers in a swing state. In Virginia, two things I'm keeping an eye on. Of course, as everyone is in the Virginia 7th, we're keeping an eye on the close race there. Right? And what turnout looks like there with Vindman and Anderson. Vindman outspit Anderson 3-1, but it's still neck and neck.
It really is.
So that is a remarkable thing there. And then I'm also just keeping an eye on Virginia timing. We talked earlier this week about how it could be a bellwether for how the rest of the country is going to go, because in 2020, Virginia called the race
right around this time.
Right around now, pretty early, but in 2016 later. And so it doesn't necessarily mean anything about the timing of other states, but it could indicate, how easily things may swing to one party or another.
All right, speaking of Virginia, let's check on one of those races. Polls have closed. The race for the U.S. Senate right now at this hour. We are watching the results out there from both. We know Tisha Lewis is live at the campaign of Republican candidate Hung Cao, but Shirin Rajae is with incumbent Senator Tim Kaine's campaign in Richmond tonight, a city where he was once mayor. Hi, Shirin.
Yeah, hi, Jim. Things are getting going here at the watch party for Senator Tim Kaine. He is running for a third term. This is his Senate race to lose, but there is a narrow margin here for Hung Cao. Early reporting is just coming in. Just about 1% of the votes have been tabulated so far. Hung Cao is in the lead right now, 58% to 42%. But again, it is very early. Polls just closed about 25 minutes ago. But the senator says he is confident. I spoke to him just a couple of hours ago. He's excited about the opportunity for a third term now. Former governor, former lieutenant governor, former mayor of Richmond. He is a household name here in Virginia. They have Senator Warner here, a lot of elected officials here, Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan here, potentially Abigail Spanberger will be coming by as well. So we are waiting for a lot of people to be coming here. They are hoping, Tim Kaine's campaign is hoping this will be a victory celebration for them tonight. They will not be taking the stage to say anything until the presidential race is called in Virginia. So we were watching those numbers very closely, Jim.
All right, Shirin, and obviously, we look at the Commonwealth here and how they start to report, and you got to be careful because you start to see these numbers come in, and it's more the heavily populated areas that can shift things here in the last second. Tisha Lewis and Chantilly at that watch party for Hung Cao, who's hoping, even though he was outspent and doesn't have the name recognition in the Commonwealth, that he can topple Kaine.
Yeah, that's the hope, Marina, and we did get a chance to speak with Republican Senate candidate Hung Cao just moments ago, and he tells me, I asked him, is there anything that you would have done differently in this race? And he says, absolutely not. There's not anything he would have done differently. Again, the polls are closed, as you mentioned. The watch party is underway. It opened up to the public at 7 o'clock, and you can see there's quite the crowd behind me. Hung Cao got the endorsement of former President Donald Trump, and he says that endorsement was impactful. He also says it was meaningful, and he says that his principles align with that of former President Trump when it comes to border security, when it comes to illegal immigration, when it comes to protecting jobs from foreign trade tariffs. And so that is Hung Cao's position. Again, his supporters are pouring in tonight for the watch night party as the numbers pour in. They have it on the screens here in Chantilly. They are watching very, very closely. He also describes his opponent, Senator Tim Kaine, as someone who is a career politician, someone who is soft on the principles that Cao is hard on. He says that those principles, again, that Kaine is soft on, deal with border security and also illegal immigration. So we have two candidates for Senate that have stark contrasts. Again, Cao starting election day off by taking his mother to vote, and he says that this is a full circle moment of the American dream.
Tisha Lewis and Chantilly, we're going to continue to break into programming on Fox 5 throughout the night. We'll be back on air at 10 p.m. But if you want to see us live and local all the way until then, download the Fox Local app. You can scan that QR code on your screen right now. We will remain here in studio and wait till you see what Katie Barlow has planned for you in our brand new Fox 5 Election Center in the Pavilion. You got to see that to believe it. Stick around. We are back after this on Fox Local on this Election Night 2024. To election night coverage here on Fox Local. Katie Barlow, Marina Morocco, Tom Fitzgerald, Jim Loke. We have a couple calls right now for our viewers in West Virginia tonight, and this is a big one. Jim Justice will be going from governor from the State House to the U.S. Senate. He was declared the winner in a very expected victory there.
But that's the first flip.
That is the first flip. We have a seat that's flipped now.
Yep. Republicans just need one more.
Yeah.
Baby dog going to the Capitol.
That's right.
That's actually the real headline there.
Big dog. Big dog.
You know, and Republicans have a much easier night tonight than Democrats. They are defending only 11 seats in the Senate. Democrats defending 23.
Do you realize that right after 2022, you were in the newsrooms looking at the map, and you said that out loud, like, oh, Democrats are going to have an uphill battle. I remember that vividly. Yeah. By the way, Patrick Morrisey, Attorney General of West Virginia, also declared the victor in the gubernatorial race.
And really quickly, North Carolina. We were talking about this gut check for former President Donald Trump in North Carolina, and we have seen that it's already been called for the governor. It's gone blue. It's gone Democratic. Stein remains the governor there. This is going to be interesting to see if this is one of the first big split ticket decisions. If it goes that way, it could be, it could not. But I think the Trump campaign right now, I think they knew based on polling it probably was going to swing Stein's way. But regardless, it is reality now.
Yeah. All right. Let's get now to the Maryland Senate race. Bob Barnard is live for the Hogan campaign in Indianapolis tonight.
Hey there, Jim. Hey, guys. We've left the ballroom because they just opened the doors for the watch party here at 7:30. We've come to the trophy room, which is the bar here at the Graduate Hotel, and take a look. I mean, all the monitors here, the TV screens have split screens 4 ways as people are watching as the early results start coming in because, you know, Maryland's polls close at 8 o'clock, as do the districts. But Virginia is already done. A number of states already done. And you've got people here in the bar waiting, some of them, to head into the watch party, including Sia Fino, who is a Maryland voter from Prince George's County, a Hogan supporter, and a volunteer. I'll be honest, the Wi-Fi password in the ballroom for the reporters is underdog, and the campaign says that. How are you feeling tonight as these polls in Maryland are getting ready to close?
We're hopeful. We're hopeful that, you know, we're going to come through because I am a Democrat, actually. He's the first Republican I've ever voted for. I believe in him, and I believe for what he stands for. So that's why I'm here. And when the election started, when he declared that he was going to run for office, I decided to throw my support behind him.
We have some video of Governor Hogan voting with his wife Yumi at Davidsonville Elementary School here in Anne Arundel County this morning. He says, he was an underdog in 2014, running as a Republican in what he calls the bluest state in the country, and won, the election as governor twice, 2014, 2018. They think it's a coin toss here. Many people think, no, this is going to be an early night. How are you feeling it, and why, as a Democrat, did you want to back Larry Hogan?
Because of the job that he did during his, 2 terms in office, and especially when the COVID happened, he really showed leadership, and not only leadership, he showed us that he was with us. He gave us assurance that we're going to go through this thing together, and that's when I decided that whatever seats he decides to run for, I was going to support him, and this is the reason why I'm here today.
The campaign says that he put in $500,000 of his own money in recent days. He's that confident, and that the campaign had something like 1 million voter-to-voter, one-on-one interactions with volunteers like yourself. You felt like it was worth it?
It's worth it. Every door that we knocked on is worth it. He's loved. People might not come, but he's loved. He's loved in my community. I'm originally from Africa, and the African people really love him. This is the reason why we're here.
Thank you, Sia, very much. Appreciate that. Thanks for speaking with us. And as we leave you guys, we're going to be leaving the bar, unfortunately. There are a bunch of taps there that are calling my name, but they're going to have to wait. I'm going to have to wait. We're going to head back into the ballroom. We'll be there the rest of the night. Again, the door's just open. This is the Hogan Watch Party. He is confident, even though he's an underdog. The recent polls guy showed him like in a double-digit deficit to Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks. But we'll be here all night as the results start coming in. Stick with us, guys, here on the local app and on air.
All right, Bob, the bar, the place to be.
Usually you end the night in the bar. Bob, Bob has turned the whole thing on its head now. He's starting the bar. He's going to move
man.
Leaving the ballroom, Homa Bash for us in College Park with the Alsobrooks campaign. And what's the tenor there, Homa?
Well, guys, I need to take a page out of Bob's book. We are in the ballroom here at the hotel at the University of Maryland. They just turned up the music here in the last 30 seconds or so. It's been a pretty quiet night so far as our crew sets up. Doors here are not opening till about 8 o'clock when the polls here in Maryland close. And as Bob said, Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks has been leading in the polls to former Governor Larry Hogan by the double digits. So a lot of people here expecting that the race will be called fairly early and that we'll be hearing from Angela Alsobrooks herself. There'll be a lot of Democratic heavy hitters here in attendance tonight. She has had a lot of support from all over the country, including Vice President Kamala Harris. Maryland Governor Wes Moore will be here tonight. The mayor of Baltimore will be here tonight, as well as Congressman Jamie Raskin and senators from here in Maryland, Cardin and Van Hollen. And again, she has had a lot of backing from people all over the country, as many eyes are on this race as it could tip the balance of power here in the Senate. Again, Angela Alsobrooks has been leading in the polls over the last several weeks and months, leading Governor Larry Hogan. So it remains to be seen exactly how things play out here, but doors opening here in the next 30 minutes or so when the polls close. And I have to tell you that Alsobrooks said one of the most exciting things that she got to do today in all her campaigning was she cast her ballot this morning in Upper Marlboro. She was born and raised here in Prince George's County, and she cast that ballot with her daughter, Alex, a really special moment. She said her daughter got to vote for her mother in the Senate, and she got to vote for Kamala Harris as president, and just a lot of history being made from that perspective. Guys, we're going to be here in College Park all night bringing you the latest results as soon as we get them.
All right, Homa, thanks. When we come back, a closely watched race in Western Maryland. We're going to talk about that and more when our live coverage continues here on Fox Local. We've been talking about these Senate races. We want to turn our focus to the House race in Maryland's 6th Congressional District. David Kaplan is live with the Neil Parrott campaign at his watch party in Hagerstown. Neil Parrott's the Republican running for the seat. This is the third time, David. Why does he think the third time is going to be the charm?
Well, Jim, it's the third time that he's running for this seat, but it is the first time that he is not running against Democrat David Trone. Trone held this seat for about 5 years, but is stepping away from politics. Well, he thinks that matters. Neil Parrott lost by fewer in 2022 than he did in 2020, the second time he ran. So he feels like the loss by 9.5 in 2022 means that he might have some momentum. He might have some additional name recognition with people who are showing up at the ballots today, and that he may have a chance to pull this off against April McLean Delaney, the Democrat who is running again for the first time for this race. So he's run for this seat more times than his opponent has. And it's a really interesting and unique sort of district. It spans from the northern edges of Montgomery County, Maryland, all the way through the western panhandle of Maryland. So it's got a little bit of suburban, exurban, and rural. So we chatted with both candidates today. Outside of a polling place in Frederick, they sort of said that this is the dead center bullseye where they were trying to hit voters today as they walked in to cast their final ballots. This is widely expected to be one of the closest House races in Maryland. And when you talk about the overall big picture of the House in the United States for the House of Representatives, every seat is going to count. So this one is definitely something we're going to pay very, very close attention to, especially given some of the dynamics at play. Polls close in Maryland in about 15 minutes. We'll stay ahead of the results as they happen. Folks expected to file in here starting at about 9 o'clock. Back to you guys.
All right, and obviously this is a big race, right? And then we've talked about the money that David Trone had spent there, and now to see could potentially how this goes and shakes out. Obviously, it's hard to tell from the watch parties what the sentiment is like, because it seems as though people are gathering with their teams to make sure that they have at least all eyes on deck to see what the turnout is and what the numbers are looking like. In the meantime, April McLean Delaney, the opponent there, Sarah Fox in Gaithersburg at her watch party. Are there more people out? Can you get more of a sense of what the fever pitch is like?
Well, Marina, doors just opened here for April McLean Delaney's watch party. Just a few moments ago at 7:30, we're here at the Mayan Monkey Brewing Co. in Gaithersburg, Maryland. People are still filing in, but you can see behind me the stage is set with balloons. There's music playing in the background. And as far as McLean Delaney, she's really hoping to bring her experience in public service to Congress. She has a background in law and previously served under the Biden administration with the Department of Commerce. So she's really built her career on advocacy and policy. Fox 5 did get a chance to speak with her earlier, so take a listen to how confident she's feeling about the race.
I'm feeling really good right now, and the reason why is I think that we have to have a common sense, common ground prism, and we have to have leadership that reflects that in our Congress, because if we're ever going to get anything done, we need to come together and to figure out how to do it, and that's things I've done my whole life.
McLean Delaney's campaign highlights health care as a top priority with a commitment to making it affordable and accessible for families throughout the 6th district. Reproductive rights is another key issue. If elected, she would work to protect those rights at the federal level, a stance she feels is especially important as Maryland considers a state-level amendment to secure abortion rights. This puts her in sharp contrast with her opponent, Republican Neil Parrott, who supports states' rights to set their own abortion laws. Her campaign is also centered on environmental protections and creating economic opportunities for working families. Maryland's 6th district was previously represented by Democratic Representative David Trone since 2018. You may remember he left to run for the U.S. Senate seat against Prince George's County Executive Angela Also Brooks, but was unsuccessful and lost the nomination. This race in particular here in Maryland is gaining national attention. It's expected to be one of the tightest congressional races in the state. Just a few minutes, the polls do close, so of course Fox 5 will stay ahead and let you know as those results roll in. But Marina, as you were asking, the atmosphere here, no one's here just yet. I'm hearing that McLean Delaney will appear at 9 o'clock, so of course we'll have an update then.
And that may be a tell as to when they think those results will come in Maryland. Just an hour after polls close. At least they get points for the balloons, right?
Yeah. Hey, I want to point out before we go to break, because we've been looking at some of these results coming in, and I know we're not going to go to break just yet here, but I'm looking at Virginia, and Loudoun County is coming in right now pretty strong. But these are a lot of the pre-canvassing votes. 72,556 votes for Vice President Harris, 44,879 votes for Donald Trump. But if these are pre-canvass, these are Democrats who vote early.
Yep, we could see a shift in that. There could be, all throughout the course of the evening, a blue mirage or a red mirage based on where things are happening. So all due caution. But, you know, it's our first sense of what the numbers look like. So give them something to talk about.
Loudoun very important in the Commonwealth, as we've seen the flip there with Glenn Youngkin, right? And the big issues that took place in that county. Not to say that that is going to say, okay, now all of Virginia is going to be blue, which is what is expected to happen. But then again, I do think it speaks to the tenor of where the voters are if a county like Loudoun that just voted in, not just, but a Republican governor would now go strong for Harris.
And look, Loudoun County was the living heartbeat of the social wars that went on. You know, look at what happened at the school board meetings in the last couple of years. You know, throughout that process, a lot of the Democrats were saying these were outside influence groups that were coming in to, you know, gin up excitement and drama at these meetings. Jennifer Wexton was reelected in that district in the midst of all of that. While it is surprising it would be going in that direction, it does speak to the concerns that some of the Democrats here had, that a lot of what was going on there was manufactured outside by PAC groups that were trying to go in there.
And by the way, in the 2023 legislative elections, I mean, we saw a trend away from the people who went for Glenn Youngkin in 2021, and that's one of the reasons we saw. I mean, you had a red state house. You had the Republicans who were in charge of the assembly. It flipped back to the Democrats.
But the difference between 2021 and 2023, of course, was the Dobbs decision, and that played a role, as we were just talking about, in Virginia on the campaign trail most recently.
Tonight, Youngkin is probably happy that it's only one term for governor in Virginia. We'll see what those results show and if they echo potentially that sentiment.
All right, stick around. We're back after this here on Fox Local. All night long here on Fox Local as we continue to follow the developments here on this election night 2024. We have not had any big race calls in our region aside from what we saw out of West Virginia with Jim Justice heading to the U.S. Senate. More importantly, as Fitz mentioned, Baby Dog heading into the U.S.
Baby Dog is really the star when you talk about Jim Justice. I mean, I think that's why people love and curry favor for Jim Justice, who seems like, to your point, people knew that this seat would be flipped, and it carried through.
Remember, though, he was a former Democrat. He was elected as governor as a Democrat, that he switched halfway through at a big rally with Donald Trump.
Well, I mean, he's not the only one who switched. You know, their current senator switched as well, too. You know, Joe Manchin declared himself as an independent. Now, you know, that's a situation of the politics that have been going on. But, you know, West Virginia politicians generally do seem to kind of be that old school that will able to straddle the line back and forth. You know, for Manchin, you know, I think there was a moment there where Joe Manchin was seriously considering a presidential run.
Right.
It didn't manifest itself, but ultimately he decided he was going to leave, and that opened an opportunity for justice.
But don't you think he probably, I'm wondering, he knew he could not go up against someone like Jim Justice?
Well, and then at the time it was being considered for Manchin in the presidential run, you know, the nominee for the Democrats was looking like it was going to be Joe Biden, not, you know, Kamala Harris. There was a period of time where, you know, people like Jim Carville was saying, well, you know, if we are going to ditch Joe Biden as the nominee, we should have a series of town halls. We should have a field of Democrats. Joe Manchin probably would have been one of them. Never happened.
Let's talk about, though, like, think about where Donald Trump has been running for president for I mean, you could say he never really stopped running after he was voted out, but he announced his campaign, a big sponsored press conference. He's been on the campaign trail for almost 2 years. Kamala Harris has only been campaigning, well, I mean, you could say officially for the White House for the last 107 days. It still is a fascinating dichotomy that we see here with this race.
It is remarkable to me that they made it through October with not too many big surprises. Of course, she was vetted as a vice presidential candidate, and of course, she went through a rigorous process to get that role, but there's always something, it seems, and that campaign made it, by all counts, cleanly through October, and they haven't had any huge issues that have really taken over multiple days of the campaign. They've really kind of put their nose to the grindstone.
I've never seen a national political convention the likes of which I saw in Chicago, and I've been to them since 1992. And the fact that they were able to turn that out in a month was just nothing short of a miracle for the Democrats. They shot out of Chicago like a cannon. But, you know, one of the big concerns by some of the Democrats, Terry McAuliffe, one of them being was, are you going to be so enthusiastic and so energetic coming out of this convention that that is just going to trail off through October, that they were going to lose steam? You know, and they did a bit towards the end here. But, you know, by and large, you know, the shorter campaign has served Kamala Harris, you know, much better than it would have been anticipated when this news broke that Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I am curious because we talk about the Keystone State, we talk about Pennsylvania, and I think we'd be remiss to not talk to Jim about that. You know, there's talk here, because we can sit here all day long and just speculate as to what the issues are that are going to change and that are going to decide this election, and we may not know here very well into the weekend. Last time it was on Saturday following Election Day. Who knows how long it'll take? Even in Maricopa County, which is a county that changed in Arizona, that gave Arizona to Biden, they could take up to 2 weeks to count ballots there. So for Pennsylvania, I'm wondering, to your point, with the short campaign, with getting Harris on board, that VP pick that was so quick, that may be crucial. Will Josh Shapiro be one of the questions that remains for this campaign when this is all said and done? Of course, depending how this bodes and how it goes for Harris.
It's entirely possible. However, what you have to remember is Josh Shapiro won by almost 20 points 2 years ago. He's only been governor for 2 years, but he also ran against an election denier who was in D.C. on January 6th, who was very much a Christian nationalist. And this is not overstating. This is how he built himself, a guy named Doug Mastriano. That said, I think Pennsylvania, you have Pennsylvania and you have Philadelphia, and James Carville once said you have Alabama in between. And it is true. It is a much different, you're running in so many different constituencies out there because Western PA, Eastern PA, Erie, the area around Penn State, everything else is a coin flip. And very much for years and years and years, we considered it to be the T because it was that T portion of the state that always, you would have early returns strongly for Democrats, but in those last few moments when those votes, the slowest ones to come in, that's where it would flip a lot of elections. But real quick, Pennsylvania also used to elect Republicans like Tom Ridge. Then they elected Rick Santorum. A bit of a change there.
It seems the Trump campaign is particularly worried about Philadelphia tonight because already tonight They are raising questions about the validity of the vote in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, and local officials are saying this is not true. What you're saying is not true.
Yeah.
Let's again, we're going to wait and see. There are many paths to victory without question, but a lot of eyes are going to be on Pennsylvania. And I don't think we'll know by the end of tonight, at least not for the Keystone State.
They called the Senate race for John Fetterman 2 years ago, early in the middle of the night. So who knows? You have to get ready because you're going to start getting suited up for our new our new
we're also looking at maybe
studio.
some more results out of Georgia in just a couple minutes.
We have had no calls, so that's the good news. That's what keep looking down, if you're wondering. Although we did get the college football playoff rankings.
Go Dogs.
Another story for another day.
They called it for Georgia.
Stick around. We're going to continue our live election coverage here on Fox Local, and we will be with you again all the way until midnight. For Katie, Fitz, Marina, I'm Jim. We'll see you later.
Opportunity in this election to finally turn the page on a decade of politics that has been driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're exhausted with it.
We can fix every single problem our country faces.
Turn the page on a decade of politics that has been driven by fear and division. We are done with that. We're done. We're exhausted with it.
We can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America, indeed the world, to new heights of glory. Think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen.
After what feels like the longest campaign season ever, Election Night 2024 is finally here. The presidential candidates and every American waiting to learn who will be the next president of the United States and also which party will control Congress.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fox 5's Election Night coverage. We know that more than 81 million Americans cast an early ballot. That left more than 250 million Americans, many of you, to either fill out one of those absentee ballots or vote in person today.
Fox 5 is spread across the DMV with live team coverage of the presidential election, along with every Senate and the key congressional races in our region. It's already been a busy night with the results starting to come in. Let's check in right now. As you see our team, they're spread across the area. We're going to go to Katie Barlow.
Yes, she is live in Fox 5's Election Center in the Pavilion. Katie?
And welcome to our brand new, beautiful Fox 5 Election Center here in the Pavilion. Tonight, we're going to bring you all of the latest real-time results right here live as they're happening. Let's first take a look at the balance of power this evening. Starting with the House of Representatives, all 435 seats are up tonight, and Republicans are defending a narrow majority in the House, hoping to keep power there, but Democrats just need a net gain of 4 seats tonight. That's the magic number in order to flip the balance of power in the House of Representatives. Now, taking a look at the Senate, it's flipped. Democrats in the Senate hoping to defend their narrow majority there. It's 51-49, and they're hoping to be able to keep the power in the upper chamber. But we can already report one of the races right here in our backyard is going to affect the balance of power in the Senate. And of course, that's talking about West Virginia. It's one of the few races that's already been called right here in our neck of the woods, and that is Republican Governor Jim Justice is now headed to the Senate. He defeated Glenn Elliott. This was expected. This is also the first flip for Republicans, making them 50-50. They only need to possibly pick up just one more, and the map tonight looks much tougher for Democrats, who are defending 23 seats, versus Republicans, who are defending just 11. So Jim Justice and Baby Doug headed to the Senate. Now let's take a look at another Senate race in our backyard, the Senate race in Maryland, where former Republican Governor Larry Hogan hoping to make a run against County Executive in Prince George's County, Angela Alsobrooks. Alsobrooks has had a steady lead in the poll. We've got folks at both of their camps tonight. We don't have any of the numbers in reporting just now, but we'll keep you posted on this race throughout the course of the evening, and we'll see if Angela Alsobrooks is able to make history as the first black senator out of Maryland. Now let's go over to the Commonwealth, where we'll pick up in Virginia's 7th district. This district is Stafford, Culpeper, Fredericksburg, and this could be a bellwether for how Republicans and Democrats are performing across the country. This is Democratic Representative or nominee Eugene Vindman going up against Republican Derek Anderson. Both of these guys are Army veterans. Both of them are political rookies, never have held public office before. Vindman has outspent Anderson 3-1, but it is still neck and neck, and this could be one of those races that we don't have for the next couple of days. You can see 57% right now for Vindman, 43% reporting for Anderson. Now let's take a look at the race for the White House with former President Donald Trump going up against Vice President Kamala Harris. You can see the numbers early right now. Again, very early, but you're looking at Trump with 95 electoral votes and Harris with 35 so far this evening. The magic number tonight will be 270 electoral votes. We'll take a look at the map the next time we visit, and we'll see how far they've come along in calling the states as polls close along the East Coast. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Katie. And this just into the Fox 5 newsroom. Vice President Kamala Harris is projected to win the state of Maryland and D.C.
That is 10 electoral votes for Vice President Kamala Harris there in this race to 270. Again, Harris has taken Maryland. We got that call just moments ago. And we do want to get to Fox 5's Nana Bones, who's live on the campus of Howard University at that big election night party there at Harris's alma mater. We just got that news just in. Has it reached the crowd? Nana.
Kenneth and Angie, I will tell you, the crowd was energetic. You heard screaming, you heard shouting. Didn't know what was going on. I turned around and I saw that projection for Maryland in the District of Columbia. The crowd here loved it, but of course it is still early. Let me get out of the way just so you can see the scene right now. Completely different scene from earlier this afternoon. The crowd here is filling in. That stage is ready to go, and everyone just keeps saying this is so historic. People came from near and far. You have alum, you have students all saying that they could not miss this moment. Now, let's go back to the students. We know that the young vote, right, millennials, but especially Gen Z, was very important to the Democrats and Vice President Kamala Harris. We got a chance to speak with some young voters right here on Howard University campus about what were some key issues to them as they were heading to the polls today. Take a listen.
Me personally, I come from a family of immigrants, so I would say immigration, especially I'm more so concerned about the rhetoric around immigration and what value immigrants add to our country.
Two main issues that are really important to me as a young voter, I think, would definitely be lessening the hateful rhetoric that I see and hear a lot, especially in the United States of America, make sure that we can work together, bipartisanship. You might be a Democrat, this person might be a Republican, but we can still work together to make sure that we can all live a great life. And I think the second thing is also social equity.
Education and criminal justice reform. Okay. Yeah, and voting rights.
Voting rights. So those are the three main issues.
Yeah, three.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amongst your peers, what are you hearing?
Definitely education. There's a lot of conversation surrounding like student loan debt and student loan forgiveness.
All right, guys, and you heard from just a few young voters that we've been speaking to. These are the issues that were important to them, but the polls are closed, and now we will see what happens. As I mentioned, we're getting those projections in. They've turned on the screen, so we're seeing the numbers come in every now and then, but we're definitely hearing a lot of cheers here. It looks like the party, honestly, is just getting started. We'll have more for you later on in the evening.
For Howard University. All right, Nana, we will check in with you throughout the evening. And right now, most of the country is playing a waiting game. All eyes are on the race for the White House.
That's right, but several things we know are up for grabs tonight, including control of Congress. Our Fox 5's Tom Fitzgerald here with a look at what really is a tight race.
You know, we've got a lot to get to. So let's kick it off in our own backyard. Virginia, we're going to start with this big Virginia U.S. Senate race. Now, obviously, as you know, this is between incumbent Democratic Senator Tim Kaine and the Republican challenger in this race, Hung Cao. Now, Kaine has been in office not only in the United States Senate, but also served previously as the Democratic chair in the Democratic Party. Looking at these returns right now, this is Kaine, 54%, and Hung Cao, 46%. Let's move over to Virginia's 7th congressional district. This is the race between Democrat Eugene Vindman and Derek Anderson. 39% of the votes estimated to be in right now. We have Eugene Vindman at 55%. Derek Anderson, the Republican in this race, at 45%. And another high-profile race we've been following for you. The 10th congressional district in Virginia. This is the one where Jennifer Wexton decided she was not going to run for re-election. We've moved over to West Virginia, apparently. So we're going to take a trip across the border right now. This is the Senate race in the state of West Virginia. As you know, Joe Manchin decided he was not going to stand for re-election. That opened up an opportunity for Democrats to maybe challenge in this, but it looks like this is going to be a pickup tonight for the Republicans. Governor Jim Justice is going to be known from now on as Senator Jim Justice, a whopping 63% over the Democrat Glenn Elliott in that race. So let's pull the next one up. I think we're going to the governor's race here in West Virginia. All right. This is the governor's race statewide right now. Patrick Morrisey with a commanding 58% of the vote to the Democrat Steve Williams, 37%. Only about 12% in that Democratic vote right now. So we're going to continue to monitor these. We'll get back to more races as we go throughout the evening.
All right, Fitz, we will see you in just a bit here as we continue our election coverage.
That's right, and we know that polls in Virginia, they have been closed now for just a little more than an hour. Now, in the race for Senate, Republican Hung Cao looking to unseat Democratic incumbent Tim Kaine, as Fitz just told you.
Yeah, tonight we're live at both campaign headquarters, election night headquarters. Sharon Roger live in Richmond for us, monitoring Senator Tim Kaine's watch party. Hi, Sharon.
There are screens all over here in Richmond at the theater. Cheers behind me as we are watching the presidential race coming. Now, Tim Kaine is expected to win this race. As of the latest reporting, he has about an 11-point lead over his Republican challenger. How Democrats will fare overall, including Vice President Kamala Harris. A lot of people have confidence that shortly we'll be getting those results, and this will become a victory party.
And we will get back to Sharon in just a moment. It's so loud in that room there.
It really is.
We're going to make sure we can hear her in just a moment. But Republican challenger Hung Cao trying to unseat Kaine.
And our live coverage continues right now. We want to get out live to Fox 5's Tisha Lewis. She joins us from Chantilly, Virginia. Tisha, what's the mood looking like out there tonight?
Hi there, Angie and Kenneth. So we're watching and waiting, and anxiety is high. That's the sentiment that we are hearing from so many of the folks here at Hung Kao's election night watch party. You can see the backdrop has changed in the last hour. Doors open here at 7 o'clock as polls closed across the Commonwealth. We did get a chance to speak with Hung Kao moments ago, and we asked him, is there anything that you would do differently in this campaign? Here's what he had to say.
What would you do differently about your campaign?
I mean, we've done every single thing. You saw the last 4 days, I've been in every corner of Virginia. We've traveled 4,000 miles. And, you know, it's just, it really comes down to money. He had a lot of it, and we were able to garner about $10.5 million to really to get our message out there. But that's, I hate to say this, it all came down to money. And there's not much that my team could have done more unless we had the resources like Tim Kaine. I mean, he's a 30-year career politician.
There you go again, Hung Kao telling me that he wouldn't change a thing about this campaign, ultimately saying that he feels like he was outspent. Also, you know, blasting his opponent, Tim Kaine, saying that his opponent is soft on border security, also soft on illegal immigration, and much more. The list continues. Kao says that he shares the same principles as former President Donald Trump, going on to say that that endorsement was meaningful, impactful, and he feels like it has helped him. Someone just taking the podium just moments ago. We're going to listen in just a few moments, but again, Kao's team saying that the most recent polling data showing that the gap between Kao and Kaine narrowed, and they are hoping it sways in their favor.
All right, Tisha, thank you so much joining us live from Chantilly tonight. Now we want to turn our eyes to a race that a lot of people are watching, even on a national level. The high-stakes Maryland Senate race, this one between former Republican Governor Larry Hogan and Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks.
Homa Bass joins us from Alsobrooks' official watch party at the University of Maryland Hotel in College Park. Homa, what's the mood like there?
Hey guys, the mood is celebratory. I mean, people are excited. They have been excited about this race, especially for Angela Alsobrooks supporters. You can see behind me, we are here in the ballroom at the hotel at the University of Maryland in College Park. They opened the doors at 8 o'clock. It quickly filled up, and we're expecting a lot of Democratic heavy hitters here. The governor of Maryland, the mayor of Baltimore, along with federal elected officials here from the state of Maryland. And as we know, this has been a deep blue state for many, many years. And so this race has been so highly competitive because the balance of power in the Senate really hangs in the balance there. And I want to bring in some of Angela Alsobrooks' supporters here. I have Monique and Yvette with me. Thank you so much for joining us. I said to myself that I needed to find somebody that I would not lose in the crowd. You said you're a big Fox 5 fan, and I said I'm a big fan of you.
Thank you so much.
I mean, talk me through exactly why you have been such a big supporter of County Executive Alsobrooks throughout this whole time.
Well, first of all, she lives in our neighborhood, and it's just a pinnacle race that's going on right now, and it's important for women, minorities, and people of PG County and Maryland.
And she has made PG County such a priority. I mean, she's born and raised Prince George's County. She's PG proud, and she's made that such an impactful thing throughout her whole campaign, the last year and a half that she's been running. And you mentioned it. It's a very historic race. She would be the first black senator from the state of Maryland. She would be the fourth black female senator, you know, to ever serve. For you, what has been the really most important thing as you've been supporting her throughout this time?
Well, I think that she is just a genuine person all the way around, and she has my values, and I think that she's going to be an excellent senator for us, and we're so proud of her. I can't even tell you how proud we are of her. So.
And, you know, as we said, the balance of power in the Senate kind of hangs in the balance here. And what are you hoping to see in terms of legislative priorities from her in the Senate?
So I would say first and foremost, women's abortion rights, for one. Just the minorities on all levels. It doesn't matter who, where, when, why, and how. And just being able to bring a little bit of composure back to the seats and to the Congress and the Senate.
You know, former Governor Larry Hogan had a lot of support when he was the governor of this state. As deep blue as Maryland is, do you think the race will be called fairly quickly in favor of Angela Alsobrooks?
I really think so. I can tell you we loved Hogan, and it was a tough decision, but at the end of the day, we felt that she was going to be the better choice for us, the better fit for Maryland.
I hear you. A lot of people have been saying that it was a tough choice. He had a lot of name recognition, and she's got a lot of backing, especially here in Prince George's County. Thank you both so much. We'll be here all night in College Park tracking these results as they begin to come in, guys. But, you know, we're waiting to see when this race is called. Some people are expecting it to be called fairly quickly because at the last polling, Angela Alsobrooks was leading Larry Hogan double digits, guys. We'll stay on top of it for you.
Alma, thank you. Before we get over to the Hogan campaign, we do want to, as these races come in now, we want to get you a quick update on the Virginia 8th Congressional District, and we understand Democrat Don Beyer has won re-election there for that race against Republican Jerry Torres, against the incumbent there, retaining his seat there for the Virginia 8th. We'll have an update on that race in just a moment there. But let's turn to Hogan's watch party in Annapolis.
That's right. Bob Barnard joins us live tonight with more as the campaign awaits the results of the race. How's it going, Bob?
Okay, Angie and Kenneth, the party has started just at 7:30 tonight, so maybe 45 minutes or so ago. And folks are here. This is the ballroom at the Graduate, which is a hotel in Annapolis. They just heard from the head of veterans for Hogan, so they've had occasional speakers. People are milling about. There's a second room there, people having drinks and just kind of fellowship. This could be an early night. We're not really sure. Some people believe this is actually going to be a closer contest than most people expect that it is going to turn out to be. Show you video from this morning. The former governor, Republican governor, voting at Davidsonville Elementary School this morning, saying, look, Maryland is the bluest state in the country, but he was elected governor as a Republican back in 2014 and reelected in 2018. And his campaign today said that in the past number of days, Larry Hogan personally has invested $500,000 in his campaign. That's how confident he is that he will surprise people. Said it'll be the biggest surprise tonight in America. We're not sure how that's going to go. Some of his faithful supporters that we've spoken to here tonight are optimistic.
We are in a blue state, but the blue state loves Hogan. It doesn't matter what goes on in here. We love Hogan. People have gone out and voted today in massive amounts. We're very excited that, it doesn't matter if they're Republicans, they're Democrats, they're independents. They were out there voting. And at this point, what counts is whoever went out and voted. And we are very confident that he is going to win the election.
We're hopeful. We're hopeful that, we're going to come through because I am a Democrat, actually. He's the first Republican I've ever voted for. I believe in him and I believe for what he stands for. So that's why I'm here. And when the election started, when he declared that he was going to run for office, I decided to throw my support behind him.
And that is how the former Republican governor, Larry Hogan, has billed himself as fiercely independent, did not support the former President Trump in his campaign, did not solicit and did not get Trump's endorsement. So he ran as an independent, even though he's a Republican and is on the Republican ticket, in this very majority Democrat state, and as of yesterday, perhaps even as of now, is still hopeful. I will say that the Wi-Fi password here for all the media is underdog. They know they are the underdogs. They're just hopeful things will turn out in their way. We'll see in the coming hours, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Bob. Polls now. We know that they are closed in our region. It's 8:20 right now. Results start coming in from around the DMV and around the country. They're rolling in, Kenneth.
They are rolling in, so we want to talk in depth about what we're seeing so far. We're joined now by Democratic strategist Kevin Walling, Republican strategist Nicole Bennett at the news desk there in the newsroom. Guys, we saw this Maryland called for Kamala Harris. No surprise there, Kevin.
Certainly no surprise, and obviously bodes well for Angela Alsobrooks running in that key race with Larry Hogan. Some other updates in the Senate as well. The Senate's going to be a much different looking place after today. You have the first Asian American to serve, now serving in the Senate from New Jersey. Lisa Blunt Rochester will be the first African American woman to represent the state of Delaware. So certainly there is a lot of hope behind Angela Alsobrooks joining those ranks. House, but certainly the Senate's going to look very different come January.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, Nicole, because we knew that, we had heard that Georgia, North Carolina, they were going to be a lot faster with their returns this go around. And we know that there has been this controversial governor race, right, down in North Carolina. So we talk a lot about the down ballot, but what are we feeling as far as the up ballot? We saw in these last few days, not only the Harris campaign, but also the Trump campaign were down there as well, doing some extra work to reach out to voters.
Yeah, I think the Kemp campaign has a machine, and that machine is going to work really well, really well for Donald Trump in Georgia.
So, Kevin, as we see these numbers roll in here, is this all on par with what we expected with how these numbers were going to come in here?
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, the former president is running up the score in more rural parts of these key states, while the vice president is increasing Democratic support in some of the suburban areas. And we'll see how they counteract one another when all the votes are tallied.
Yeah, and as far as how fast we are expecting to have an answer, we know that nothing probably is going to be very fast. It's going to be a long night indeed for a lot of people. Getting reports that even out of Wisconsin, they had to start a recount of some of the ballots because apparently a door was propped open. What is your best guesstimate as when this thing might be wrapped up?
I think 2 a.m. I think maybe 2, 3, the wee hours of the morning. Hopefully, America will wake up tomorrow knowing that Donald Trump is their new president.
And I think Kevin would probably disagree with that statement there. But with what you're seeing, how it's all rolling in so far, obviously we're waiting for the polls to close across the country, Kevin. But how is it looking for Kamala Harris with some of these vote totals that we're seeing right now?
Yeah, to Angie's point, there's been a little bit of a slowdown in Milwaukee based on an error there. But I think we're moving relatively quickly. You know, hopeful that we'll see, you know, again, as Nicole and I have said, the whole ball game is Pennsylvania. They obviously are able to open those ballots today on the first day of voting. So hopefully we'll see that process move forward. North Carolina's fairly quick. Georgia's fairly quick as well. And we may see that call somewhere around 2, 3 a.m. in the morning. But I think it's going to be for the vice president. That'd be the only point of disagreement with Nicole this evening.
So we know that there are several paths to 270, obviously, out there. So say we get these early returns in. I mean, what does that path look like for both parties, if you had to put it on paper?
I think as we get closer and closer, some of the earlier states that we're seeing are predictable. You know, West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee are fairly predictable Republican wins. And seeing the upper Northeast for Vice President Harris is fairly predictable. But as we get to that blue wall where we've been kind of chipping away for the last few election cycles, this is where we're going to see slowdowns. And they're going to be very cautious about what they report. And I think that will lead us to those wee hours of the morning reporting.
So you're saying patience, and I know, Kevin, you would say patience because, again, the polls just closed in Virginia at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock for Maryland and D.C. So that's 24 minutes ago the polls closed, and we're talking about momentum, the mood here. So, again, would you say we need to exercise patience?
Patience is the name of the game. Let these professional folks do what they're tasked to do. You know, these guys are the patriots of America, are, you know, the vote counters that are nonpartisan, that are doing the Lord's work in so many of these counties and municipalities. Let the process play out. Again, we're so eager to get whatever kind of read that we can on just the littlest change in a particular precinct or county. But I think we'll get a clearer picture as the minutes and hours drag on tonight.
Yeah, you said Lord's Prayer. A lot of people are praying right now.
Yes,
Lord's work, a lot of people are praying on both sides.
Amen.
Amen. Right. Patience and prayers. That's how we wrap it, right? Fox 5 is going to have nonstop live local coverage. You can get with the Fox Local app. Really easy. The moment you open it up, you're going to have real-time results for you. Grab your phone, scan this QR code. Just takes a second, and then you've got it. Now, it's going to lead you to download the Fox Local mobile app. It's pretty easy to follow.
Yes, we will be right back with more live coverage right here, so stick with Fox 5.
Fox 5's election night coverage, it continues right this minute. Fox 5 is spread across the DMV with team coverage of the presidential election along with the Senate and congressional races right here where you live.
Former President Trump is in West Palm Beach hosting a watch party. He voted around noon with his wife Melania. As you take a live look there at the president's watch party in Florida. When he spoke to reporters this afternoon, he seemed confident in the outlook of the election. And this, again, is a live look at Vice President Kamala Harris's watch party at Howard University. At this point, we don't know how people voted, but based on the demographic data available, a large number of Republicans checked voting off early on that to-do list.
That's right. And we also know that all the polls in our region, they are closed, and early results, they are rolling in, as we have mentioned, and we've been covering. So we do want to check in with our friend Katie Barlow.
Guys, welcome back into the Election Center here for Fox 5 in the Pavilion. We're going to check in on some of those local races you're talking about, Angie, right here in our backyard. Let's first take a look at the Maryland 6th. This is where Democratic nominee April McLean Delaney is going up against Republican nominee Neil Parrott. This is an open seat here. You can see there are no results reporting in just now, but this is one that we're keeping an eye on here. This region includes Allegheny, parts of Montgomery and Washington, and Frederick. Now let's take a look at the Virginia 8th, which, as we just said, has been called for Don Beyer, the Democrat here. This was expected. This is not one of the seats Republicans were hoping to pick up. You can see 70% as the projected winner with 82,000 votes compared to Jerry Torres, who is sitting at 27%. Now let's take a look at the race for the Senate in Virginia, where one-time vice presidential candidate, now senator for the Democrats, Tim Kaine, hoping to keep his seat here against Republican Hung Cao. This race is pretty close at the moment. You can see 52% for Tim Kaine here at 885,000 or so votes. Now you can also see Hung Cao hanging around at 48% with 823,000 votes. This would be a huge upset if Hung Cao were able to pull off a victory this evening. Democrats hoping and expecting to keep this seat in Virginia, but one we will continue to keep a close eye on. Now, let's remember the magic number tonight is 270. So what we're going to do is take a look at the electoral map and see what the path to 270 could look like for both of the presidential candidates. As polls begin to close along the East Coast here, we're going to start to get more numbers in. We already know, based on the electoral count you're seeing on your screen right there, 35 for Harris, 95 for former President Trump. 13 of Harris's come right here in our backyard. D.C.'s 3 electoral votes and Maryland's 10 have been called for Vice President Kamala Harris. We'll have more here as the night continues and these local races start to report more of their information, and we'll check back in and see how the electoral count and that magic number 270 is coming about. All right, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Katie. And right now we want to take you back to the watch party for Virginia Senator Tim Kaine.
Sharon Roger is there in Richmond at Senator Tim Kaine's watch party. Sharon, how's it going?
There are so many screens here at the theater that everyone is kind of glued to as those early results are coming in. A lot of cheers erupting from time to time as those projections are coming in for the presidential race. But yes, Tim Kaine is expected to win this race. He is the Democratic incumbent here. The race as of late, he has about a 7% lead over his Republican challenger, Hung Cao. That margin is a little bit less than what was projected with that 11% lead that we saw at the very beginning. But if he maintains this lead, that could also be an indicator of how Democrats will be doing across the state, including Vice President Kamala Harris. We had Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger just on stage speaking. So we'll be watching closely to see if that race is called. I want to bring in one of Senator Kaine's supporters. Thank you so much for being here tonight. May Navarre, you have been campaigning for the senator. How are you feeling tonight about how these projections are showing so far?
I'm feeling wonderful. I'm very confident Senator Kaine is going to be reelected, and so we can send him back to Washington, D.C.
What's at stake here? Because a lot of the voters are telling me that there's so much division in this country right now.
I think the Democratic Party, we have an opportunity to really bring the country back together. What's really at stake is, we're women. I have 2 daughters. I think reproductive freedom freedom, women's right is super important. I mean, abortion, IVF, I don't want to have a situation where my daughters are going to have less rights than I did or my mother did. And so that's the biggest issue that I think we need to really fight for.
I know a lot of people have been saying they've been seeing young women voters voting for the first time, especially in Virginia. Is that probably one of the biggest issues driving people to the polls?
Absolutely, particularly if those women also have daughters and sisters. I think we just need to all come together and vote for our freedom.
Any message for those who've been working hard, knocking on doors, campaigning over this last year as we get to the final moments here?
Well, I've been one of those people going out and really getting to know some of the voters. Thank you so much for dedicating your time and effort to, to really support the candidates and exercising your civic duty.
Thank you so much, May. We will wait and see what exactly happens. We have a lot of people taking the stage, a lot of cheers. Again, they're hoping that this is a victory party for Senator Tim Kaine, former governor, former lieutenant governor, and now vying for his third time in the Senate. We'll be watching these results closely, guys.
All right, Sharon, thank you so much. And we've got our crew spread out all over the place. If there's an election night party, we're there.
That's right. And we are going to be rolling on to midnight, maybe even longer. So you're going to want to keep it right here on Fox 5. Meanwhile, we want to send it over to our national team for coverage right now.
And after weeks of campaigning, it's all come down to this, Election Day 2024.
That's right. Former President Trump and Vice President Harris waiting anxiously along with millions of Americans to find out who will be the next president of the United States.
This is a live look at the D.C. watch party for Vice President Kamala Harris at her alma mater, Howard University. Former President Trump is hosting his election night watch party at the Palm Beach County Convention Center. This is expected to be a long night and early morning as results slowly trickle in. There's a possibility a winner will not be declared in this race for the White House, something Trump calls an outrage. Should not be declared, I should say, tonight. Might not even be days, might not even be weeks.
Yeah, I mean, last time when we saw in 2020, it took till Saturday.
It took till Saturday, and it was quite a long time.
Yeah, right now we want to go back to the Fox 5 pavilion and check in with Katie Barlow.
Hey guys, welcome back into the pavilion here at our Fox 5 Election Center. We're going to take a look at the balance of power in both houses of Congress for a minute because, of course, in the House of Representatives, let's take a look at the House where it stands right now. There are 50 Republicans and 28 Democrats who have been called. All 435 seats are up tonight. Republicans hoping to keep their slim majority, but Democrats just need to turn 4 in order to regain power of the House. Now let's take a look at the Senate, where Democrats are hoping to keep the majority there, but that is slowly becoming less of a possibility. We'll talk about why with one of the races in our backyard in a second. You can see right now it's at 5 and 5. Only 34 races are up for re-election this evening. 23 Democrats defending, 11 that Republicans are defending. One of those races now right here in our backyard, and one that we've already called, and that's the West Virginia Senate race, where we have called it for Republican governor who will now head to the Senate, Jim Justice. Now, I want to take a look at another race, the Virginia 10th, and this district includes Rappahannock, Fauquier, also Loudoun. This is one of the key races we're also going to be following. If we can take a look at the Virginia 10th, if not, we can move on. Yeah, here we go. Perfect. You can see Suha Subramanian is going up against Mike Clancy here. This is an open seat. Right now it's 53-47, so quite tight there. We'll keep an eye on the races in Maryland as well, and we'll send it back into you guys.
All right. Thank you, Katie. Well, right now, much of downtown D.C. is on lockdown. Uniformed officers can be seen pretty much everywhere.
Earlier today, Capitol Police officers arrested a man at the Capitol Visitor Center. They say he tried to enter the building with a torch, a flare gun, and smelling like gas. Fox 5's Lily Zhang live there at the Capitol. We see the barricades behind you there, Lily.
Hey, good evening to you guys. Yeah, so as you mentioned, security is one of these things that are always going to be top of mind, right? Certainly during nights like this, one of the questions you mentioned that we are all wondering is how long will it take to get these official results for these highly contested races? So for now, you will be seeing things like this, these fences that are all around buildings such as the Capitol right here. Meanwhile, businesses nearby, they are also not taking chances right now. While some have opted to not close this week, they did board up their places out of precaution. Again, security top of mind here. There was a security scare today at the U.S. Capitol. That is where we are told a man arrived at the Capitol Visitor Center smelling of gasoline. He was reportedly equipped with a blowtorch, among other items. Now, to be clear, authorities do not know what his intentions were. They also don't know if this incident had anything to do with this election. Voters we spoke with say, as a whole, there is some anxiety today. Some say they're trying to mentally prepare themselves for results to not go in their favor.
In terms of like businesses and stuff, like I do think that sense of like violence that there was like 4 years ago, I can't help but think like, is that something that is going to occur again?
Meanwhile, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser has said this week that the district has prepared for this period for months. She says it is likely that these security measures will stay in place through inauguration. Guys.
Lily, thank you. And Vice President Kamala Harris, as we said, she's spending the night on the campus of Howard University with her running mate, Tim Walz.
And that is where we find Fox 5's Nana Sanyo-Bonsu, who joins us live from the campus with more. Nana, I've been following you on X and seeing quite the excited crowd there.
Hey, Angie, Kenneth. So this is a party. It's a party that you've probably seen before, but just think about it times 10. You had people doing the wobble, the electric slide, just everything. It is just the excitement here I can't even describe. But I just want to point out that Howard University's president, Ben Vinson, right now is talking. You know, he really started his opening with where we are. We are on Howard University's yard. This is a yard where on any given day is the place where students gather. They're having lunch, they're studying, but it's also a place where Yard Fest for Homecoming has been hosted. And now tonight, it's the place that Vice President Kamala Harris has decided to make her official election night party. You know, President Vinson, who's talking right now, says this yard is unity. It stands for unity. And he's actually just naming some of the alum that graduated from here. As we know, Thurgood Marshall, Roberta Flack, the late Chadwick Boseman, former Virginia Governor Douglas Wilder, and the list can go on of just all the prestigious people who have graduated from this university. But speaking of alum, and there's a number of them here, I actually feel like there's more alum here than actual current students. We had a chance to speak with one, A.J. Calloway, entertainment journalist and actor. He just spoke about the meaning of this moment. Go ahead and take a listen.
What's happening tonight, I think, is so beautiful to see all of this happening on the campus of Howard University, watching her story happening.
Having so many people have graduated from here, and then at the pinnacle, and it's not to say that we don't have amazing people who graduated here, but having Vice President Kamala Harris to be our next president, Madam President, talk about actualization, right?
Now, a lot of people here just speechless when you ask them how they're feeling, what's going on through their minds. Many of them saying they didn't think we would ever be at this moment soon, a moment where we could have the first woman president of the United States of America. As you can see, Howard University students and alum are doing their famous chants of HU, and the response call back is you know. It's very electrifying here. I think President Vincent is closing. We've had a number of performances here with the Howard University Gospel Choir, and we also had Miss Howard University here as well, singing the Star Spangled Banner. There's a lot taking place again, but we will have all that for you as we go on into the evening. Guys.
Nana, thank you. And again, we have another projection at this hour. Another state, Illinois, has gone to Vice President Kamala Harris. That is 19 electoral votes there for the vice president.
Yes, and moving on, we've been talking a lot about how it permeates down ballot, right, down to the state. So one of the congressional seats which could flip is Maryland's 6th District. Republican Neil Parrott facing off against Democrat April McClain Delaney.
Fox 5's David Kaplan joins us live from the Neil Parrott Watch Party with more on this.
Yeah, good to be with you. This thing really kicks off in earnest at about 9 o'clock. It's 8:40 right now. As of right now, the Associated Press has not posted any votes thus far for this very closely contested Maryland 6th congressional race. Going to be interesting to watch this one. The dynamics here are super interesting, and there's a lot going on. Let's talk first about the candidates themselves. We've talked about this before, but Neil Parrott has run for this seat for now a 3rd time. The last 2 times he lost to the same guy, David Trone, and David Trone is not running this time. So there's a little bit of familiarity with Neil Parrott as a candidate for this go round. He also improved on his margin between 2020 and 2022. So what will happen in 2024 running against a new candidate and showing some signs of improvement relative to his last race? The other thing we got to talk about here is geography, and this is something that I'm paying some close attention to. Can't translate everything across the country to Maryland, but there are some very rural parts of this very large congressional district nationwide in some of the counties that have reported fully across the country. There has been a little bit of a shift back towards President Trump at the top of the ticket. Now, can't make any inferences down ballot, but it's just worth noting that rural communities across the country do appear to be getting a little bit more red. What impact, if any, could that have on this specific district in this specific race? Well, that's something that's too early to be seen, but we'll definitely be looking at some of the results in the westernmost counties of the Maryland Panhandle as we get closer to this election, starting to see some votes being posted. So we'll certainly continue to stay ahead of this race. It very, very close is the anticipation, and when you consider that control of the House is going to be up for grabs, this could be an incredibly pivotal one. So we'll stay ahead of developments as they happen.
A competitive race indeed, David Kaplan. Thank you. Let's get a check on the opponent now, the Democrat April McClain Delaney there. And Sierra Fox, who's live in Gaithersburg at that watch party. Hi, Sierra.
Hi, Sierra.
Hi, Kenneth and Angie. Good evening to you. Right now, I'm here at the April McClain Delaney watch party in Gaithersburg, Maryland, at the Mayan Monkey Brewing Co. As you can imagine, everyone is downstairs near the booth, surrounding the bar. She's expected to arrive around 9 p.m. You can see the stage is set behind me. The doors opened here around 7:30, so a little over an hour ago. This race is being closely watched because it could influence the balance of power in the United States House of Representatives. Both parties, Democrats and Republicans, view this as a super competitive seat. Now let's explain more in depth about how this race will have an impact on congressional control. First, the district was redrawn back in 2022 to include more conservative leaning areas while reducing the Democratic stronghold in Montgomery County. That's what's making this a close race compared to previous years. Second, both candidates, Democrat April McClain Delaney and Republican Neil Parrott, have sharply different positions on key issues like health care, reproductive rights, and government regulation, serving as a microcosm for larger debates that affect the entire country. This Maryland 6th congressional race not only reflects local political dynamics, but also holds potential national significance. Fox 5 caught up with McClain Delaney earlier today. Take a listen to why she thinks she deserves this spot.
I'm feeling really good right now, and the reason why is I think that we have to have a common sense, common ground prism, and we have to have leadership that reflects that in our Congress, because if we're ever going to get anything done, we need to come together and to figure out how to do it, and that's things I've done my whole life.
Clearly, she's very confident. Polls closed here in Maryland at 8 p.m. We don't have results in just yet, but of course, Fox 5 is staying ahead, and we'll let you know as soon as those results roll in. Back to you.
All right, well, we next want to go back to that big race, that tight race, the one that we've had a lot of eyes on here in the state of Virginia, and it is for the Senate seat.
Yes, that is Tim Kaine versus Hung Kao. Sharon Roget there monitoring the watch party for Tim Kaine. Sharon, are we expected to see the senator anytime soon?
Angie, Kenneth, actually, yes. Once the results for the presidential race is called in Virginia, then Senator Tim Kaine said that he will take the stage to talk about the results of this race. But until we get to see who wins on the presidential side in Virginia, Senator Kaine will not be showing himself on that stage. I will tell you, a lot of people are excited. They are enthused about the results that are coming in so far. The margin between Senator Kaine and his Republican challenger, Hung Cao, has gotten a bit smaller. It started off with about a 12 percentage point lead. Now it's down to a 5 or 6 percentage point lead. But they are still very confident that this will be a victory party for them tonight. This is his race to lose. And frankly, if he loses this race, it would be the biggest upset that we have seen in a very long time. So what he is running on tonight, because I spoke with him just a few hours ago, is 3 issues: the economy, health care, and reproductive rights. He has been saying over the last several months he has fundraised more than Cao, that Cao is a Trump MAGA candidate, that people are tired of that kind of hateful rhetoric, the senator tells me. And even though that he is the politics guy who's been around for decades in Virginia, he has a lot of new ideas for his agenda day one if he is reelected. One of those being he wants to work on housing and the housing crisis, on child care, and he said he's done a lot for reproductive rights, which he's saying is one of the driving forces of getting voters to the polls. Again, there are screens everywhere. People are just glued to the results that are coming in the presidential race in the state of Virginia. Right now, Kamala Harris was trending, polling at least 10 percentage points above Donald Trump. We saw what happened in 2020. So we will be seeing exactly what happens with the presidential race in Virginia. And shortly after that, we'll be hearing from Senator Kaine, guys.
All right, we will look out for that. Sharon, thank you. Let's turn our attention to Maryland, that high-stakes Senate race between former Republican Governor Larry Hogan and Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks.
Yeah, we want to get back to our Homa Bash, who joins us live. She is at Alsobrooks' official watch party at the University of Maryland Hotel in College Park, and with a special guest. Hi, Homa.
Hey guys, yeah, I'm here with Congressman Glenn Ivey. Thank you so much for joining us live. I know you're supposed to be up there talking in just a second, so we'll be really quick with this. I mean, you've been a strong supporter of Angela Alsobrooks during her campaign. What do you want to see from her in the Senate?
Well, I think we're going to have a lot of work to do. Hopefully we'll have Kamala Harris in the White House. I'd love to see somebody else on the Supreme Court. Hopefully she'll get some nominations. Angela can help usher that through the Senate, and as well as other judges. Roe v. Wade needs to be addressed. We need to codify that. We got a lot of work to do on that front too.
And we know former Governor Larry Hogan has had a huge amount of popularity in this state, but Alsobrooks has been leading by double digits. We just heard that, we expected Maryland to be called early in her favor. Lines are still happening at polling places all around the state of Maryland, and that is why these results are trickling in. In terms of legislative priorities, what is your, hope? And she's making a lot of history here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think the history is a big piece of it. But I think she's going to be more than historic. I think she's going to be an outstanding senator. She's got big shoes to fill. Ben Cardin was an outstanding senator for 3 decades here in Maryland, but she's certainly up to the task.
And she has made such a big impact here in Maryland and Prince George's County,
right.
and she has made such a staunch support here in PG.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this has been a base of her support, but also Prince George's County has really been a base for the Democratic Party statewide. We've been driving these elections for a long time now, and this is just another example, another big step in the right direction. But that's also why we have such a diverse leadership statewide in the governor's office, lieutenant governor, attorney general, comptroller. All those officers are held by diverse individuals. So I think it's incredible that Maryland's setting the pace here, and hopefully that's the kind of thing that can spread across the country.
And she has been confident throughout her campaign, a year and a half of running, that we are going to keep Maryland blue in the Senate.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a heavy lift. We had a stacked deck with us. We had 23 Democratic seats up, and some are going to be tough to hold, like West Virginia. But it can be done. We need a couple upsets. Colin Allred hopefully can knock off Ted Cruz in Texas. Those are the kinds of races we would need to win in order to hold the Senate, and I'm hoping it goes in the right direction for us.
Congressman Ivey, I know they're waiting for you up there on stage. I appreciate your time, as always.
Thank you. Thank
you so much.
It's
always good to see you.
All right, take care.
All right, guys, we're going to be waiting for these results to come in here in College Park. We're expecting Angela Alsobrooks to make an appearance here at her campaign watch party. The University of Maryland hotel here is packed. The energy is high, and it is excited, I have to tell you guys.
All right, great, Homa. We will check back in with you shortly. Thanks so much for the update. Meanwhile, we want to head back out to Larry Hogan's watch party in Annapolis as the campaign awaits the results of the race.
Yes, let's get to our Bob Barner, who's live there at that watch party. It's picking up there, it looks like, Bob.
Yeah, it is. There have been a couple of speakers. I mean, the polls have been closed almost an hour. Some people predicted this thing would be over quickly, not the former governor. And here is one of his supporters, Larry Herman. Larry from Baltimore County currently. How are you feeling right now? The polls were not good, but the former governor thought this could be closer than most people thought it would be.
Well, I think we know that the early results will be coming from the big cities, from Baltimore, from Annapolis, and those are expected to favor Harris pretty dramatically. The issue is whether it'll be close enough that when the smaller precincts come in from the Eastern Shore and the West, that there might be a chance for him to overcome the early lead of Harris.
I mean, he ran as kind of an independent Republican against a very strong Democrat, Angela Alsobrooks. What are you expecting tonight? Why did you want to be here with the former governor considering himself, a large underdog tonight?
I've supported underdogs before, and occasionally they've won. My original entry into politics was to support a person whose last name you'll know, but maybe not his first name. It was James Buckley from New York, whose brother was William F. Buckley, Jr. And James Buckley won a three-way race for the Senate in 1970. Dramatic underdog. He won. And the politics he represented, he ran on the Conservative Party ticket, but his best friend was Patrick Moynihan, who beat him 6 years later.
Left-leaning Democrat.
And that is the politics I grew up in which I'm a policy attorney. The major issue was addressing and trying to resolve public policy problems. I don't think that's the case anymore. But I think Larry Hogan represents that philosophy. And I like him.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Mr. Herman, thanks for switched hands with the wine.
No, I have a
appreciate
question
it.
for you. What is the affiliation of...
1 second, I'll be right back with you, okay? I'm just going to wrap up here and I'll be right back with you. The conversations continue, guys. They're not in 2-minute increments, but that's Larry Herman, one of the Hogan supporters here. We don't know when the former governor is going to be out here. I just ran into Boyd Rutherford, his lieutenant governor, when Larry Hogan, Republican, was governor of a blue state, Maryland. We'll see how late we go, what happens. The polls have been closed now just about an hour. We'll await the results and the speeches as they come, whether they're soon or later, guys.
Bob, one thing is for sure, we know that you're about to have an even more interesting conversation there with that gentleman. So
yeah, it's not over.
It's not. The night is essentially just beginning. Speaking of definitely not over, because the results, they are still coming in right now from around the country. Many don't expect the presidential race to even be decided tonight or even tomorrow. We know that could take weeks, possibly even some legal action could slow things down.
Yeah, we've seen this before. Now, joining us again to break down what we've seen so far, Democratic strategist Kevin Walling and Republican strategist Nicole Bennett. Glad that you could join us again. I just want to go ahead and just put this out here. One of the main storylines that have come down, that we've heard over and over again in this election, is that this is going to come down to a battle of the sexes. And by that, if you were to go out and believe all the polls that we've seen, the gender gap, this very well could be decided by a gender gap that could be not only huge, but historic. Seeing what you've seen so far, what do you think?
Yeah, Angie, I think you're absolutely right. You know, we saw the early vote. There was, across the battleground states, there was about 18 million or so early votes across those 7 key battleground states. The vice president was leading by about 1 point. I'm sorry, women were outpacing men by 1.7 million of those votes, a gender gap of 13 in Pennsylvania, double digits in Michigan, Wisconsin, other places. We'll see now as the day of votes come in, and we're going to poll polls are about to close in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona, 3 of those key 7 battleground states, if that gender gap persists, or do men make up more of that share coming into Election Day vote?
Nicole, I mentioned possible legal action here. There were a number of legal actions taken by former President Trump in 2020. Is it too early to tell if we will see more legal action from the Trump campaign? And obviously, does that depend on how the night goes for him?
Absolutely. It really depends on what's going to happen a little bit later on this evening, probably into tomorrow as well. The legal action that the RNC has taken already was simply to level the playing field where there were people being told to get out of line at polling places and that kind of thing. But I think moving forward, it really depends on how the counting is done. Again, it's a hard job to count these ballots. It's not easy, but we need it to be fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, we're looking at all these numbers and everything, and I'm just going to ask both of you, you know, maybe if you can get in your feelings, as Drizzy would say, right? In your feelings, because we had heard from both sides the last couple days that both sides, insiders on both sides, were saying the way they described how they felt was nauseously optimistic. I know that's something that you have heard. It seems like everybody's been on edge. As these numbers start to come in now, as the night starts to die down, where do you think, how are we feeling? What's the temperature in the room?
I think that's a perfect description of probably how Nicole and I are both feeling. Yeah. I think we're reading into every little tea leaf and every little precinct in each of these 7 key battleground states. I think the key thing is patience, as we stressed earlier, both Nicole and I, to get a better picture of what is still outstanding, where those votes have already come down, and just really hold our breath to see how this election shakes out. It's going to be incredibly close, similar to what we saw in 2020 and 2016. We are a very divided country.
Yeah, Angie asked that a lot better than what I was thinking, because I read from a viewer earlier today. It feels like the whole country is waiting for the results of an STD test as we wait for these results here, because everybody's just so on edge right now, no matter what side you are on or if you're covering this thing. And I hope that doesn't get me in trouble with the bosses here during our coverage. But what are you guys watching for here in our final minute here in this hour? What are you watching for here as we approach the 9 o'clock hour in the East?
We're waiting for those results to roll in from Pennsylvania. They're coming in slow but sure. The expectation is for the urban centers, being Pittsburgh and Allegheny County and Philadelphia, to come in first. But the central part of Pennsylvania, commonly referred to as Pennsyltucky, may come in a little bit later than those results. So all eyes on PA, all eyes on Michigan and Wisconsin, that blue wall. We're watching.
Kevin, same, you're watching. I'm sure it's Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania now. I don't know if it's the same ring as Florida, Florida, Florida.
No, it absolutely is Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania. We're encouraged, Democrats are encouraged with the long lines that we're seeing at a lot of these college campuses. Those folks should stay in line if they were in line before the close of the polls at 7. But certainly it's all eyes on the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and we know that the battleground of Pennsylvania and Georgia, North Carolina, is still at this point too close to call. Yes,
yeah, all right, guys, thank you so much. We'll check in with you later. Fox 5 will have nonstop live local coverage you can get with the Fox Local app. And so grab your phone, get that QR code there that's on your screen. It will lead you to download the Fox Local mobile app.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool because the moment, okay, go ahead, scan that QR code right there. We can't say this enough, only takes a second. The moment you do that, you download it, okay, or it'll show you how to do it, whether you do it on your smart TV or your phone. You're going to have instant access to these results as they roll in and our nonstop coverage that's going to last until midnight, maybe even longer. So just go to fox5dc.com for more info.
But for now, here's a live look at the White House along with the watch parties for both presidential candidates. The questions on everyone's mind: who will call the White House home for the next 4 years? So exciting time for America, as a lot of people, we talk about how people are anxious, but it's also, I want to
a Fox 5 primetime election special airing only on Fox Local. Another historic day for the United States as voters decide whether to elect the nation's first ever female president in Kamala Harris or if Donald Trump will serve a second term as president, of course, non-consecutively.
Millions of ballots are being counted as polls close across the country. Here in the DMV, there are several local races which could be key in determining the balance of power in Congress. Let's get straight into where things stand right now.
Polls just closing in Maryland within the last hour. The race we are watching tonight is for Maryland's Senate seat. Tens of millions of dollars poured into the contest between former Governor Larry Hogan and Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks. Those early numbers, as you can see right there, are still coming in. And you can see right now we are awaiting more numbers from this race. In Virginia, we have results of the Senate contest right now between incumbent Tim Kaine and challenger Hung Cao. You can see there 51% of the vote for the incumbent Senator Tim Kaine.
We have live team coverage tonight of the Virginia Senate race. Tisha Lewis is live at the Hung Cao campaign headquarters in Chantilly. And Sharon Raget at the Senator Tim Kaine watch party there in Richmond. Let's start with our Tisha Lewis.
Well, what I can say is anxiety that we have heard from so many of the folks here has quickly shifted to excitement as the numbers continue to pour in. A member of Hung Cao's team came and took to the podium and said this is, quote, a tight race, and it's a race that they are still in. They're watching it very closely as the numbers continue to pour in, saying that they're paying attention to several areas across the Commonwealth, including Virginia Beach. You can see the scene behind me. It is a packed house, and, the folks here feel like it's a close race. They say that they are praying for a victory. Now, obviously, that is the overwhelming sentiment from the folks here at the election night watch party for Hung Cao. We did get a chance to speak with Hung Cao just moments before the polls closed. We asked him several questions, including if he would have done anything differently. Here's what he had to say.
What would you do differently about your campaign?
I mean, we've done every single thing. You saw the last 4 days, I've been in every corner of Virginia. We traveled 4,000 miles. And, it's just, it really comes down to money. He had a lot of it, and we were able to garner about $10.5 million to really to get our message out there. But I hate to say this, it all came down to money. And there's not much that my team could have done more unless we had the resources like Tim Kaine. I mean, he's a 30-year career politician.
Again, Cao telling me he wouldn't change anything about his campaign, blasting his opponent of being a career-long politician who has been soft on border security, illegal immigration, and much more. Cao goes on to say he shares the same principles as former President Donald Trump concerning border security and also illegal immigration and protecting jobs from foreign tariffs. He does say if he loses, though, he will call his opponent and concede tonight, although Cao's team says the most recent polling data that they are looking at shows the gap between Cao and Kaine at 1%. And the supporters here are optimistic.
My live reaction right now is excitement. I mean, Virginia looks like we're doing pretty good for Hung, so just continue to pray and hope he pulls through.
People want to get their country back. People want to get Virginia back. We're hoping and praying for the best.
There you go. And back out here live, we keep hearing rounds of applause when the folks see the results that are pouring in as they watch them on the big screens here at the election night headquarters. And these folks say that this is a tight race and it's not over until it's over, and it's not over yet. Also want to point out, we are told that there's a delegation here that's from South Asia that is here to see these election results pour in. So a lot of different folks here watching and waiting patiently.
All right, Tisha Lewis for us in Chantilly, and clearly Virginia, the polls closing at 7 o'clock, so 2 hours past that, and still no results there. Our Sharon Raget in Richmond tonight, following closely there for the incumbent Senator Tim Kaine. Sharon?
Yeah, guys, the Hippodrome Theater in Richmond is still fired up. Listen, they were expecting results to have come in by now for Senator Kaine. They were hoping that this large margin that he was leading, and the polls before tonight were indicating about an 11-point lead from Kaine over Hung Cao. That lead has, yes, gotten smaller, but I just checked in with the campaign to see if there's any anxiety about that. They say absolutely not. They are very confident because a lot of the votes that have not come in yet are very critical critical. Those are in the Nova areas, the Richmond areas, the Hampton Roads areas. So they are confident that in a little bit, as those counts are come in, that margin will open up. So let's take some video here, because I want to show you what this race has been about for Senator Kaine. I mean, he is running for a third term. He is one of the most recognizable faces in this state, a former mayor of Richmond, former Virginia governor from 2006 to 2010, former lieutenant governor. He's been a senator from 2013. The two candidates only held one debate back in October. They have very different views about the future, views about border security, views about reproductive rights. The senator, I spoke with him earlier today. He said that he is confident that this will be a victory party shortly. I spoke to him also about his message to Virginians about disinformation and election interference. That has been a big topic nationally, but especially here in the coming days. This could just be the start of it. Here's what the senator had to say.
The first thing I would say to Virginians is we have a really good track record of being able to run an election fairly and then accurately count every vote. So if you're voting, or if you've already voted, or you're going to vote this afternoon, I think you can feel confident your vote will be counted and we'll have an accurate tally relatively soon. But I would just give everybody a sense of wariness about information that you might see in the days to come.
Obviously, another big factor in all of this was how much fundraising that Senator Kaine did. Absolutely. He spent nearly $20 million to house $6 million. A lot of factors leading into this. He also says reproductive rights is one of the main reasons we're seeing a lot of people voting this time around, a lot of young voters in Virginia. We will wait for those results to come. Again, the Kaine campaign is confident that they will take the victory tonight. Guys.
Friend, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Let's stay in Virginia there and get a check of some of these results coming in. Let's talk about the congressional district there in the 7th. As you see, Eugene Venman leading 51% to 49. Those votes still coming in. 71% of the votes so far counted. Again, that is a tight and competitive race there in Northern Virginia for the House District 7. We are keeping watch on that one, especially there.
Yeah, also, the 10th is a big situation for the Commonwealth here, and we know that these candidates have been looking for Jennifer Wexton's vacated seat. We're talking about Mike Clancy and Suha Subramanian for the Democrats, and right now there's 70,000 outstanding votes, but 83% of the votes have already been tallied right now, and you can see the Democratic side does carry the majority as we speak right now, but 343,000 votes coming in for this congressional district there, and that area for Congressional District 10 covering parts of Prince William, Fauquier, and Loudoun counties.
Let's dig deeper into what we're seeing right now. Look at these congressional races in Virginia and Maryland. Tom Fitzgerald live in studio for that analysis here. And Maryland Senate seat that we're looking at for Alsobrooks and Hogan. Still a tight race. I'm sure the Alsobrooks campaign fought with the call for Kamala Harris in Maryland that her numbers would be even higher at this point. What are you seeing? What are you feeling?
They were looking for coattails.
You
know, that's what you're looking for in a night like this if you're Angela Alsobrooks. And in a lot of ways, you know, it was a mirror image of what we saw previously in these races, because Democrats continuously overperform in Maryland. It's just a fact. It's a 2-to-1 advantage over Republicans. Larry Hogan's formula for success in his past gubernatorial races has always been he locks up the Republicans, he gets a good pool of independents, and he's able to peel off some Democrats. That is really hard for Larry Hogan, and mainly because he's not at the top of the ticket this time. You know, Larry Hogan has kind of been battling it out with Donald Trump over the last couple of years. There was a MAGA Republican gubernatorial candidate last cycle who Larry Hogan said he wasn't going to vote for and didn't support, wouldn't endorse. So Larry Hogan had some, problems on his own Republican flank, let alone the fact that in his cycle right now, getting independents and pulling off some of those Democrats is an incredibly tall order for him tonight.
And this would be a seat that would flip, right, if Larry Hogan were to win it. We saw something like this, not similar, but of course a seat flipping in West Virginia with Jim Justice taking that Senate seat. For Maryland, it's interesting because one of the latest ads that we saw from Larry Hogan was saying to the voters, split the ticket, vote for Harris and then vote for me. I'm your 2-time governor here in Maryland. You know me. You know I can get the job done. Does it resonate with voters? And is that why we're seeing that it's 9/11 right now? And still we haven't heard.
Well, it's the abortion question. for Larry Hogan. One of the things he had been pushing was the fact that he would not support any effort in the Senate to ban abortion across the country. Angela Alsobrooks' response to that has been, if you get into the Senate and Republicans take majority control, that's never going to come up for a vote anyway. So, that issue has really dogged him. And remember, Larry Hogan is not some unpopular Republican in Maryland. This man left office with a 70% popularity race. It begs the question of, was this the right race for Larry Hogan to get into? This probably would have been a slam dunk for Democrats had Hogan not even got into it in that surprise and made this a race. Even if he is not victorious tonight, though, he has done something big for Republicans. He has made them spend money, and a lot of money, in a place they didn't think they'd really have to spend at all.
Yeah, let's take the temperature on Virginia Senate race now. We've got Tim Kaine there, the incumbent, Hung Cao, giving him a challenge.
Hung Cao's entry into the Senate race was a bit of a surprise. We spoke about this earlier. He ran in the Virginia 10th previously in the last cycle. He lost to Jennifer Weston, but Jennifer Weston wasn't running this time. Why did he go to a Senate race when everybody had kind of thought he had an opportunity to return to that congressional district and maybe make some hay there? Well, one of the answers was, and we asked Hung Cao this, a lot of the issues he was talking about did play better in other parts of the state outside of the 10th district. So if you go down to places, like Blacksburg, in the southwestern parts of Virginia, Hung Cao is a message that really kind of picks up and is transportable down there, maybe in some ways more than in Northern Virginia, which is where he faced defeat previously.
Interesting stuff in both the Senate races. We still have to talk about the congressional races in Virginia. We'll come back to you, Tom, in a second here. In the meantime, let's take some live pictures right now out of Washington, D.C. We're going to Howard University, where you can see an historic moment there for the country, especially if it does elect its first female president. A live look here at these pictures as we see the gates open there at about 7 o'clock. Security has been very, very tight for this potential celebration. It is right now a watch party in effect, and we're expecting to see the vice president in the 11 o'clock hour. But again, we'll wait and see. A lot of these races seem like they're taking some time to be called, and it could be a very late night.
And a lot of people who are there most likely attend Howard University or alumni, and they probably feel like they've got a strong stake in this with Kamala Harris there at the top of the Democratic ticket there, and with her chances tonight. Let's get to Nana St-Yobonsu, who's been monitoring that watch party there, really filling in there, and the crowd has been pretty excited. Nana.
Marina and Kenneth, it's just an amazing kind of energy here tonight. But I want to go to something you spoke on. There is a lot of alumni here, and we've had a chance to speak to a number of them. And they say, listen, this is a historic moment, regardless of what the results will be tonight. Now, as we know, the vice president graduated from Howard University in 1986. She calls Howard University her formative years. This is where she fell in love with politics. She also spent time on the debate team as well. We have another camera that I would also like to switch to, just so you can take a look at the crowd, to just go through Kamala Harris's time here at Howard. She spent some time here, and she also crossed Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated as well. We've spoken to a number of alumni who say this is bigger than just, Vice President Kamala Harris. This is a big moment for HBCUs, for Howard University, and for Black people in general. We had a chance to speak with a couple alumni earlier who are here on the yard. This is the same yard a lot of them walked on to go to class, and now they're here for the official election night party for a person who could be the next president of the United States. Let's go ahead and take a listen to what they had to say about this moment.
Having so many people have graduated from here, and then at the pinnacle, and that's not to say that we don't have amazing people graduated here, but having Vice President Kamala Harris to be our next president, Madam President, talk about actualization, right?
She's the most qualified candidate ever in the history of the race, honestly. And that she has to go up against a convicted felon, I think is kind of ridiculous. And I'm just beautiful. I think it's time for America to step forward. It's time for America to unify. I think it's time for the hate to stop. I think it's time for the divisiveness to stop. I think it's time for us to get back to who and what we are, because
now a lot of people here that we had a chance to speak with are just saying, again, regardless of the result or the outcome tonight, they're just happy to be here in this moment. A lot of people also saying thank you, Vice President Kamala Harris. If you don't win, if you do win, just thank you for raising the bar and once again putting Howard University on the map. Now, right now there's a DJ playing. The crowd is a little calm, even though it doesn't seem like that. But just moments ago, we heard loud cheers as we have reported. Vice President Kamala Harris projected to win Maryland and the District of Columbia. We don't have any information on Virginia right now, but the energy here is just very high as people kind of peel their eyes to the screens here as those numbers come in, the same numbers that we're also tracking back at the studio. So as soon as we have updates, as soon as we get some information on some speakers that will be coming soon, we'll have that for you. We notice the doors are open. We don't know who's coming out those doors right now. But again, we're not expecting the vice president until a little after 11 o'clock, guys.
All right, thank you, Nana. From Howard University, we go to the state of Florida. These are pictures from Mar-a-Lago, and of course, that'll be the place that we'll wait to hear from the former President Donald Trump. Should he win or should he concede at some point tonight? But regardless, he did win the state of Florida with 30 electoral college votes tonight, 56% of the vote for Donald Trump, only losing 6 states in the Sunshine State and winning Miami-Dade, which swung by 11 points for Donald Trump. County that Biden had won back in 2020. And I'm not sure how much we can read into these results right now, but I think it is telling in these strongholds how much ground President Trump has won.
Well, let's go to the people who probably can read in a little bit more, and that's Kevin Walling, our Democratic strategist, and Nicole Bennett, Republican strategist, there in the newsroom. Kevin, Nicole, what are you watching so far now that it's after 9 o'clock here in the East?
Well, we're still watching Pennsylvania. We're going to be watching Pennsylvania all night with bated breath. Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, those are the states that we're looking at and how that's breaking down along the county line. Some of the counties, of course, being rural, more being urban, and what those counts look like coming in.
And of course, we've seen 6 now of the battlegrounds. 6 of the 7 battleground states are now, polls are closed. Nevada closes at 10 p.m. So those results are starting to trickle into us here at the decision desk here at Fox 5. Clearly some interesting movement, right? You've seen the former president run up his margins a little better than in previous cycles in more rural areas, make some inroads with urban non-white males, something that we've talked about quite a bit throughout this campaign, and now it's up to suburban women likely to counteract that, and that's something that the Harris campaign is looking at very closely, if those numbers can counteract what they're seeing on the ground in some of these key battleground states.
Kevin, let's talk about that, because back in 2020, a lot of people thought that it was a referendum on the Trump presidency, right? And now in 2024, is this a referendum on the Biden presidency? And can Harris recuperate as much ground as Biden did? And if she doesn't, what does that spell for the night?
Yeah, Marina, it's a really good question. You've seen the vice president trying to distance herself, obviously, from the incumbent president, who remains fairly unpopular in job approval. You see those direction of the country polling, strongly against the current administration. But you've also seen the vice president make inroads in polling with regards to who is the candidate of change. And in the most recent New York Times Siena poll, she is the candidate of change, with 48% of Americans to 46% of Americans for the former president. So it's this tightrope of trying to continue on with the Biden administration, keep that base of support, but also grow and reach those disaffected independents and moderate Republicans, try and bring them over to the vice president's side.
And Nicole, of course, we're tracking control of Congress, the Senate and the House, and we've got a big flip there that happened in West Virginia, which really should be no surprise, correct? Joe Manchin, we knew that he had changed his party to independent, and then he was leaving the Senate, and the former governor there, Republican governor, popular governor there in West Virginia, just took that seat.
Yes, Jim Justice won that seat, and I think their AG just won the governorship there.
That's right.
It was a very interesting jaunt with Manchin, being someone who really couldn't figure out where he fit politically, cost the Democrats that seat. So congratulations, former Governor Justice.
That is definitely something that we knew, to your point, Kenneth, that would likely flip there in West Virginia. Kevin, before we take a break here, you know, we're waiting for Georgia. It is a state that right now seems to be neck and neck, and we're waiting. It's so close that they can't call it. It is 9:20, and obviously we know that at 7 o'clock polls close there in North Carolina. Same situation there. What are camps saying right now, and what especially, because you've been talking about voter blocks that the Harris campaign has been looking at. What will they look for, especially in Georgia?
Rudy, it's a really good question. Between 8 and 10 p.m. is always the fear factor for Democrats. It's always when you see those the numbers come in from more rural parts of the battleground states, this kind of blue-red mirage that's going on. I think you're seeing, in what I'm hearing from the Harris campaign, stay the course. They like what they're seeing in some of the urban counties in terms of increasing their lead. They like what they're seeing in the suburban counties around those urban centers like Atlanta and Savannah in a state like Georgia.
All right, Kevin Walling, Nicole Bennett, thank you. We will check in with you later on in just a bit here as we just wait for those results to continue to come in.
Definitely. The lights remain on here at the White House as we give you a live picture there. The race to 270 far from over. We will continue to take a deep dive at our electoral map. And, of course, the balance of power after the break. We'll hopefully touch base again with Tom Fitzgerald as we look to talk about Virginia's 7th district. The balance of power, something that we talk about just as much important as is the White House. The Fox 5 primetime election special. Of course, we continue here to delve into all of this in analysis nonstop until midnight back on Fox 5.
So many competitive races, and we have teams across the area, across the DMV, even in Richmond there at election night parties. I've mentioned if there's a party, we are there. There's a party right here in the studio as well as we continue to monitor those results and keep you updated. Our election special will continue in just a moment. We are live at the Fox 5 DC studios with an election night alert. We are starting to get results for some major races in our area, which could determine the balance of power in Congress.
Let's start with that Maryland Senate race between Angela Alsobrooks and former Governor Larry Hogan. You can see right now where things stand, 56% there for Alsobrooks, 42% for Hogan, but we are still waiting for results right now. As you can see, only 47% of precincts reporting at this hour. Let's move on now to the Senate race in Virginia. There you have it. Senate right now reporting 53%, and things are tighter than probably expected at this hour. Incumbent Tim Kaine there with 51.3% against Hung Kao 48.7% tonight.
Let's move to Virginia. They're in that competitive race for the 10th congressional seat. You see the numbers, 53% for Suhas Subramanian, the Democrat, against Republican challenger Mike Clancy with 47%, 88% there. The votes counted. This is, of course, is for the seat that Jennifer Wexton has vacated. This has been a tight race, but you see the numbers there, 53 to 47 in that race. But let's bring in Katie Barlow live from our Fox 5 Election Center in the Pavilion for a look at the other races we're still waiting on the results for. Katie.
Good evening, guys. Welcome back to the Fox 5 Election Center in the Pavilion. We've got a lot to get to as returns come in across the country. We've been keeping an eye on people voting in our region. As you can see, they've been waiting in line at the polls to cast their vote in this historic election. Now, let's take a look at how this election will affect the balance of power in the federal government here. We're going to take a look at the Senate first, because in the Senate, Democrats are defending a very narrow majority here. They have 51 to 49, but they've already lost one of those seats in West Virginia, where Republican Jim Justice is replacing then Senator Joe Manchin. So let's see. Right now, we're at 8 to 6. This will continue to develop across the evening. We are looking at 34 races in the Senate tonight. Democrats are defending 23 seats. They have a much tougher road this evening than Republicans, who only have to defend 11. And again, only need to pick up 1 or 2 seats to regain control of the Senate. And the Senate is the ballgame when it comes to confirming judges, confirming presidential appointees, and of course, getting policies through for whomever is elected as America's 47th president this evening. All right, let's take a look now at the balance of power in the House. The House is a little bit different. All 435 seats are up tonight. Right now, we can see 85 Republicans, 60 Democrats have been confirmed. That will, of course, change as polls are still open out west and in the Midwest, so we'll develop those numbers as we see them. But right now you can see 85 to 60 Republicans hoping to keep their slim majority here in the House, or even add on to it. They're at 220 right now. Democrats have 212 with 3 vacant seats. So the magic number for Democrats tonight is a net gain of 4 seats. We'll keep an eye on some close races in our backyard that could affect this balance of power. In fact, one of those races is in Virginia. Let's go ahead and take a look at Virginia's 7th, bringing up the race here where we've got Republican Derek Anderson going up against the Democratic nominee Eugene Vindman. This is a race the nation is keeping an eye on this evening. It is a close race right now. You can see Vindman is up 52% with 157,000 or so votes, and 148 for Derek Anderson at 48%. Very tight race here. Democrats and Republicans could be looking to this race to see how the night's going to go for either party in the House. This area in the Virginia 7th is something that we're going to be keeping an eye on throughout the course of the evening. We'll bring you updates, but this is the Fredericksburg area, Stafford, and Culpeper. So we could get more results as Virginia continues to report. Now, let's take a look in Maryland, at the Maryland 6th District, where the Democratic nominee, April McClain Delaney, is going up against the Republican Neil Parrott. And you can see they're also in a tight race, 52% with 88,000 votes for Delaney and 48% with 81,000 votes for Neil Parrott. Now, Delaney is a former commerce employee under the Biden administration. She's a lawyer, and her husband also used to represent this district in Maryland, the Maryland 6th. She's hoping to take the reins now. Now, Parrott is a consultant, and he is a Maryland House member. So that is also a tight race, something that Fox 5 is going to be keeping a close eye on throughout the course of the evening. Now, let's take a look at the race for the White House, where former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are neck and neck right now. We've got 113 electoral votes who have been called for Vice President Harris, 195. have been called for Trump. The magic number, as you can see there, is 270. Whichever candidate can get to 270 electoral votes this evening becomes the 47th president. So let's take a look at exactly how they could reach that magic number and some of the races that have already been called. You can see here that Trump has already been able to take the bulk of the South. He's got South Carolina, Florida, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, Oklahoma. But Harris has been able to pull Illinois, a lot of the Northeast with New York and New Jersey, Connecticut, Delaware. All of these are generally expected. But two races that we're keeping a very close eye on in the newsroom right now, the race in Georgia, where Trump seems to have a lead and has held one for at least the past couple of hours. And we're also taking a look at North Carolina, where Trump also has the lead, albeit a bit of a slimmer margin there in North Carolina with returns coming in. Now, both of these have 16 electoral votes, and they could add significantly as two of the 7 swing states that could make this race for either Trump or Harris. We're still waiting on some returns from some of the major blue metropolitan areas in Georgia, so we could get more of those results in the coming hour. Now, we also have a live look outside the White House where you can see our Shamari Stone will be there later this evening, bring you a live report as the results come in to see if people are gathering, what's going on in the nation's capital. We'll have more for you at 10 and 11 on that. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
A lot of news happening minute by minute here, Katie. We're still waiting. No surprises yet on the Electoral College map, and we'll wait and see as those big swing states start to come in. And in the meantime, let's get you back over to Fox 5. We want to remind you in Fox News that you have been watching nonstop election coverage happening throughout the night on Fox Local. We will be there live after this break. So take a quick moment, grab your phone, use that camera to scan the QR code.
Yeah, when we jump back over to Fox Local, we're going to have a major update on some ballot questions and amendments on abortion in Maryland. So please stick with Fox 5 on that after you download that app and make sure you have it. We'll be following the most important local races and initiatives all the way until midnight tonight. We've also got more information on fox5dc.com. Have a good night. Stay with Fox 5.
All right, right before we head there, we do want to come back on camera here and let you know that right now the Maryland Senate seat for Maryland Senate has gone to Democratic candidate Angela Alsobrooks. We are getting that right now into the newsroom, so that is late-breaking details right now. Angela Alsobrooks, the Prince George's County executive, taking Maryland there with 55% of the vote. And we've got team coverage with our Homa Bash from headquarters there for Angela Alsobrooks, and, of course, our Bob Barnard in Annapolis.
Yeah, competitive race indeed, but we knew that with the polling that Alsobrooks was up. We will check in with Homa Bash right now, who is live at the Alsobrooks watch party. Then we're going to hear from Bob Barnard. But Homa, the race just called for Angela Alsobrooks making history.
Hey guys, yeah, a lot of history made here, and we're just getting these results in right now, so we haven't had a reaction from the crowd just yet. I am hearing that it's coming in right now, so you'll see the reaction in real time from this crowd here at the hotel at the University of Maryland in College Park. The ballroom vibes have been energetic and excited all night long. The doors open here right around 8 o'clock when the polls closed. I think a lot of grassroots supporters are here for Angela Alsobrooks, as well as a lot of Democratic heavy hitters. We have Congressman Steny Hoyer, Congressman Glenn Ivey, and earlier we had a chance to speak with Congressman Jamie Raskin. Take a listen to this.
Her career, of course, is in law enforcement as a prosecutor in Prince George's County, and so she wants to make sure that we've got a strong anti-crime agenda and that we restore generally respect for the Constitution and the rule of law in the country. I know that voting rights are very close to her heart, and she wants to make sure that we get the John Lewis Voting Rights Act passed, and I'll look forward to working with her on all those democracy issues.
And the goal here for Alsobrooks was to keep the Senate blue. For her part, she has done that as we're calling the race for Angela Alsobrooks here for the Senate seat in Maryland. This race was highly competitive, high stakes, They spent close to $85 million between Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks and former Governor Larry Hogan. And when we spoke to people here, they said they loved Larry Hogan when he was governor. He was wildly popular, but at the end of the day, they knew that they wanted those democratic values in the Senate and for the country moving forward, so they wanted to cast her vote for Angela Alsobrooks. She voted, by the way, this morning in Upper Marlboro in Prince George's County alongside her daughter, saying that her daughter was able to not only make history by voting for her mother for the Senate, but also for casting her vote for Kamala Harris. And the Vice President has been a staunch supporter of Angela Alsobrooks during her campaign. She's been running for a year and a half, vowing to create jobs when she's in the Senate, vowing to fight inflation, along with a lot of other priorities, abortion rights that she has mentioned, guys. And we haven't heard the race officially called here in the ballroom yet. We're going to get that reaction coming up for you in just a little bit. And we have heard that Angela Alsobrooks herself is here somewhere in the hotel, and we're expecting her to speak with us very shortly. We'll keep you updated.
Definitely, and we will bring that remarks to you live when it happens there from Angela Alsobrooks. Let's switch now to Bob Barnard. Obviously a disappointing call there for Larry Hogan and his supporters.
Yeah, but Kenneth, that news hasn't reached this room. In fact, just a moment ago, there was a Hogan campaign commercial that ran, and the people cheered. So that news has not reached the room as a whole. We have not heard anything from the campaign, but Jennifer Gray is a Hogan supporter, and I just told you that the race has been called for Angela Alsobrooks against Larry Hogan. Your reaction to that?
First, I must say congratulations to Angela for winning the race. It was a very good race between her and Governor Hogan. I supported Governor Hogan from the first time he ran for governor. I think he did a really great job in the state of Maryland, and it's unfortunate that people didn't get to know him or didn't look at his record to see what he have done for the state of Maryland. But at the end of the day, you know, we support her, and we hope that she do well for the entire state of Maryland.
A lot of people we've spoken to earlier were actually Democrats who voted for him. Are you a Republican who voted for him? And he kind of ran as an independent to try to win this very blue state.
Exactly. Yes, I'm a Republican. I voted for him because he is for all people. And if you look at his record, you know, for the past 8 years as a governor, that's what he did. You know, he didn't choose sides. He chose people, the people of Maryland, and that's what he would have done as a senator.
Disappointed?
You know, it is what it is. At the end of the day, we have to support whoever won, and we just have to, you know, move on. So,
Jennifer, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. It's Jennifer Gray. And guys, I also had a chance a short time ago to interview a former Hogan administration official. She was the secretary of the Department of Natural Resources, at one point his deputy chief of staff, and a longtime Republican state delegate here in Maryland. And I asked her at that point, again, the race had not been called, and again, this room has not been told that. Here is that interview.
So I think there are some things that just transcend party politics, right? He's proven himself as a leader, as governor, and he's demonstrated that at the end of the day, he's going to make the best decision for us as Marylanders, and I think that translates with people.
He calls himself fiercely independent, even though he's a Republican.
He is fiercely independent. You can really count on him to drill down on an issue, think about it, and make the best decision that he thinks will be in the best interest of the people over politics, and I think that's a novelty these days, and again, we need more people like that in politics.
Now, a short time ago, guys, you saw a video of Larry Hogan and his wife, Yumi, voting this morning at an elementary school in Davidsonville here in Anne Arundel County. This morning, he was saying, look, he is the underdog, but was an underdog in 2014 when he was elected governor as a Republican in this predominantly and overwhelmingly blue state. Yes, the poll showed that he was trailing Angela Alsobrooks by double digits, but was still confident that this was really too close to call. It doesn't appear that it's been that way. When we get the official announcement, and of course, when the former governor speaks tonight, we'll be back live with that.
Bob Barnard for us there from Annapolis. And obviously that was a seat that Republicans would have wanted in the Senate. But nonetheless, it stays Democratic. Meanwhile, Maryland District 8, you've got Jamie Raskin there comfortably winning over Republican Cheryl Riley in the 8th District. And again, that's parts of Montgomery and Prince George's County.
Yeah, let's check the race for House District 4 there. Incumbent in Maryland, Glenn Ivey, winning out against George McDermott. You see that 90 to 10% with 48% reporting so far. But again, the AP has called this race in Congressional House District 4 for Glenn Ivey, an incumbent who's been there for a bit. We've seen not only Raskin, but we saw Glenn Ivey there at also Brooks Election Night Watch Party, obviously feeling pretty comfortable in their races, but they went out tonight.
Yeah, and Steny Hoyer at 85 years old has now continued to win a Maryland House 5 district there over Michelle Talkington. And you can see, again, a comfortable win there with 65% of the precincts of voting already called for Steny Hoyer, who continues his reign there in the 5th District. And meanwhile, question 1 for the Maryland ballot, a huge question there, creating a constitutional right to abortion, and 3/4 there, 75% of Marylanders voting in favor of this constitutional referendum, which is a huge, huge thing for the country and, of course, for the state of Maryland.
Abortion rights, a big, big issue there, not only in the race there in Maryland, but in many states across this country and in the presidential race as well. We'll see what impact abortion rights have in the presidential race as we continue to monitor the results from former President Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. We're keeping a watch on that as well.
Yeah, and we will continue our coverage over on Fox Local. We're going to break down everything you just heard from all the races in Maryland, including this historic win for Maryland Senate by Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks. You can find us on Fox Local. Welcome back here to Fox Local as we continue our coverage of all the election results coming in. And right now, Maryland U.S. House District 6, you can see here 50% of precincts reporting. It is neck and neck for April McLean Delaney there with 50.2% of the votes, and Neil Parrott with 49.8%. So again, razor thin margin for a district here that covers Washington, Allegheny, Garrett counties, as well as parts of Montgomery.
A competitive race, and we've got team coverage here. We've got our Sierra Fox at the Delaney Watch Party, our David Kaplan there at the Parrott Watch Party. Let's start with our Sierra Fox.
Hey, good evening to you both. Well, right now I'm here at the April McLean Delaney Watch Party in Gaithersburg, Maryland at the Mayan Monkey Brewing Co. You can see there's a lot of people here behind me. McLean Delaney just walked in about 20 minutes ago. She was greeted with a loud cheer. Right now, according to our online polling, it looks like she is taking the lead, but of course, a lot more votes need to be counted. A lot of people are surrounded by the bar drinking to ease those nerves. And joining me now is actually her daughter, Brooke. Hi, Brooke.
Hi.
Yeah, so how are you feeling? Your mom's on the line here.
I'm feeling really excited. I'm feeling very optimistic. I went to some polling sites today. I think, as you can tell, the room's very excited. And I think voters are really connecting with her, so I'm happy.
And this race could influence the balance of power in the United States House of Representatives. Can you just speak to the importance of this race in general in that regard?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think it's really important to keep the seat blue. I think that my mom really resonates with a lot of people in the district, and I think that keeping this seat blue and the house blue is something that I really hope for. So fingers crossed. I mean, it's a tight race, but I'm very optimistic.
And what does it mean to you to see all these people here supporting her?
I'm super happy. I mean, there's so many people from all aspects of our life, family, friends, people who've worked and volunteered or just supporting her that came by, and it means a lot to have everyone here, and everyone's very excited. So I am just thrilled and so proud of her. Not that many people could say they potentially have two congressmen and women as their parents, so hopefully I get to say that one day.
Yeah, I was just about to say you're used to this because your dad's in politics too, right?
Yeah. So I mean, I'm very proud of both of them, and I'm really proud of my mom, and I think she's such a champion of women's rights, and her entire career has been something I look up to. So I'm very, very proud of her.
Well, Brooke, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. And McLean Delaney, her mom, is about to take the stage at any moment here to give some remarks. And of course, when she does, we'll update you right here on Fox 5. Back into you.
All right, Sierra, thank you. And it's incredible to see the tenor change and the excitement start to build. A razor-thin race right now.
Yeah, let's get to our David Kaplan, who's watching and with supporters there for Neil Parrott. Hi, David.
Hey, good evening to you. Definitely a close one thus far, and that's something that we definitely anticipated in this race between Neil Parrott and April McLean Delaney. So word hasn't necessarily gotten around about how close things are right now. They've got the Fox National broadcast up right now, but definitely a close one. I want to bring in Ethan Lowen, who's a supporter of Neil Parrott's. We are here at the Neil Parrott Watch Party. Thanks for making a couple minutes for Fox 5 here.
Thank you.
How you feeling about this race? I just told you it's about a 600 vote margin with about 195,000 cast so far. So just walk me through what you're thinking when you hear how close it is right now.
Sure. I mean, we knew it was going to be tight. We've had races in the past. But for it to be this tight is a phenomenal showing, far better than what the raw statistics would have said.
At 2020, he had his first shot at this, Neil Parrott, improved upon that in 2022. Now we're improving upon that, it appears, against Miss Delaney. Were you expecting this? I mean, did you think that this would be as close as some of the projections kind of laid out?
Oh, yes, I did expect that. I mean, it's the information, the going back and forth is hot and heavy, a little bit exciting as well, but also there's a lot on the line. I mean, there's a lot of practical issues affecting people's lives, and they need to be hashed out. And so we, as the public, we need to make informed decisions and be aware of what's going on. So I'm not surprised that there's that back and forth, and I think that what's best for us, the people, is going to prevail.
You ready to be here for a couple hours, or are you going to wait this one out, or what's your plan the rest of the night?
No, I'm here to the bitter end.
Gotcha. Well, thank you so much for your time. So there you guys have it. Appreciate Ethan chatting with us. A close one thus far. I'm sure word will get around about how close it is here shortly, but we'll stay ahead of any developments as this one remains neck and neck.
Yeah, much like Ethan, we are also here to the bitter end. David Kaplan, thank you.
We certainly will. And it feels like it's not just the congressional races, some of these Senate races, but just across the board, all of these races have been razor thin, and we are still waiting for some of the calls here in Virginia as well.
Yeah, they're pretty tight, so stick with Fox 5. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you on the other side. We'll be right back. Welcome back. While some are watching the election results come in tonight from the comfort of their own homes, others are looking for a little more excitement.
Yeah, this only happens in places like the DMV and in D.C., and that's where our Josh Rosenthal is at Union Pub. I want to know what people are getting rowdy about at this hour.
Is it because they're looking at us?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, guys, I've been listening to lots of really incredible, hard-hitting election analysis. I want to just get this out of the way. This is not that. You know, I'm in a crowded bar. Sometimes places like this fill up because there's a big game or maybe a concert, a band or something like that. Here in D.C., it's an election. It's follow me down here, down this hall. Jesse Burgett Hall, incredible photographer going backwards here at Union Pub in Northeast on Capitol Hill. I want to introduce you to a friend that we just made. This is Shannon. Shannon, how you holding up so far?
It's touch and go, still cautiously optimistic.
Okay, I want to ask you more about that. First, though, people at home, you'll notice Shannon has a blue drink here. It is because Union Pub is doing kind of a fun electoral college gimmick. Here's the deal. You can buy a blue drink like Shannon. She's a Harris supporter. You can get a red drink. You can get a purple drink. Any way you stack it, once they sell 270 of these things, everybody in the bar gets a free shot. I asked what the shot is. They told me it's a surprise. First, before we get to that, don't show them yet, Gavin. I want to ask Shannon, you're a Harris supporter. How you feeling so far?
Like I said, we are cautiously optimistic. Yeah, as a 2016 survivor, that there's still a long way to go. It's early, still have hope, and we're ready to hang out the rest of the night.
Okay, like Shannon said, long way to go, right? This electoral college might not be wrapped up for hours, days, weeks, who knows? Some good news, though. I told you they were trying to sell 270 of these things. Let's look at this sign that Gavin's holding up. Here it is officially at 9 p.m. They had sold 191 of them, including Shannon's. So not too much further to go. Guys, I'm going to throw it back to you for now, though. I do think it's clear they all are going to get free shots here at this bar, most likely long before we have the Electoral College call.
They're definitely getting to 270. They're definitely getting to 270 before I think anything is called for the White House. Josh, if you can hear us, I'm curious, though, in a place as blue as the DMV, have they sold any of the red kind?
I have no idea what you guys just said. I thought I heard you. I have no idea. But we are having fun here at Union Pub.
Yes, he's having fun. I hope he can give them some advice on that Election Day hangover, what they need to cure it tomorrow. And this is why they have the election night hangover. It's because of all the drinks.
Yeah, and with all that kind of diet, I think we can let Josh go right now. He can't hear anything
bye,
we're saying.
Josh.
Thank you,
Goodbye, Josh.
All right, we'll be right back here on Fox Local. Stay with us. Well, we're just getting started here on Fox Local, on Fox 5. Thank you for joining us for this primetime election special.
Yes, we are headed to that bar that Josh wasn't. No, we're not. We will be here with our continuing coverage. A lot of races are still yet to be called. That includes former President Trump and Vice President Harris's race for 270 votes, electoral votes there. We will have much more coverage for you coming up on Fox 5 from 10 o'clock until midnight and throughout tomorrow morning. Have a good night.
Good night.
Learn more at invest529.com.
Does a ghost pepper wing that doesn't send you into tears make any sense? Sure does to us. That's why Popeye's ghost pepper wings are more flavorful than fireful. Because in NOLA, we like to taste our food, not cry over it. We don't make sense. We make chicken.
Love that chicken from Popeyes. Right now at 10, an historic election coming to an end.
Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
When I am elected, I will walk in with a to-do list focused on your...
A race marked with an assassination attempt.
Take a look at what happened.
And a party's presumptive nominee dropping out of the race.
Nothing can come in the way of saving our democracy. That includes personal ambition.
Now a two-person race completely reshaped by a monumental 4 months in American politics. Donald Trump looking to return to the White House.
I will bring back a thing called the American dream.
As Kamala Harris battles it out to become the first woman president in American history.
I will fight for all Americans, and together we will build a brighter future for our nation.
It all comes down to this.
Tonight, you decide.
And welcome into Fox 5 election night coverage. And as the polls close across our region and America, voters are deciding right now whether to elect the nation's first ever female president, Kamala Harris, or if Donald Trump will become the second president ever to serve non-consecutive terms.
And we are going to be bringing you up-to-date results for 2 straight hours. And we have a team of reporters standing by to bring you the very latest on local races from across D.C., Maryland, and Virginia.
But let's get into where the races stand at this very minute. Fox 5's Katie Barlow is live in Fox 5's Election Center in the Pavilion right now. Let's talk about where we're seeing things stand at this hour.
Hey, good evening, guys, and welcome into our election center right here in the pavilion. A lot to get to tonight. We're tracking results in real time right here. Let's first take a look at the balance of power across the federal government, looking first to the House of Representatives in Congress. All 435 seats are up tonight. You can see right now Republicans are sitting at 111 seats to Democrats 78. Now, there are still plenty of races left to be called here. Democrats are hoping to pick up a net of 4 seats here to regain control of the House. Republicans, of course, hoping to keep their 220-seat majority and perhaps even add to it as we track these races across the country. Nothing unexpected yet called in the House, but several to keep a close eye on. Now let's take a look at the balance of power in the United States Senate, where you can see the numbers. Democrats are defending a 51-seat majority, a very slim majority, and you can see right now Republicans have 47, Democrats are sitting at 37. The reason that number is lower for Democrats right now is because they have a tougher road tonight. They are defending 23 seats compared to Republicans defending just 11. Now let's take a look at some of the races right here in our backyard that will affect this balance of power. One of them we just called here on Fox 5, and that is the Senate race in Maryland. We can now call that Prince George's County Executive Angela Alsobrooks will be Maryland's first black senator. She is elected to the United States Senate over former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. In fact, Alsobrooks now joins Lisa Blunt, Rochester Senate candidate in Delaware, and for the first time, 2 black women will be serving in the United States Senate. So history both in Maryland and for the United States Senate. Now let's take a look at the House race in Virginia's 7th District. This is Culpeper and Fredericksburg and Stafford. This is one of these races that the entire country is watching tonight. Democratic candidate Eugene Vindman is going up against the Republican candidate Derek Anderson. And it looks like now we're actually hearing live from former Governor Larry Hogan speaking live. Let's take a listen.
I love you too. I just spoke with County Executive Alsobrooks, and I congratulated her on a hard-fought victory. And in our nation's history, only 3 African-American women have ever served in the United States Senate. Tonight, regardless of who you voted for, we can all take pride in the election of the first black woman to represent Maryland in the United States Senate. As governor, I had the privilege of working closely with Angela. She's a dedicated public servant, and all of us should wish her much success. And Yumi and I offer our best wishes and our prayers to Angela and her family. But now is the time for us to come together and to move forward as one state and one nation, to respect the will of the voters and the outcome of the democratic process. And I want to thank every single one of you in this room tonight. Give yourselves all a big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to say thanks to my wife, Yumi, who inspired me to get into this race, and my entire family. Give them a big round of applause. I stepped up to run because I was concerned about what kind of a future we would be leaving for all of our kids and grandkids. And for me, the greatest title wasn't governor or senator, it's dad and pop-pop. I also want to thank our incredible campaign staff. Please give them a round of applause. They did an amazing job. And the thousands of volunteers all across the state who worked their butts off. You know, some campaigns drag on for years, but this one was a 9-month sprint. We ran full speed from day one, from early mornings and late nights to every corner of the state, knocking on doors, making calls and meeting voters from Oakland to Ocean City and everywhere in between. And we built a broad coalition of Republicans, Democrats, and independents, and we brought together first responders, police, veterans, longshoremen, teachers, small business owners, young people and retirees, and hardworking families all across the state. This was truly a grassroots campaign. And most of all, I want to thank my fellow Marylanders, especially all those in deep blue Maryland who were willing to put country over party and split their tickets. If the pundits and the politicians were more like the good and decent people that I meet every day on the campaign trail, our country would be so much better off. We got into this race for the right reasons, to fix the broken politics and to put our country on the right track. And we ran the kind of campaign that represents what politics can be.
And we are listening in to Larry Hogan, who is speaking from Annapolis tonight, conceding what really became an unusually competitive race in a deeply blue state, speaking and thanking his family, his friends, and all of Marylanders for their support, making mention that no matter what side you stand on, everyone tonight should be proud that the state of Maryland is sending to the Senate its first black senator.
And you heard that from the governor, so let's go to right now College Park, where Homa Bash is. It looks like we're hearing right now from Ben Cardin, the man who Angela Alsobrooks will succeed in the U.S. Senate.
That's right, Jim and Angie. And the vibe here all night has been one of excitement, of energy. And as you heard, Angela Alsobrooks never lost her focus in this race. She had a lot of grassroots organization. She had a lot of backing from Marylanders in this deep blue state. We're expecting to hear from her here in just the next few minutes. But this was a historic race and a historic win as she becomes the first black senator from the state of Maryland, the fourth female black senator to serve in our country's history. And, you know, this was a high-stakes race, highly competitive, nearly $85 million spent from both campaigns. Larry Hogan was widely popular, both with Democrats and Republicans, and still Angela Alsobrooks, during her last year and a half of campaigning, has said she was certain that Maryland would stay blue. And, you know, as we've been hearing from all of the major Democratic heavy hitters that have supported her, from all of Maryland's congressmen and senators here in the state of Maryland, as well as President Barack Obama, Vice President Kamala Harris, have supported her throughout her campaign, just saying how important it is for her to maintain power, for Democrats to maintain power in the Senate. Alsobrooks, you know, she made history running for state's attorney here, becoming the first woman in Prince George's County, becoming the first female county executive here in Prince George's County. She was born and raised in this area. And a lot of people that we have heard from say that that has been impactful in her race. We're going to send it back into you guys for right now, but when she is out here on this stage speaking to the people that have supported her this entire time, we will bring that to you live. Guys.
All right, Homa Bash for us tonight in College Park.
Yeah, and joining us now at the table for more analysis, this is a race that you followed very, very closely. Yeah. I know that everybody's eyes was on this on a national level, but really, whether Hogan won or Alsobrooks won, there was history-making potential here, right? Because it's been so long since we sent, or Maryland has sent a Republican to the Senate. I mean, we're talking a generation. Yeah, and now here we have this historic win.
And on election night, it's easy to get caught up in the who won, who lost thing. But, you know, the governor just a moment ago, you know, highlighted the history that just happened here. You know, Maryland has elected the first African-American woman to the United States Senate. Not only that, for the first time in U.S. history, there are going to be two African-American women in the United States Senate. Tonight, Linda Blunt Rochester, a Democrat out of Delaware, was also elected. So we've never seen this before. That said, you know, Larry Hogan's path to victory, which he rode to two successful races to win the Maryland governorship, just doesn't hold up tonight in a presidential race. Large part because Larry Hogan wasn't at the top of that ballot tonight. Yeah. Donald Trump's name was. So, you know, we've talked about the Hogan formula success. 2-to-1 margin, Democrats over Republicans. But Hogan always had to hold on to all of his Republicans, get those middle ground independents, and then pull over some Democrats. How do you do that with, you know, this big tidal wave of votes that pulled Angela Alsobrooks into the United States Senate tonight? It was a tall order. He had fires to put out in his own party. He had to convince Democrats to come along based upon his performance as governor previously. And then the abortion issue, was something that the Democrats hit Larry Hogan with every single day since when he surprise announced to get into this race.
Yeah, and there was that ad that ran in the last couple of weeks of the campaign where it was people saying, I'm going to vote for Kamala, but I'm also going to vote for Larry Hogan, which you would never see that in any other state other than Maryland. I noticed a lot of those ads, too. They were forget about Donald Trump. They were trying to tie him to the likes of Ted Cruz and Mitch McConnell.
They were trying, throughout this to try to tell voters the Larry Hogan you think you know is not the Larry Hogan you know. Now, this is a governor who left office with a 70% popularity. Larry Hogan's still pretty popular in the state of Maryland. Just when it comes to this Senate race, with everything that was on the line here right now, and with the Democrats throwing money into this race that they weren't expecting to have to spend.
Right.
If Larry Hogan did nothing else throughout this election, he made Democrats spend money and spend resources in a state that previous to his entry into this race, they weren't even considering having to make a big effort here.
By the way, the story tomorrow and the days to come is going to be the fight to replace Angela Alsobrooks now as Prince George's County Executive. Another story for another day.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Fitz.
Thanks, Fitz. All right, we want to go back to our election center with Katie Barlow.
Good evening, guys. Welcome back into the pavilion. We're tracking everything from local races to the race for the White House and the balance of power in both houses of Congress this evening. We've also got a beautiful live look at the Capitol tonight as we're keeping an eye on who's going to be in control of that building in the coming weeks and months. Let's first take a look at the balance of power in the House of Representatives. We were just talking about this. All 435 seats are up tonight. Right now, Republicans have 121, 82 for Democrats. That number is going to grow as polls close across the Midwest and the West. Republicans have 220 seats they're hoping to hold on to, hoping to add to. But Democrats, if they are able to flip just 4 seats, they will regain control of the House of Representatives. That means tapping a Democratic speaker. Now let's take a look at the Senate, where Democrats are hoping to defend their very narrow majority there, 51-49. They've already lost a seat that once belonged to Joe Manchin, who was an independent that caucused with the Democrats. That's now going to Republican Governor Jim Justice, who will be going to the Senate right along with Baby Dog, making it neck and neck in the Senate. Right now, you can see there are 48 Republicans to 37 Democrats. The reason why that Democratic number is lower, they are defending more seats tonight than Republicans. They've got a lot of political work to do tonight to be able to shore up that majority. And remember, if it's 50-50, whoever has the presidency and the vice presidency casts that tie-breaking vote in the Senate. So we'll keep an eye on that race. Now let's take a look at the races in our backyard that will affect the balance of power. First, going to one the entire nation is keeping an eye on here, and that's the Virginia 7th with Culpeper, Stafford, Fredericksburg. This is Democratic nominee Eugene Vindman going up against Republican Derek Anderson. Both men are political newcomers, have never held public office. Both men are Army veterans. Right now, you can see 51% of the vote. This is tightened since we were just up a few minutes ago. 51% of the vote going to Vindman right now with 170,000, just 49% for Anderson. Now let's go look at the Virginia 11th, which we have been able to call here on Fox 5, and that is Jerry Connolly's seat, where he's actually been in Congress since 2008. He has been declared the winner this evening with 67% of the vote. This district is the bulk of Fairfax County. Now let's take a look at the race for the White House and where things stand between, actually we can take a look at the Maryland 4th. We've got it right here. We have Glenn Ivey, who has also been called the winner in the Maryland 4th. That's Prince George's County with a little bit of Montgomery County. He was also expected to win that seat. Now let's take a look at the race for the White House with former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. Trump is at 205 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris sitting at 117. As you can see on your screen, 270 to win. That's the number we're looking for tonight. If Harris wins all of the states that she's expected to win, she will be needing 44 seats to clinch the presidency. President Trump, if he wins all the states he's expected to win, he's going to need another 51 from those swing states. So let's take a look at what those numbers could look like as we're getting vote totals across the country. Right now, you're seeing a lot of red right here, but I want to say a lot of these all of these were already expected to go into Trump's camp. You can see right here, he's already taken the bulk of the South: Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, and their 40 electoral votes. Again, that was expected. We also know that Ted Cruz has been declared the winner of a close Senate race against Colin Allred in Texas. But she has kept, Vice President Kamala Harris has kept the Northeast also as expected: New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Connecticut, also Illinois and Colorado. The key tonight will be 7 swing states, particularly as we're watching right now, Georgia, where Trump has maintained a steady lead for the past couple of hours, and North Carolina, where Trump has also maintained a steady lead, but we're still waiting on a significant chunk of the votes there. And then, of course, the all-important Pennsylvania, with its 19 electoral votes, could be the ball game in the presidential race, but it could be days before we find out, because they cannot begin to count those early votes until the polls close this evening. So we'll see as the Pennsylvania results come in, but for now, we'll send it back into you guys in the studio.
I think we got to let everybody know at home right now, because I'm looking at the latest numbers from the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump's now up by 21,000 votes in Pennsylvania, and Virginia right now, Trump is in the lead in Virginia by about 20,000. I'm going to pull that up right here, by about 25,000 votes. However, there's a lot of uncounted votes in Northern Virginia, Fairfax County, all that area. So at this point, we are seeing Donald Trump running a very strong race in places where Joe Biden did well otherwise 4 years ago.
Yeah, and we've heard a lot leading up to this point that it might all come back down to Pennsylvania, and that's why all eyes are on that, but obviously still too close to call. Meanwhile, we do want to head back out to Howard University's campus, and that is where we find our Nana St-Bonsu, who is standing by where the vice president plans to wrap her night up at.
Hey guys, good evening. The yard of Howard University has completely transitioned into the place where Vice President Kamala Harris will arrive for her official election night party. But the party, I'll tell you, started hours ago here. But the mood has gone up. You feel a little bit of anxiety from the crowd, and then we hear some cheers as the projections start to come in. We have another camera that I would like for you to take a look at. It's a better shot of the crowd. This is a crowd filled with students, alumni, people in the community, people who don't even have ties to Howard University, who are just HBCU grads, saying it's important to be here, calling this night already historic regardless of what the outcome is. We had a chance to speak with a number of alum and current students who say, you know what, win or lose, they have a message for the vice president. Go ahead and take a listen.
I just will thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you do and all that you will continue to do.
Thank you for showing up at a time such as this. Thank you for answering the call. And thank you for choosing to lead in this way and to inspire so many people, not only young women, but young men and just people all across our nation.
Thank you for changing the narrative. Thank you for proving people wrong. And win or lose, this has been a historic campaign and a historic election.
With me now, Zach Manifold.
And that's the sense I'm getting here, the energy I'm getting here when I speak to people. They have this gratitude in their hearts for the vice president. Again, they're saying no matter the outcome, that is how they feel. But right now, we're here waiting on her arrival. We'll tell her she won't arrive till a little bit after 11 o'clock. But since, you know, the gates opened a little after 6, closer to 7, we've had performances from the Howard University Gospel Choir. We've had members of the Divine Nine taking the stage. And I have to add, there's a DJ here as well. You don't hear that music right now because they have the big screens up right now where the crowd, the audience is focused to as the projections continue to come in. But, you know, everyone's just calling this a full circle moment. Vice President Kamala Harris deciding to come back to her alma mater, Howard University, where she graduated from in 1986. She calls her years spent here her formative years. It's where she fell in love with politics, moved on to be a district attorney, and then the attorney general for California, a senator, and now the vice president who could be the first woman president of the United States. We'll be here all night keeping you posted. But again, right now, I thought I heard, I'm hearing something. Okay, I think it was just I think it was some boos to projection that came on the screen. But yes, we're here. It's fluid. A lot of things are happening, but we'll have it for you guys. guys.
Yes, definitely a lot going on where you are at Howard University. Nana Sinobonsu for us. Thank you so much. We will be checking in with you momentarily.
All right, so we go from the Harris election night party to Mar-a-Lago. This is where Donald Trump is holding a watch party tonight for many of his supporters there. We're in tight, but you get a sense of really that there are a lot of people in the attitude there a bit more jubilant, I would imagine, at this time, considering how the former president is leading in many crucial and many unexpected states. I should point out, as we've been watching Virginia in the last few moments, Kamala Harris has pulled ahead now in Virginia. She's up by about 16,000 votes now. Trump had been leading, surprisingly, in Virginia for most of the night, but there was still a lot of uncounted vote in Northern Virginia, in Fairfax County, many and also down around the Norfolk area. So as those votes come in, we're starting to see that that number change just a little bit, but it is changing before my very eyes as I look at that right now. But you're looking here. We should point out that Donald Trump is not going to appear at Mar-a-Lago tonight. He's expected to appear when he delivers remarks at the Palm Beach Convention Center. So whenever we get to that point, we will certainly, if we're on the air at that point, take you there to hear those remarks. At this time, though, as we continue to watch some of these other races, I'm looking over my shoulder and we're seeing Kenneth Moton up on the balcony. What's going on up there, Kenneth?
Yes, on the second floor here in the Fox 5 D.C. studios, we are watching that national race, that presidential race, that crucial race, but we're also keeping our eyes on the local races as well. Let's move over to Virginia now. We are watching that Senate race, the incumbent Tim Kaine facing a GOP challenger, Hung Kao, and that's where we find our Sharon Raje monitoring this race as well there at the Tim Kaine watch parties. How are the supporters there for Tim Kaine? How are they feeling right now?
There's still a lot of confidence here tonight, Kenneth. Yes, Senator Tim Kaine has consistently held a big lead over his Republican challenger, Hung Kao, by a big margin. What we've been seeing is that margin has shrunk, yes, but the Tim Kaine campaign is still confident that there are a lot of Democratic regions and areas in Virginia that have not been counted. Right now, Senator Kaine has about 100,000 votes ahead of his challenger. Another thing is that they are changing up the game plan here. I was told earlier in the night that Senator Kaine will not take that stage until the state's presidential race has been called. That plan has changed. As soon as the Associated Press now calls his race, he will take that stage. So we will wait to see exactly how these numbers play out. I want to bring in the mayor of Richmond, LeVar Stoney. Thank you so much for joining us here on Fox 5. Listen, the race is closer than a lot of people projected. Are you concerned?
I'm not concerned. I'm still very optimistic about we're going to pull this one out. Tim Kaine's going to win, and then Kamala Harris is going to win. There are a number of localities, cities in the Hampton Roads region that are still not reporting. My city has not fully reported as well. And so half of Fairfax County hasn't fully reported as well the last time I looked. So there's a lot of votes still out there. I feel confident Kamala Harris is going to pull it through.
We are in your hometown right now of Richmond. Listen, what's top of mind for Virginians this election?
Can you say that again? I'm a little loud.
What's top of mind for Virginians at this election?
You know, I think folks are ready to turn the page on some of the nonsense, the division, the chaos that they saw during the Trump administration. There's a state that knows Donald Trump well. It's the Commonwealth of Virginia. The Northern Virginia region is well aware of the antics and the chaos that Donald Trump brought to the job. And so when you think about Project 2025 and what it would do to the Northern Virginia suburbs in terms of the workforce, I think folks realize that this is not a good choice for the Commonwealth. And so that's top of mind right now. How do we continue moving forward with a great economy without having Donald Trump involved?
What is the biggest concern right now, I guess, moving forward to just bring our country together? There's so much division out there.
Well, you know, I don't adhere to this notion that we are a dystopian nation, that this is the darkest days ever. There is only one candidate who is laying down an idea that this is the end of our democracy, and if we don't elect him, that it's over. I think better days are to come, and I think Kamala Harris is the one to lead us there.
Mayor, thank you so much. We're going to leave it right there. I'll send it back to you again.
Sure.
The Kaine race not called yet.
Thank you, Sharon. Let's get out to College Park once again, where Angela Alsobrooks is set to make her victory speech.
Good evening, Maryland. Doesn't it feel good to be in Maryland tonight? Oh, yes. Well, first of all, to Alex, you know, she forgot to tell you one important part of that story. She's the one who got on the bus after I had to race after her first grade friends and said, well, we have to wait for a certain 40-year-old to come across the park. Well, I have to say, first of all, tonight, I must give credit to the absolutely unfailing God that I serve. One whose grace has been sufficient at every turn. I don't have enough words to say thank you to God, whose faith has been unfailing. I want to thank him so much. And just a moment ago, I received a call from Governor Hogan congratulating me on tonight's victory. Offering his congratulations and the congratulations of Yumi. And I know that we both share a very deep love for Maryland and commitment to Maryland, so I certainly want to thank him so much for his service. Now, I start off with something that is so obvious, and it's that it couldn't be overstated, but tonight absolutely could not have been possible without you, without every single person in this room and the people of Maryland. So to the people of Maryland, thank you so very much. Thank you to Marylanders. Thank you. Now, if I named every person who shares this victory with us tonight, we'd be here for a few hours. But I can't leave the stage without thanking some very special people who made tonight possible. First and foremost, to the single most incredible, the baddest campaign team, let me tell you, ever to have graced the earth. This team is incredible, and they are led by the incomparable Sheila O'Connell, our campaign manager. Thank you so much to Sheila, who is what I love to call a super bad woman. Sheila led this, she flew this plane, no matter what the winds were, against over $100 million that was spent against our campaign. And we're here tonight for every single person on this team who gave everything they had. They left it all on the field. This was the single most talented team. I've seen every single one of them. I want to thank them so much for their commitment. I want to thank them for sharing their talents with me, and I can't wait to continue working and making your efforts worthwhile. I'd also like to thank some of our partners. Emily's List. I want to say thank you so much to Emily's List and the super incredible Jessica Mackler, Higher Heights, and Glenda Carr. There's a network across the country electing women. I want to thank them so much. And also want to thank all of our partners in labor who are here tonight, many of whom are here tonight. All of our faith leaders and faith community, want to thank them so much. To the super bad Divine Nine, my brothers and sisters of the Divine Nine. Yes, the coalition. Yeah, yes. Yes. I'd also like to say thank you so much to the Democratic Party led by Ken Ullman and also Dr. Charlene Dukes. Want to thank them so much for all their incredible support. All of my friends in elective office. Don't we have the baddest captain of Team Maryland, Governor Wes Moore? I want to thank him so much. All of our friends and our federal delegation who are here tonight. You just heard from Senators Cardin and Van Hollen. I want to thank them. All of our the congressmen who are here. I see Congressman Hoyer. I want to thank him so very much. Congressman Mfume, sir, thank you so much. Congressman Sarbanes. And Congressman Raskin. Yes, Congressman Raskin. Yes, America's congressman, Congressman Ivey. Want to thank them, Rupersberger. Thank them so much for all of their support, as well as all of my other brothers and sisters in elective service who are here tonight, from the state Senate, our delegation, our council members, all the Democratic Central Committee members who worked so hard on this campaign. To all of our volunteers. All of Team Also thank you not just for believing in this movement, but I thank you for working so hard to take the movement to the people. So for every single volunteer who opened your home, who met us in coffee houses, met us in backyards, for all the donors who contributed, I want to just say thank you so much for every phone call and every door knock. Thank you so very much. And to the people, thank you, that's Wanda Durant, you guys. To the people of Maryland, especially the folks who came out. Now, you all know we started a little later tonight. And you know why that was? It was because our college students and first-time voters, so many of them showed up at the polls tonight. They had to keep the polls open later because our children came out to vote tonight. And so I want to just say thank you to them, and also want to just give a special shout out to my hometown, Prince George's County, Maryland. The ones who I love so much. You know, I woke up this morning to my neighbors who lined my street and hosted a pep rally for me as I left my neighborhood. And I want you to know that this is the Prince George's County that I have known. The people who cheer each other on, where greatness grows. At times we struggle together and we work to build a better future for all of our children. And to those Marylanders whose support I have yet to earn, I may not have won your vote, but I want you to know that I hear your voice, and I will be your senator too. And then thank you most especially to the most amazing family this side of heaven. Thank you first of all to my super incredible big sister, Kimberly Seymour, protector and my hero, the best sister in the world. And you know, Kim, we're going to be up pretty late tonight. We're going to be celebrating this one for a moment. I'd also like to thank my parents, James and Patricia also Brooks, my two heroes right over there, whose values I hope you see reflected in me every day.
All right, Angela also Brooks there delivering her victory remarks in College Park. She is now the senator-elect from Maryland. An historic victory there tonight, and we've just learned we now have another victory in a U.S. Senate race we've been following.
Yes, you can say that again. We are crisscrossing states into the state of Virginia in the Senate race there, and Fox News now projecting that Tim Kaine has been reelected. He is the winner in this race. And we want to bring in, there you see it right there. They're projecting it with 52%.
Very close.
That's very close.
Yeah.
Tim Kaine has to be breathing a deep sigh of relief right now, because there were polls in this race that were suggesting wide double digits leads for the Democrats in this race. The fact that Hung Cao was able to come this close to the incumbent senator of the Commonwealth of Virginia, the former governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, the former mayor of Richmond, and the former lieutenant governor as well, and Democratic Party chair, is nothing short of eye-opening to a lot of folks tonight. It is likely, even though in the throes of a defeat for him right now, that we haven't heard the last of Hung Cao.
No.
Because, you know, this is somebody who, you know, was defeated by Jennifer Wexton last time in the congressional race up in Virginia 10th District. However, decided, made a tactical decision not to return to that district, even though it was going to be a vacant open seat this term. However, he wanted to spread out throughout the state. He felt he had a portable, more conservative message that maybe played out better in other parts of the state that were more conservative, and thought he could patch together a framework of counties throughout Virginia. He would be able to take on Tim Kaine. In large part, he did. Didn't have enough to top Kaine tonight, but clearly this race was a lot closer than a lot of people thought.
And the Commonwealth as a whole, again, has been very close all night, because Donald Trump is leading for much of the night. Kamala Harris has now pulled ahead in the vote totals. We're going to talk a little bit more about that and much more with you, but Kenneth Boughton's up on the balcony now.
Yeah, we are checking in with all the election night watch parties, and with this race call for Tim Kaine, we're going to get right to our Sharon Raget, who's been at that watch party all evening long. Sharon, it has been hopping there at that party, and I'm sure this is welcome news to Tim Kaine supporters.
Absolutely. You just heard a round of applause right now in the room right now. We can now project that Senator Tim Kaine has won the Commonwealth of Virginia. Not all the votes have been counted, but Fox has said that Tim Kaine has now been reelected. This is a former governor, former lieutenant governor, former mayor of Richmond, who will now serve another 6 years in the Senate. We just heard from Congresswoman Jennifer McClellan, who took the stage moments ago. The campaign is still waiting for the Associated Press to call it for Kaine, but they will be taking the stage very shortly. I spoke to Senator Kaine a few hours ago. He was confident this was his race to lose. As we've been talking all night, this margin was supposed to be a lot bigger. A lot of the polls were projecting 11-point lead over his Republican challenger, Hong Kao. So for it to come this close, I could tell in the room there was a little bit of angst and anxiety, but a big relief for the senator who now says that more work needs to be done. He told me that there is no county in the state that has not been affected by his work or his legislation that he has put in for this 13 years in the Senate, of course, decades serving Virginia. So any moment now, we should be hearing a victory speech from Senator Kaine. We'll be taking that stage behind me. We will bring that to you as soon as it comes. Guys.
Shireen, thank you very much.
And now we want to head on over to Chantilly, Virginia, where Tisha Lewis is standing by with the Hong Kao campaign. Tisha, I know that you spoke with Hong Kao earlier, and he knew that this was going to be a tough race. You asked him, was there something that he regretted or he would have done differently? And he said he really thought it came down to money. What's the mood like over there now?
Yeah, you can definitely feel the mood in the room shift abruptly. Obviously, this is not the outcome that the folks here or the Hong Kao campaign had anticipated or had hoped for. Again, as you mentioned, we asked him, is there anything that you would have done differently in this campaign? And he said no. And he did say that he felt like his opponent, Tim Kaine, outspent him. He felt like he was outspent, and he was literally running this race with someone who had significantly more money. We're talking about someone who ran this race over the course of a 9-month period and was going up against an established political person who's been in politics for decades. You can see it's very quiet here at the Hong Kao election night headquarters, the watch party. In fact, a few folks start to leave. We asked Hong Kao several questions when we spoke with him as the polls were closing. He said he would not have done anything differently. He also told us that he feels like he was outspent, but he also says that he felt like the endorsement from former President Donald Trump was something that was meaningful and it was helpful and was impactful. And again, he said that he wouldn't change anything about what he did to run this race. And so obviously we'll be standing by. He will likely take the podium. He also told us, important to note, that he said if in fact he lost the race, which right now it appears he has, he said that he would call his opponent and that he would concede. So it's likely that that's what's taking place right now.
All right, Tisha Lewis and Chantilly for us at Hong Kao headquarters.
We now want to toss it over to our friend Marina Morocco, who's standing by with some news. Marina?
Hey, guys. Yeah, let's check in on that race for the White House right now and see where the Electoral College count stands in that race to 270 right now. And we see here that Donald Trump has pulled ahead over the cusp of 200 with 205 Electoral College votes. Kamala Harris standing at 117 votes at this hour. It is 10:40 here on the East Coast, and still no surprises when we look at the full map of the United States to see if any of these swing states have really flipped. Let's check in now with our friends here. Kevin Walling, Democratic strategist, and Alex Stroman, GOP strategist, joining us here on Fox 5. House divided for both of you. Welcome on tonight. Let's start first with Virginia. We're getting reaction. We're seeing how these races are starting to bode. It is 10:40, guys. Back in 2020, Biden had a strong lead there and led by 10 points, the strongest lead for a Democratic candidate since FDR. At this hour, razor-thin margin with Kamala Harris pulling ahead with about half a percentage point. Kevin, let's start with you. How does the campaign feel at this hour?
Well, certainly it's a little too close for comfort. I think you saw a lot of Virginians either travel up to Pennsylvania or down to North Carolina, when in reality they probably should have knocked on their neighbors' doors, especially in those key two House races that we have, Virginia 10 and Virginia 7. But certainly a win for Tim Kaine, even though it's a squeaker, and we'll see the rest of those results come in the next couple of minutes and hours.
Too close for comfort there, you're saying, for the Democrats in Virginia. But Alex, Florida, this was not a swing state for 2024. It
has been in the past. It had gone to Obama several times there, and yet for the first time, Donald Trump winning the Sunshine State by record margins, the first time in 36 years that a campaign has won with this type of lead. How is the campaign now reading into these red states?
Well, I think one thing that you're seeing is a redoing of the coalition. So in Florida and Osceola County, won by Donald Trump for the first time for Republicans. That's Orlando, so that's a key part of the state. Back when Florida was a battleground state, we always had eyes on Osceola. And now Republicans are just running the table there in Florida. And I think it speaks larger to kind of what you're seeing to what Kevin's point about Virginia, is that in 2016, Hillary Clinton only got 50.2% of the vote in Virginia. So Virginia was close then. Obviously, Biden won it pretty comfortably. But you're seeing now, whether you're looking at New Jersey or you're looking at Virginia or just seeing Republicans blow it out of the water in Florida, that it's looking so far to be a new coalition for the Donald Trump campaign and for Republicans, and it's looking to be, so far, a pretty good night for him.
I'm glad you bring up Osceola County. Very familiar with this part of Florida, Central Florida. This is south of Orlando. You're talking Kissimmee. You're talking Walt Disney World land here. It is also a Puerto Rican stronghold. Donald Trump winning this by about 2%. We know what happened in Madison Square Garden, Kevin. This was, albeit a disaster for the Trump campaign, and yet still to pull out 2% on top of the lead there of that Puerto Rican vote. What does that signal to the Harris campaign right now? And they were counting with that contingent to pull ahead, especially in Pennsylvania.
Marina, it's a great point. On an earlier call with the Harris campaign, they were touting the overperformance of a majority Puerto Rican districts in the state of Pennsylvania. So that might be an early indication of some concern, actually, as we see those results come in from Florida. Also, a big surprise, obviously, the abortion amendment and the recreational marijuana amendment failing to get that 60% threshold. Those are two issues, and you know it well, coming from Florida, that we're working to drive Democratic turnout, at which obviously we didn't see in the Sunshine State.
Yeah, to your point, politics is very nuanced, and although we look at the big picture, sometimes you've got to get into the granular level and look at these counties, especially the demographic and how they are voting. But let's talk Georgia. Georgia, by all accounts, expected to be one of the fastest states to return results. 7 p.m. polls close. It's almost 11 p.m. and still we are seeing just how tight, razor thin things are. But right now, actually, we're going to go listen in to Senator Tim Kaine as he just won re-election from Richmond. Let's listen in.
So many years ago, I have been his lieutenant governor to the governor, his junior senator to the senior senator. I say I'm like his Colonel Tom Parker to his Elvis Presley, his Rasputin to the Tsar Nicholas, his Ed McMahon to his Johnny Carson. You guys are all too young to know any of those. But we have been friends and colleagues, and if you have a good colleague in the work that you do, no matter how hard the work is, it gets a lot easier. So give it up for Mark, for Lisa. I've got some thank yous and then just a short message about tonight. So I want to start with my great campaign team. Some of you guys know Corinne Charles Dungo. Corinne is now 2 for 2 in big, tough statewide campaigns and has done a great job for me, and I'm so thrilled that she's put together such a great team. Raise your hands if you're part of the Kaine campaign team, right? Amazing. I want to thank my Senate staff and my Senate Chief of Staff, Mike Henry. So, where is Mike? Right there. Raise your hands if you're part of the Senate staff. A lot of our Senate staff here. And then anybody who has worked or volunteered with the coordinated campaign in Virginia, raise your guys' hands. We want to give you a big round of applause. This is a special place. This place, not only did I start the re-election campaign here in April, but when I was elected to city council in May of 1994, this is my district. Jackson Ward was my district. My district began in the midpoint of 2nd Street, right outside the store, and then went all the way west into the Fan, into west of the Boulevard, Scott's Addition, North Side. And this beautiful historic place was sort of closed. And we did a lot of things in Jackson Ward and with the Hippodrome and other places to revitalize this beautiful neighborhood and this beautiful place. And when we were thinking about where we wanted to do tonight, we said, you know, why not come to the Hippodrome, because it connects to the first thing that I did in public life, but also we're right around the corner from the Maggie Walker house. And there are very few sites in the National Park Service that are named after African-American women. Very few. Very few. African-American women have made a lot of history in this country. They just haven't been recognized for a lot of the history that they've made.
A jubilant Tim Kaine there after that race called in his favor. Tim Kaine winning re-election, getting another 6 years there in the Senate, thanking supporters, family, and friends. We will continue to monitor that acceptance speech there in Richmond. But we want to turn now to Maryland's 6th congressional district, a competitive, a tight race. It is a very large congressional district that we've been reporting here on Fox 5. You all at home know it. And that district will have a new person in Congress representing them. It'll either be Neil Parrott or it will be also April McLean Delaney. Let's turn to our Sierra Fox, who's at the watch party for April McLean Delaney. And how are the supporters there feeling about this very tight race?
Hi, Kenneth. Well, as you mentioned, this 6th District Maryland congressional race is super tight. The numbers are going back and forth as we speak, as the votes continue to be counted. I'm going to step out of the way so you can take in the scene here at the April McLean Delaney watch party. She actually just spoke moments ago and took the stage. She started off by thanking her supporters for showing up and being loyal. She mentioned she knew this was going to be a close and tough race. You can see her right there taking pictures with people. She said what's helped her get this far is her common ground focus of getting things done and by keeping the focus on community and unity. She ended by just stating she's anxious for the final result and hoping it goes her way. Her watch party is happening here at the Mayan Monkey Brewing Co. You can see there's a lot of people packed in the room. There's definitely a sense of excitement and uncertainty. You can see it's especially busy at the bar, people trying to ease those nerves. And we're actually live on Fox 5. Let's see if we could talk to McLean Delaney. Hello, hi, we're live on Fox 5. Really quick, can we just talk to you and just ask you, how are you feeling right now?
I feel great. I mean, I'm surrounded by all these volunteers, friends, people who've really stepped up to the plate. I feel really excited because I feel like my common sense, common ground message resonated with a lot of people, getting things done. And you know what? Only half the votes are counted, but I feel very optimistic, knowing kind of where those other votes are coming from, that we're going to be, that we're going to get there.
And as you mentioned, we're still waiting for those final results to roll in, but just, you know, what do you think is going to happen here?
Well, you know what? You know, we still, most of the people who voted in Montgomery County, like, for instance, those votes haven't even been counted yet, right? And so, you know, we've just got a whole bulk that are coming from Frederick and MoCo that are big, and all of our mail-in is still not in. So, feel very excited. But you know what? It was also being on the ground. You know, here I, you know, started this morning at 7:20 in Gaithersburg. I went to Gaithersburg, Germantown, you know, Clarksburg, Urbana, up into all parts of Frederick, you know, Hagerstown. And, you know, every time I was at the polls, people said they want to turn the page on toxic divisiveness, that they're tired of the vitriol, that they want to focus on getting things done. And you know what? They really do want to protect women's reproductive freedoms. They really do want to drive results. And in particular, you know, I worked on broadband, rolling it out at the Department of Commerce in the $65 billion broadband bill. And connectivity throughout Western and Mountain Maryland is a huge issue, but also infrastructure with our roads, and how do we take that infrastructure and drive it for good-paying jobs.
And I have to ask you, your husband previously held this seat from 2013 to 2019. So what would that mean to you to, you know, take this role on?
Well, you know, I think building on John's work and then Congressman Trone's work, which has been incredible the past 6 years in terms of working across the aisle and bringing home a lot of needed investment. For me, it's actually layering on top of that and figuring out how we can keep on bringing good community project funds from, from Congress into the district. But what it means for me personally is that I have known this district for, 10, 12, 15 years very well. I know the people, but I know the diverse needs of Montgomery County, Frederick, but also Mountain and Western Maryland. And, there are so many unbelievable opportunities that we can use if we cross-leverage across this district. And I feel that growing up in Idaho, I know what it's like to live in a small rural town, but also having been in Washington and in Montgomery County, understanding how to bring and marry local and federal assets to really make a difference. And that takes being a bridge.
Well, thank you so much for your time. I have to send it back in now, but we'll see what happens as the results continue to roll in.
All right. Sierra, thank you very much. And by the way, I just want to point, that's very unusual when you see a candidate before the race is called milling about the victory party, but obviously good on Sierra to get April McLean Delaney to give us a couple words tonight.
Yeah, we know that she is just one half of what is arguably the most competitive race in the state of Maryland, also one that has been marked with a lot of brutal attacks between both candidates.
Yeah, in fact, Neil Parrott is with David Kaplan right now. And by the way, there's been no call in this race, but we're going to hear from Neil Parrott. Let's go to David Kaplan.
Yes, hi. This is a close one, and this is something we expected. We're actually here with Neil Parrott right now. We're about to be on the TV, so there's going to be a roar.
Very good. Very good.
There it is. Okay, they're excited to see you. Tell me a little bit about how you're feeling right now at this point in the race.
I'm feeling really good. I'm very, very thankful. We got volunteers in Garrett, Allegheny, Washington, Frederick, Upper Montgomery County, and things are looking good. The numbers are right where we need to be to win this race. We knew it was going to be very tight and very close, but this is exactly where we need to be. I'm very thankful for the position that we're in right now.
And how are you kind of evaluating what you need to do now, just in terms of numbers? The margin's about 9,000 right now. What are you kind of looking at right now?
We need to keep picking up votes as the night goes on. We need to have a margin so that when they start counting the remainder of the vote by mails, that we keep that lead. So we need to see a bigger cushion than we have right now, but I think we're going to see that. As more and more Election Day votes come in, our numbers should go up for this evening as it continues to go on.
Relatively early thus far, indications are that the Republicans are having a pretty decent night. Control of the House hasn't been determined by a long shot. We knew this was going to be a close race. Right. This is the third time that you've run for this seat. What's it mean for you to be in this position right now at this time, given that you did not win the last two times that you tried to win this seat?
Well, we're in a great position to win, and it is important that the Republicans keep the House. And this could be one of those seats that keep us in the majority, and we're going to need that. I think President Trump's going to win tonight. He's going to need some support from the House. One of the first things we have to do is secure the border. We've got to build the wall and have electronic surveillance above and below the wall. That's going to be a top priority for us as we take over the House, and then, of course, for President Trump, and, of course, the Republican Senate that just is now official.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate you making some time for us. So there you hear from the candidate. Again, still too close to call at this point, but Neil Parrott does hold about a 4-point lead at this time. So we'll continue monitoring throughout the night. We may not get answers exactly tonight, but we'll certainly keep you posted with the very latest.
Thank you so much, David. And now we want to go back to Katie Barlow, who is standing by at our election center in the pavilion. Katie?
Hey guys, good evening. We got a few things to update tonight. Let's first take a look at the balance of power. First, taking a look at the Senate tonight. Right now, we're seeing that it's 49 Republicans and 39 Democrats. As we've talked about, Democrats have to defend more seats tonight, but Republicans already sitting at 49. And as we've talked about here on Fox 5, all of the Senate races in our region have been called. Tim Kaine winning in Virginia and Jim Justice winning in West Virginia, which actually flips a seat for Republicans, and then Angela Alsobrooks replacing Ben Cardin doesn't change the balance of power, but Jim Justice does. So keeping a close eye here, Republicans just need maybe one more in order to gain control of the Senate. Now let's take a look at the House of Representatives and where things are standing there. All 435 seats up tonight. Right now, Republicans sitting at 148, Democrats sitting at 96. Lots of votes left to count over this evening. But we have a couple of races right here in our backyard that will contribute to this balance of power that we have been able to call. So let's take a look first, looking at the Virginia 10th district. So this area in the Virginia 10th, we just called here on Fox 5. This is Rappahannock and Fauquier County, Loudoun County. You can see Suhas Subramanian, who is the Democratic nominee, has now been pronounced the winner of this race with 52% of the votes, sitting around 206,000. He beats out Republican Mike Clancy here. So this one has been called for Democrats in the House. Now let's take a look in Maryland. First, looking at the Maryland 3rd District. This is the bulk of Anne Arundel County, including Annapolis, parts of Howard and Carroll County here. We're looking at Sarah Elfreth, and this has been called for her as well. Another win, notch on the belt for the Democrats tonight, beating out Rob Steinberger, the Republican here. This one also as expected. Now let's also take a look at the Maryland 6th. We just heard from both candidates there, April McLean Delaney and Neil Parrott. Both David Kaplan and Sierra Fox were able to get one-on-one interviews with the candidates here. It's neck and neck at the moment. April Delaney is sitting at 48% of the votes with 134,000, and Neil Parrott is up with 52% of the votes. This would be a key win for Republicans if they are able to get this. But as we said, we're still counting votes here. But this is key. This is parts of Frederick that we're looking at in this area, also Allegheny and parts of Montgomery County and Washington. So something to keep an eye on. Now let's take a look at the race for the White House with former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris. You can see these numbers are starting to move a bit. We've got 212 electoral votes for former President Donald Trump and 119 for Vice President Kamala Harris. That magic number is 270. So let's take a look at the map of the electoral votes and what's been called already and how either candidate could get to that magic number of 270. As you can see, a lot of red in the country, but all of these states, as expected, going to former President Donald Trump. Much of the southern states, including Texas with its 40 electoral votes. Now, Vice President Kamala Harris has gotten a majority of the Northeast, as expected. States like New York and New Jersey, Delaware, Connecticut. She also has Illinois. Now, we're keeping a close eye this hour on the race in Georgia. Donald Trump has maintained a steady lead there all night. We're also keeping an eye on North Carolina, where former President Trump has also maintained a steady lead. And then, of course, in Pennsylvania, where these votes may take a little while longer to come in because of the way that they process ballots and ballots that were sent in early. So those are the three swing states we're keeping an eye on here. And, of course, later on, we'll get Michigan and Wisconsin and also the key races in Arizona and Nevada. But we'll send it back in to you guys.
Thank you. We have a big initiative that has passed as we talk about the ballot questions there. So many voters there deciding on rule changes and other things here throughout the DMV. Initiative 83 has passed in D.C. We've been reporting on this for weeks now, and you see 176,000 against 67. That's 72% to 28%. But that ballot initiative, Initiative 83, establishing ranked choice voting, has passed in Washington, D.C. This is monumental and how really will reshape elections, D.C.'s election systems here that we've been reporting on for quite some time here. We know that Democrats and Republicans have been opposed to this. D.C. currently has closed primaries, meaning only Democrats and Republicans can vote in primaries, but backers of Initiative 83 say that freezes out independent voters from having any say over who winds up on the ballot in November. As I mentioned, this has been bipartisan. Groups that have been against this measure here. They say Initiative 83 would violate the district's home rule by dismantling D.C.'s partisan primary system. This is big, and we will be reporting on this for days, weeks, most likely even years to come, about how it will reshape D.C., where a heavily Democratic district with so many Democrats in the system closed primaries. We're continuing to monitor the developments on Initiative 83 passing in the district. But right now, I want to send it down to my friend Marina Morocco, who is monitoring the latest there. Marina, what are you watching?
To the White House, obviously, Kenneth, the magic number 270. Neither candidate there right now. Donald Trump sitting 60 electoral college votes away from 270, but so much can happen between now and then. Let's check back in with our strategist in-house here at Fox 5, Democratic strategist Kevin Walling with us tonight, as well as Alex Stroman for the Republican Party. And we're going to get to them here in a second. There you guys are. Okay, we were talking about the East Coast, right? We want to start where all the votes were supposed to start coming up, and yet we're still waiting for Georgia. And this has been one of the states that we have heard would come in quickly at 90% of votes in at this hour. Still, these margins still too close to call. You've got North Carolina sitting at pretty much at the same place, and Pennsylvania not quite there yet at about 70% of votes coming in. Kevin, what is the Harris camp saying right now? Because I'm looking at pictures over at Howard University. So many people waiting eagerly to hear from her. It's 11 o'clock, and yet still, this is going to be a very long night, it seems like.
Maureen, it certainly is, and the Harris campaign is acknowledging that. Jen O'Malley Dillon, the campaign chairwoman, just sent out an email to key surrogates saying that, you know, their surest bet is still the blue wall states, the Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin that we've been talking about all night, obviously that flipped to Donald Trump in 2016 and then flipped back to Joe Biden in 2020. They like what they're seeing in Philadelphia, in Milwaukee, in Dane County, Wisconsin, and in the suburbs of Detroit. So certainly there's a lot of hyperventilating going on. I'm getting a lot of text messages of what's going on, what's happening. It's always between around this time that Democrats start freaking out because we're seeing that rural vote come in, and we haven't seen a lot of the urban vote in a lot of these key states come in just yet.
And we should mention that we are getting calls right now for the state of Washington and for California right now. So that moves up Kamala Harris to 179 electoral college votes. Trump still sitting just over 200 at 214. Alex, let's talk about the Trump camp right now. You know, you don't want to get too overly optimistic, to Kevin's point, because we have seen back in 2020 that it is razor thin until the end sometimes, and it can quickly flip from red to blue and vice versa. How are they feeling?
The Trump campaign has to be feeling really, really good right now. I think that if you look at, Kevin talked to Dane County, and Dane County Republicans are seeing really good numbers there and are feeling really good about those blue wall states. If you're Donald Trump right now and you're in his campaign, you have to be looking at Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan and thinking you might be able to run the table. You said it correctly, Marina. It is still very, very early. Republicans have lots of memories from 2020. Obviously, Democrats have memories from 2016. But if you look at kind of what's happening all across the country in a lot of these states, blue states, purple states, and even red states, I would rather be in Donald Trump's position rather than Kamala Harris at this moment.
At this moment. But the night is young, so it's hard
very
to
young.
It is hard to tell at this hour. Okay, so let's look now to the West. Obviously, California, we knew that Harris would pick up these 54 electoral college votes, but you've got Nevada and Arizona. And for the vice president, Pennsylvania, without Pennsylvania, it's going to be a very tough road, close to impossible. For President Trump or former president, not so much. How important are these West states? And to your point, Kevin, the Sun Belt?
Yeah, it's a good question, Marina. Pennsylvania is a must-win for the vice president, with the idea that that North Carolina and Georgia are likely slipping away from the vice president. It's important to note that no state has flipped yet in terms of what we've seen in 2020. Those 7 battleground states are still too close to call. But I think, you know, folks are liking what they see in Nevada. We've got a strong Senate race, obviously, in Arizona with Ruben Gallego against Kari Lake. That race will outperform, I think, the top of the ticket, similar to what we saw in North Carolina with that early call for the governor's race. So again, very early to call, but Sunbelt is a nice thing for both campaigns. The blue wall is a necessity for the vice president.
Yeah, you mentioned North Carolina, and we were talking earlier about the splitting the ticket. How would these down ballot races change for who the voters pick for president? We'll wait and see what comes out of North Carolina. But I want to go back to Virginia. Obviously, we're in the DMV. Virginia, huge. And Alex, we'll see what happens here for the Commonwealth. maybe shortly, but right now we've got about 75% of the vote totals coming in for Virginia. Kamala Harris is pulling ahead. She's about 2 percentage points. About half an hour ago when we were talking, it was razor thin at about half a percentage point. Regardless, though, even if it stays blue, what does that signal to the Trump campaign, to Republicans? Have they made headway in states like Virginia? Could they potentially, when we come up for midterms, be something that they look at closely?
Yeah, I think absolutely. If you look at kind of where the numbers in Virginia are moving, this looks so much more like a Glenn Youngkin for governor race from 2022 rather than 2023, rather than seeing what's happening there. So, I think that one of the most important things about, if I'm in the Trump campaign, really looking across the map, is that if Virginia is this close and New Jersey seems as close as it is and New York seems closer than ever before, when I look at those blue wall states, I have to be in a very, very happy position in thinking that the suburbs are looking like that. In Oakland County in Michigan, those suburbs are coming back towards Donald Trump. He's doing better there. In some of those Detroit white-collar counties outside of Detroit, he's doing a lot better. Again, he has to be feeling really, really good tonight, and Democrats should be pretty worried.
Kevin, let's talk about what Alex is saying about Michigan, about Detroit, a blue stronghold here. We saw the vice president go there. We know Lizzo came out and we said America needs to be like Detroit. But then you've got places like Dearborn, heavily Muslim American, and yet you've got people who are refusing to endorse the vice president. And to Alex's point, maybe even swinging, I don't want to call it red, but purple perhaps.
Yeah, and Marina, to your point, or staying home even, which is a worst case scenario for the vice president. I think there is a good amount of hope still in Michigan for the vice president. It looks like the critical state Supreme Court seat is headed to the Democratic column. That's a good indication of enthusiasm statewide. And again, they like what they're seeing in a lot of those urban areas. Michigan was on the the farther end in terms of support for the vice president in terms of polling, a little bit farther outside the outlier than Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. But certainly it's going to be a long night there as well.
All right, unless there's short of a counting miracle at this hour, we're about 50 minutes away from being done with Election Day, and it seems like at best this election gets called Wednesday. Alex, what is the Republicans, what are they looking at? What are we looking into the overnight hours, as it seems it's going to be a long morning here?
Well, I actually would disagree with you a little bit. I think that Republicans now, from what I'm hearing, are thinking that this could be called fairly early.
Okay.
If you see Georgia, North Carolina, once the networks start calling those, you see Pennsylvania Republicans feel very, very good about it. Kamala Harris has to run the table in Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania. If she doesn't, if one of those states moves the other way, the race would then be over. And so I think that Republicans are actually looking that it might be a shorter night than we thought maybe just a couple of hours ago.
Okay, Kevin, maybe this is what it's like at your home, waging here against Alex.
You're getting a view into our pillow talk at night.
Yeah,
that's right.
And seeing who's right and who's wrong here. We'll wait and see. I'm just saying, Alex, I'm looking at the clock right now, and you've got roughly 52 minutes. But
well, I didn't say before midnight, but I think maybe not as late as it was.
Overnight hours sometimes.
Nuance matters for sure, as it does as we look at these maps and counties. Final word, Kevin.
Yeah, again, it's going to be anyone's guess where these votes are coming in. Nevada is going to take a bit longer. They have a state rule that they don't announce any results before the last poll is closed. There's been some issues technical on the ground, so that's going to take a bit more time as well.
All right, Pennsylvania, all eyes on the Keystone State. Alex, Kevin, we appreciate you all, and we'll see how long we will be here after all.
We'll be here with you.
Definitely. Jim, Angie.
And there have been those parallels to 2016 where you had a victory party or a hopeful victory party for the Hillary Clinton campaign, at least from their perspective in New York, packed with people, and then the race was called around 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Tonight, we do have a party going on in D.C. over at Howard University.
Yeah, I mean, it's been going on for a long time. We saw a whole lot of dancing. At one point, Nana Sanyabonsu, you've been there all evening. We could hardly hear you with all the people behind you. So you are there at the alma mater of Vice President Kamala Harris, who is expected to be there tonight. What's the mood right now? How are things going?
Hey, Angie and Jim. So I can tell you the mood is definitely up and down, right? There's moments where you hear cheers as the crowd is watching the screens for the projections, and there's a moment where it's quiet, people not knowing what's going on, just praying and fingers crossed, hoping that the vice president can get to this number of 270. When we started earlier today, we were informed that the vice president may hit this stage that is set behind me around 11 o'clock. Well, we just got word that she should be appearing in the next 5 to 10 minutes. We have no idea what will be said. We don't even know if she's going to speak. All we know is that we're keeping our eyes open right now on the doors that are open, straight back on that stage. We're getting some cheers. I think it's just a projection that the audience is seeing. But just going back to those doors, those are the doors we're going to look at. Those are the doors the vice president is supposed to come out. That is not her, no. I had to squint my eyes a little bit. I was like, is that the vice president? That is not her. But let's go ahead and take a look at another camera that we have of the crowd. This is just a packed house, thousands of people. We're told the yard can actually fill about 10,000 people. That's the capacity. It's a mixture of students, alumni, community members, people who didn't even go to Howard University, but they are HBCU grads. They say tonight is bigger than just Howard University. It's really a spotlight on historically black colleges and a potential to see history tonight, a potential for America to see its first woman president here. We had a chance to speak to students throughout the week from the moment it was announced that the vice president was coming here, and we were getting a lot of excitement, a lot of hopefulness from voters, especially these new young voters. We're going to keep our eye on the stage here. We can come back to my camera. I do feel like we have some test mic checks, something going on here, but we will keep our eyes on that podium and on those doors right there. I just know that the press on the risers have been cued to shut off our lights very soon. So once those lights go off, we know that the vice president will be coming out. But just to go back to your question, Angie and Jim, the mood, I mean, it's still electric, if that's fair to say, but we do have those minutes and moments where it's just silent and people are just looking up at the screens trying to figure out, will she be able to make it to that 270? But you hear people saying, there's hope, it's too early, we're sticking with her. So we're here and we're going to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, it looked like one of the advance workers for the campaign came out. We saw that door open, and that was me saying that's not her. So obviously we'll keep our eyes on that one. Let's bring back in Tom Fitzgerald for the conversation here. The Virginia Senate race, Virginia's been very close all night. Again, Tim Kaine, I don't want to say, could we say he eked out a win with 4 points? I mean,
yes, that is the textbut definition of an eke. Because this was a senator who was running double-digit leads in most of the polls running up to tonight. Not by a long shot did the Democrats in Virginia think that Hung Kao was going to get this close to them tonight and nearly knock off, a veteran, a stalwart of Virginia politics tonight.
Yeah. So the bigger picture here, though, looking at the state of Virginia, what does this indicate to you?
Well, as you know, to look at it, it's a little bit of both. I mean, Virginia, and it sounds like such a cliche, I know, but it is a purple state. Remember, you've got a Republican governor right now in Glenn Youngkin. When he got in office, he had a Republican House of Delegates. Just 2 years ago, that flipped as well, too, because the Democrats were able to take control. Now Tim Kaine goes back to the United States Senate. So, this is all going to set up next year, and I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, but, it's almost midnight.
Right.
This is going to set up a titanic governor's race in Virginia next year with Winsome Earl-Sears and Abigail Spanberger right now.
And right now, that's all we know on the Republican side, because a lot of people are expecting Jason Miyares might get in this race. And what's interesting is we have not seen a lot of Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears in this election cycle. She had a very splashy rollout for her campaign.
There is another, political types love to do this kind of stuff. The speculation about the what ifs. If Donald Trump is elected to the White House once again, would he look at a Glenn Youngkin and bring him into a second Trump administration? At that point, if that were to happen, Glenn Youngkin would vacate the governor's mansion in Virginia. Winsome Earl-Sears would then, be able to be the acting governor for the rest of that term. So there's a lot of possibilities, and that's fun to do, but it's running down the road right now before we know exactly what happens with this, race. But we do have some news on Virginia 10. They've called that one. The other one we've been, following very close is the Virginia 7th. That's the one between Eugene Vidman And it's mind-boggling to me, though. I gotta say, in 2024, that it still takes us this long to find out election results.
So in this race 2 years ago, when it was Abigail Spanberger versus Yesli Vega, Vega had a very strong lead through much of the night. Spanberger closed the gap, and I was told by some political operatives that Prince William County usually is where a lot of the blue vote comes in, and that's usually the last to come on board. It seems like a lot of the vote from Prince William County came in a little sooner than expected this time around.
Yeah.
And, the other thing that you wonder about is these polls have been closed for quite a while now.
Sure.
Okay. And,
Absolutely.
we're coming up at what, 11:15 right now? We're not talking about, the Badlands of America here. This is one county.
Yeah, exactly.
In the state of Virginia. Why can't we get these things counted more quickly?
Yeah. Tom Fitzgerald is tired, y'all. You know, he's been here all day.
I'm ready to go.
No, he's ready to go.
I'll be with the morning crew if they will let me stay in here.
It is baffling, though, to think that, you know, we could just go to ChatGPT and pretty much ask anything under the sun, but yet, you know, in a day and age like this, we are still sitting here and waiting for key races that are still unfolding, not only on the local level, but obviously in these battleground states.
On this race here, Fitz, I want to ask you because, you know, Angela Alsobrooks mentioned this during her speech. She talked about the money that was spent against her, not necessarily just by Larry Hogan, but in that primary with David Trone. His seat obviously is open, Maryland 6. That could flip at this point. Neil Parrott has still been ahead.
A lot of money has been spent this year trying to keep Angela Alsobrooks out of the United States Senate. None of it worked.
Yeah.
You know, and the fact that, you know, a lot of these outside PAC groups came in to Maryland, you know, ran a lot of these ads about Angela Alsobrooks. Look, you know, when that tax story broke, we heard it again and again and again and again in those commercials. But if you notice on the bottom, those weren't Larry Hogan ads. Those were outside PAC ads, to the point where at the end of that ad, they had to say this was neither endorsed or supported by the opponent. When I asked Hogan himself, following the one debate they had, Hogan said that, you know, you didn't hear any of that from me.
Right.
So they were perfectly happy, you know, for these outside groups to come in and do all this, fight this fight and bring up these subjects. But, you know, Angela Alsobrooks tonight is benefiting, you know, by and large by running at the right time.
Yeah.
You know, you're running against an incredibly popular former governor in Larry Hogan, 70% approval ratings. But, you know, as it worked out, you're also running against, you know, a very popular presidential candidate on the Democratic side of the ticket, and that's got to help you if you're a Democrat in a place with a 2-to-1 Democratic advantage over Republicans.
Yeah, and perhaps who else is benefiting is Neil Parrott, who people are saying, hey, he has his best odds ever of winning because for the first time he doesn't have to worry about being outspent by Trump.
Yeah, and I can tell you, as the Alsobrooks-Hogan race started to kind of solidify, a lot of that effort was moved up to the 6th. In fact, Governor Wes Moore's PAC then began to transfer a lot of that work up there.
All right, let's, speaking of Alsobrooks, let's get back to Alsobrooks headquarters in College Park. Homa Bash is standing by live right now. We already heard from the victor tonight. What's it looking like now? Well, they're still partying at this hour, aren't they?
Yes, they absolutely are. Guys, you're right. A lot of money spent here to defeat Angela Alsobrooks during this race, and it did not work. Angela Alsobrooks making history in more ways than one. With her win tonight, she will be the first black senator from the state of Maryland, the 4th black female senator representing in the history. And the room has been filled with her grassroots supporters, hundreds of them here who have been out canvassing for her and supporting her throughout her year-and-a-half campaign run. And it has been filled with Democratic heavy hitters, just a really who's who of Maryland Democrats, from Governor Wes Moore to all the congressmen, Jamie Raskin, Steny Hoyer, Glenn Ivey, who won their own races tonight. You know, and Governor Wes Moore said that she made her story tonight. Her story. She won overwhelmingly, decisively, and lovingly. And I want to show you some video of the moments that she took the stage, hugging her daughter and her family. Her daughter, Alex, who, by the way, is home from college, she cast her first ever vote in an election today with her mother in Upper Marlboro in Prince George's County. She voted for her mom for senator, and she voted for Kamala Harris for president. Here's the part of Angela Alsobrooks' victory speech from tonight.
To the people of Maryland, especially the folks who came out. Now, you all know we started a little later tonight, And you know why that was? It was because our college students and first-time voters, so many of them showed up at the polls tonight. They had to keep the polls open later because our children came out to vote tonight. And so I want to just say thank you to them, and also want to just give a special shout out to my hometown, Prince George's County, Maryland.
And here in Prince George's County, the celebration continues. Also, Brooks saying that tonight they celebrate, tomorrow they get to work. She did say that former Governor Larry Hogan called her just before she came up on stage, congratulating her on her win, this hard-fought victory, this race that has really taken over the airwaves, as you said, over the last several months as we've been inundated with ads. A lot of money spent on this race. There was, the question of could they tip the balance of power in the Senate. Also, Brooks, over the last year and a half saying that Marylanders will keep the Senate blue. And tonight they did their part in that. Guys, we'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Homa, thank you much. Let's get more on where the races all stand at this very minute. Katie Barlow, live right now in Fox 5's Election Center in the Pavilion with the latest.
Hey guys, as Homa said, the big question is whether the Senate will remain blue. That's one of the things we're tracking in real time here in the Fox 5 Election Center in the Pavilion. So let's take a look at where things stand in the United States Senate tonight, where Republicans are sitting at 50 seats, Democrats at 42. Tough race left for Democrats this evening. They need to win all 8 and the presidency in order to keep the majority here. Republicans already have 50. If Trump were to take the White House, the vice president would cast any tie-breaking vote here. And we're still waiting on toss-ups in Senate races out of Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. None of them have been called. Part of those 8 remaining seats the Democrats are hoping they will be able to hold on to. I'll tell you, Sherrod Brown is losing in Ohio right now, so not looking as promising there, but that race hasn't been called. Let's take a look at the House of Representatives balance of power, where Democrats are hoping to take hold of the balance of power there, and Republicans holding on to a narrow majority. Right now, Republicans have 166 seats. Democrats, you can see, have 112. Still plenty to call this evening. Democrats need 4 in order to flip the balance of power here. And we did just learn from AP that they were able to flip one of those seats up in New York. So Democrats now need to hold on to every seat they've had, plus flip 3 more. We'll keep an eye on this. Now, 2 races in our backyard that have not been called that will affect the balance of power in the House of Representatives. Let's first go to the Virginia 7th. This is one the nation is keeping an eye on here. We've been keeping track this evening. Democratic nominee Eugene Vindman here sitting with 51% of the vote, 195,000. And the Republican Derek Anderson, he's sitting with 49% of the vote. Both of these guys are Army veterans, both political newcomers. They have not held public office before. And this is an area in Virginia 7th that is part of Stafford and Culpeper and Frederick. So we'll keep an eye on this race, but it is still neck and neck, too close to call. Now let's take a look at the Maryland 6th. Also has not yet been called in our area. We spoke to both candidates in the last hour, but you can see Democrat April Delaney sitting with 49% of the votes and Republican Neil Parrott up with 51% of the votes. This would be a big pickup for Republicans here if Parrott were able to pull this out, but we don't have enough numbers to make a final call yet, something we're keeping a close eye on here in Maryland. Now, let's take a look at the map for the Electoral College tonight, because as we've talked about the past couple of times, a lot of the races that have been called were as expected. No surprises in what has been called so far, although I will say just in the last few minutes, swing state North Carolina was called for former President Donald Trump. That comes with 16 Electoral College votes. That's one of 7 key swing states that we've been keeping an eye on. But Trump did win North Carolina in 2020. That was the only swing state that he won in 2020. So he kept his majority there, and he was able to belt those 16 electoral votes. But one surprise on this map tonight is not what has been called, but rather what has not been called, and that's Virginia. We're still waiting on Virginia's 13 electoral votes here, and it's almost midnight, and we have not yet called what was expected to go blue fairly early in the evening. So worth noting here, I also see we just saw it light up as things I said happening in real time here. We've got Washington Oregon, and California now all in Vice President Harris's bucket. So things happening as we speak. Of course, we're still counting the votes and keeping you up to speed. We'll let you know the next time there's a major race call here, and if we hear anything out of Virginia, we'll send it back into you guys.
All right, great stuff there out of our election headquarters right there in the pavilion, Katie. Thank you so much. Now, speaking of Virginia, we want to go to Hung Kao's campaign, where they're holding their event tonight there in Chantilly with Tisha, and it seems that the focus tonight has changed there.
Absolutely correct. So Hung Kao just came out and spoke and said that he would wait till 100% of the votes were in before he calls Tim Kaine. However, his watch party has somehow transformed into a Trump watch party. If you take a look over my right shoulder, you can see a gentleman with a Trump flag, and he's been waving it all evening, but a lot of folks are still here watching the results come in, and they're feeling very optimistic. Folks are dancing. If you take a look, you can see folks dancing in the crowd. A lot of folks doing former President Donald Trump's signature dance as well. And still a very excited crowd here, even though the candidate that they came here to support is not projected to win. They are still pushing and hoping and praying for a victory for former President Donald Trump. And so the party continues. Even though the candidate that the party was for is not projected to win, the party is continuing here in Chantilly.
All right, Tisha, thank you very much. Let's go from one party to another. Nana Sayobonsu at Howard University. You were told, Nana, that we might at least see Vice President Harris there.
But that was the trophy. Yes, Jim, we are still on standby for the vice president, who we're told is supposed to be coming through these doors of the Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall here. You can see the doors are open. We are just waiting for the arrival of the vice president. You know, many people here have called this a homecoming part 2. As you know, Howard celebrated their homecoming, about 2-3 years ago. But the president here at Howard was saying it's the return of Howard's very own. Their daughter, they call her, as we know, Vice President Kamala Harris graduated from this university in 1986. They say this is what she calls her formative years and where she fell in love with politics. We know she was on the debate team here. She walked this same yard that's now filled with thousands of people that make up of students, alumni, community members, people who didn't even go to Howard, people who go to other HBCUs. The word I keep hearing tonight is historic, historic, historic. Just being here, historic. What could be being historic, and just the path that she's been able to make and create for a lot of the young people here. You know, I got a chance to speak with some students sometime last week when it was announced that Harris was going to make Howard University her election night headquarters. And, you know, they talked about the importance. A lot of them compared this to when Barack Obama first won, saying they were, one girl said she was like 2 years old when Barack Obama won, and she remembers the expression and the tears and the emotions from her parents, and she's like, I'm hoping to feel something like that on Tuesday night. But as we know, we don't even know if we're going to find out these results tonight or into the coming days. But another thing that I keep hearing from people here is no matter what the outcome is, win or lose, there's still a sense of support and gratitude for Vice President Kamala Harris for everything that she's been able to do. You know, Howard University is no stranger to big names. Thurgood Marshall, former Virginia Governor Douglas Wilder, the late Representative Elijah Cummings, Toni Morrison, Dr. Felicia Rashad, just a number of people who graduated from this great university and walked this yard, and now someone who could possibly hold the highest political seat in the country. That's just another win for this university. So again, a lot of pride here tonight, a lot of hope, but again, just gratitude. The fact that we're even here standing on the yard of an HBCU where we could potentially say this is where we're going to see possibly the first woman president of the United States of America. Again, we're on standby. We've seen some campaign staffers back back and forth, pacing, all signs leading that she's getting ready to come out, but we don't have the exact moment. We don't even know if she's going to speak, but as soon as she does, we'll have that information for you, and then we'll take the vice president. Guys.
All right, Nana, thank you very much. Let's get back over to Marina Morocco.
Guys, let's take a look at the Electoral College race right now. That number, of course, 270 that both candidates are looking to achieve. And you can see here Donald Trump right now sitting at 232. Kamala Harris with 193. And a big shift has happened here as it relates to battleground states. Let's talk with our panel right now. Kevin Walling, Democratic strategist, joined by Alex Stroman, GOP strategist. Tonight, North Carolina, 16 Electoral College votes going to Donald Trump tonight. Alex, let's start with you. This was one of the states that they were counting on. We saw the president, former president, go down to the Tar Heel state time and time again, especially on the heels of Hurricane Helene, to assure he won that.
Yeah, and it looked like it absolutely worked for the Trump campaign. He spent so much time over the past couple of days, multiple rallies in a single day in the state of North Carolina. I'm from South Carolina, just south of the border, and it's been interesting to watch how North Carolina has progressed from a kind of reliably red state to a kind of a purple state, blue state, but this time it's back in the Republican column. He spent a lot of time there, and it proved to really pay off.
Yeah, you've got the research triangle there. A lot of universities, which we know, Kevin, vote blue. University of North Carolina, I don't have to name them. There's a lot of them in the Tar Heel state. But you look again to compare here to see exactly where the Republicans are making strides and where Harris seems to not be. Donald Trump in 2020 just pulling off the state by 1.34%. He doubled that this time around. What does that say to the Harris camp?
Yeah, Marina, it's a good point. Of course, North Carolina was the closest loss for the Democrats in 2020 against Biden and Trump, but certainly some concern. And obviously, you know, a successful night on the statewide level with Josh Stein being elected governor, having served a number of terms as the attorney general against Mark Robinson, but certainly a disconnect between those two races, top of the ticket to the governor's race. And the fact that the former president has increased his lead speaks, I think, to the rural strategy. We saw Republicans make inroads with the early vote in North Carolina, as well as running those numbers in those smaller counties. That makes a difference, you know, statewide.
Yeah, and those split ballot tickets obviously give us a little bit of an insight. It did not happen in Maryland, where we were looking for that Senate seat. It did happen between the governor there going for the Democrats and, of course, former President Trump taking North Carolina. But I want to go back. We were talking about, Alex, South Carolina, North Carolina. Let's go up one more to Virginia now. We keep all eyes. I mean, we're 30 minutes away from midnight here. Another state that we thought, and a lot of pundits did, would be called earlier in the night. And yet here we are at nearly 80% of the votes in and still too close to call.
Yeah, Virginia is really, I think, surprising all of us tonight. I mean, it is a state that voted, again, 10 points, won by President Biden. But again, looking back at that 2016 number, Hillary Clinton only got 50.2% of the vote in Virginia. So it's been a close state. We all remember when it was a purple state for many years. You have a Republican governor in Glenn Youngkin. But what you're seeing in Virginia and across the board is really this new coalition. If you look at what Donald Trump going and visiting, the only presidential candidate to visit Dearborn, Michigan, a high Arab American population there. There's a high Arab American population too in Northern Virginia that I think a lot of Democrats may have forgotten about. And so whether it's Virginia or Michigan, North Carolina, you're really seeing this kind of shifting of the parties and the coalition groups that make up the parties. It's less about race and less about culture, but really a lot, I think I would say, much more about the economy and about white collar versus blue collar, college educated, and other groups.
Very interesting points, because to see some of these voters that had turned out in 2020 decide to stay home in 2024, and of course we'll know with the exit polling what that number and the differential is when you look at Virginia. But Kevin, we're talking about Virginia. We're looking at Northern Virginia, Loudoun County, a county that went red, that went for the governor, for Glenn Youngkin. And here I'm looking at the map and right now skewing blue, and yet still too close to call for the Commonwealth. That is not something I imagine that the Democrats are looking to see as anything favorable tonight.
Yeah, it's a really good point. And of course, President Biden ran up those numbers in those key Nova counties. I'm hopeful, obviously, with those two contested congressional races in Virginia 10 and Virginia 7. Those are must-holds, and it's looking like they will be with those two Democrats running. But again, similar to, and Alex made this point about Glenn Youngkin running up the numbers in 2021, taking a lot of people by surprise, beating out, Terry McAuliffe, who's coming back for a repeat as governor. One of the most incredible, I think Alex would admit as well, one of the most incredible campaigners. And he really won by running up those numbers in rural Virginia counties as well. And we're seeing the former president do the very same thing outside of, kind of our DMV area.
Yeah, early voting returns have really made a seismic shift this time around. We'll see exactly what happens in the Commonwealth as those returns to come in. Kevin, Alex, thank you both for sticking around and checking out the latest here as we continue to get more results here on that race to 270. In the meantime, talking about the balance of power, let's check in with our Kenneth Moten in the balcony tonight to see more on that Maryland House race for the 6th congressional district tonight. Kenneth?
Yeah, Marina, we've been talking about these tight races. We've got the latest numbers here right behind me. You see Neil Perry, the Republican there, challenging April McLean Delaney. Less than a percentage point right now. He's on top with 152,000 plus. April McLean Delaney, 147. We saw that. And we have seen that this is a very competitive race for a very large congressional district that will have a new representative. Right now, we've got people span out all over the DMV at these election watch parties, including for Perry and Delaney. Let's get to David Kaplan there, who's live with Neil Perry. You had him in the last half hour. His supporters are watching Fox 5 right now. They're watching you, David. So, yes, we're going to hit that applause in just a moment because they're still feeling pretty confident here.
Yeah, it's definitely tight, and it's close, and all of the supporters, Neil Perry himself, sort of indicated that they knew that this was going to be an incredibly tight race. Got to just look at the trajectory. This is the 3rd time that Neil Perry has run for this seat. In 2020, he had his result. In 2022, he improved on that by about 4 points, and thus far, he is leading by, at the very latest tally, about 5,000 votes, as more have been counted. Now, there was anticipation that this would be close, as we just talked about in our last update. He held about an 8,000 vote lead. So definitely April McLean Delaney did cut into that just a little bit. It remains to be seen exactly sort of where this is going to go. It's not very clear that we're going to get a call on this tonight, but we're still certainly here and waiting. We do expect to hear from Neil Perry. The supporters that still remain here, he may make a speech to them as they're kind of hanging around. But definitely people just kind of waiting, milling about, and we'll certainly see where this one ends up, at least by the end of the night, and continue following, which it looks like we may in the coming days.
David, thank you. A high-ranking Democrat told me a few months ago this was a race that, they weren't so much worried about the Senate race. They were definitely worried about Maryland's 6th, and for good reason tonight.
Yeah, it's proven to be the tightest one in the state, and perhaps one of the most brutal when we just talk about the attacks that we've seen between the two candidates. Going to the other side of things, let's check in with our Sierra Fox, who joins us live from Gaithersburg. This is where not too long ago you were able to speak with Democratic candidate April McLean Delaney.
Good evening, Angie and Jim. Well, since we last spoke, the crowd, to be honest, has kind of fizzled out here at the April McLean Delaney watch party. Just take a look for yourself. No projected winner has been announced yet. We knew the 6th District Maryland congressional race was going to be super tight. It's arguably one of the most competitive congressional races in the state. The numbers are going back and forth as the results are rolling in. I keep looking at the polling online on Fox 5, and the numbers are going back and forth. You can see McLean Delaney there at the bar still mingling with some of her supporters. She got here around 9:15 and took the stage around 10:15 just to thank everyone for showing up and being loyal. She mentioned she knew this was going to be a close and tough race. She said what's helped her get this far is her common ground focus of getting things done by keeping the focus on community and unity. She ended by just stating she's ready for the final results and hoping that it does go her way. And fun fact, McLean Delaney's husband actually held the seat from 2013 to 2019. So for her, it'd be really cool and meaningful to keep it in the family. Back to you all.
All right, Sierra Fox, thanks. Fitz scrolling down some notes furiously at this point in the evening.
Oh, I'm not furious.
No, you're furiously writing. You were very quickly writing down the notes
trying to
right
get it
there.
on paper, I get it into my head.
Let me tell you something. I know we're going to talk about local races here, but I really, considering how quickly the Harris campaign had to constitute itself in the last 107 days, if you're in that White House tonight and you're Joe Biden and you're thinking, I stayed in too late. Did I stay in too late? Or is this a rebuke of Biden's policies altogether tonight, based on what we've seen in some of these states?
And those are legit questions to ask, right now. I want to, for a second, talk about a race that is too close to call, which we really haven't gotten back to tonight, and that's the Virginia 7th Congressional District. That is a race with Eugene Vindman and the Republican in that race, Derek Anderson. As we know, right now, look, this is about as tight as it gets here. We've got 99% of the vote reporting right now. Vindman has a slim lead right now, but this race has still not been called.
It has not been called. I received an email from the Vindman campaign. He declared victory, but again, the AP has not declared a winner in this race, nor has Fox News.
And it's a critical district, too, because it's one that has been represented for the last couple of cycles by Abigail Spanberger. And it seemed every time Abigail Spanberger was up for re-election, it was really tight, to the point where, there was well-reported blow-ups that she had within the Democratic caucus about some of the policies congressional Democrats had that almost cost her seat in the past. So this is no gimme district for the Democrats. But, as we sit here now at 10:40 tonight, if you had asked...
11:40.
And by the way, we should point out we are staying on the air until we get a call apparently in that Virginia Senate race, or Virginia presidential race.
Clearly, I refuse to set my watch back from daylight savings.
I was about to say.
Oh, you're the one.
It's a few days behind.
When I'm elected, we won't have to change our clocks back. But the thing is, if you had told me at the beginning of tonight we'd still be here with no call in the presidential race, I don't think I would.
So much of the night, Trump had pulled ahead significantly, but a lot of the outstanding vote were in Democratic strongholds, Northern Virginia, Richmond, down towards Virginia. Well, Virginia Beach, not necessarily a Democratic stronghold, but that gives you a sense of where the votes had to be counted. And in previous election cycles, it always seems to come down to Northern Virginia for one reason or another.
Look, Harris is still ahead at this point. But, when Donald Trump went to Virginia last weekend, a lot of the political pundits rolled their eyes and said, what the heck is Donald Trump doing in Virginia? Now, he rallied with Hung Cao. He got a warm embrace from Glenn Youngkin, which we hadn't seen a lot of that out of Glenn Youngkin over the last, couple of years. But, one of the other questions was, or another way to look at that is, does the Trump campaign know something about Virginia that everybody else doesn't seem to know? And by these numbers, it seems they did.
Yeah. I just want to point out, I know we were lamenting about how long it's taking for us to get some answers and get the results out of the state of Virginia.
I think I was complaining. I wasn't lamenting.
Maybe complaining, but one of our viewers, Marcus, who pulled a 16-hour shift today, working in Virginia, he did send us a note just saying that, they had no issues, but after the doors closed, last voter walked out at 7:15, and there was still a ton of paperwork to do. We have computers to support, but at the end, it relies on humans, so it takes a little longer.
I should say a word for all of these poll workers. They do an incredible job. And, what they will tell you, by and large, every single one of them, no matter what jurisdiction you go to, not only in our area, but anywhere else, is that it's more important that the count be correct than it be quick. So that's what we're looking at here, and that's what you got to remember.
Not first, right?
Yeah.
Something we've learned quite a bit about in journalism. That's the most important thing to do. All right, so guys, AP just called Kamala Harris. This just came across here. The Associated Press has declared Kamala Harris has won Virginia.
There we go.
Just came across.
There you have it.
Yeah. I didn't want to step on anybody's toes, but that just came across. We've been waiting for that call tonight, at least some decision, and that's where it stands.
Maybe they heard us.
All right, let's Fitz, thank you very much. Let's go over to Katie Barlow again. I don't mean to steal any thunder over there in the election center in the pavilion, but that's what we know at this hour.
You know, as we were just here earlier, a new state popped up blue, so it might happen again. We'll see what happens. But look, let's take a look at the lay of the land across everything here. Let's start with the balance of power. Of course, then we'll take a look at the White House. But first, looking at the Senate, because we have also just seen that in Ohio, one of those toss-up races that Democrats were hoping to hold on to, Sherrod Brown, has lost to Bernie Moreno there. That's one of those key swing seats now that Republicans have been able to turn, in addition to Jim Justice in West Virginia. So again, 50 Senate seats right now for Republicans, 42 for Democrats. It is looking more likely that Republicans are going to be successful in flipping the balance of power in the United States Senate. And a reminder of what that means for whoever is president. First of all, if it ends up being a tie at 50-50, which seems unlikely now given Ohio and West Virginia, but if there is a tie, whoever is president is going to be the one who casts the tie-breaking vote, because the vice president acts as the president of the Senate and would cast any tie-breaking 50-50 vote. Now, right now, we still have a few more races to call, but Democrats need to sweep all of them in order to hope to have a 50-50 split, and then they need to bank on the White House. Now let's take a look at the House of Representatives. Again, all 435 seats up tonight. A little bit of an update since the last time we were up. 169 seats for Republicans right now, 123 for Democrats. Again, Democrats needed to turn 4 seats total, including keeping all of their 212 and the 3 vacant seats. Right now, they've been able to turn 1 up in New York, but there's still some tight races that Republicans may, in fact, be able to flip from Democrats. So no indicators here on who's eventually going to win control of the House. Right now, Republicans are holding on to a razor-thin majority there and hoping to keep it and perhaps even add to it throughout the course of the evening. Speaker Mike Johnson, of course, would be happy to keep his job if the Republicans stay in power there. Now let's take a look at the 2 House races right here in our backyard that we haven't called yet. We've been talking about them all night, but let's go ahead and revisit them. Let's talk about the Virginia 7th here, where everyone is watching. We've got Democratic nominee Eugene Vindman going up against Republican Derek Anderson. We've talked about this race being neck and neck. I want to point out that Vindman here, who, as you can see, is sitting at 51%, 195,000 votes to 49%. So really just 8,000 votes separating them, a little more than 8,000 votes separating them. Vindman outraised Anderson nearly 3-1. But ultimately, this race has remained neck and neck here. And this is, again, Fredericksburg, Culpeper, Stafford, Virginia, in this area where outraising 3-1 is not necessarily making the race any more winnable for the Democrats here, who are hoping to be able to keep this seat blue. Now let's take a look at the Maryland 6th, where we've been able to talk to the candidates this evening. And an update here, we can see the Democrat April Delaney sitting at 49%, 147,000 votes compared to Neil Parrott. The Republican 51%, 152,000. That's an even slimmer majority here, just 5,000 votes. We're still waiting on more to come in. It is too close to call, but this would be a huge pickup for Republicans if Parrott is successful here. Of course, Delaney is a lawyer, graduate of Georgetown Law School. She also worked in the Commerce Department under the Biden administration. Parrott is a consultant, a member of the House, and this is his 3rd run, I believe, in this race. So keeping a close eye on this one. We don't have any numbers yet that'll allow us to make the call, but both of these races really important to keep an eye on tonight. So now let's take a look at the race for the White House, because we've seen a little bit of an update there. In the past few minutes, you can actually see Harris sitting at 211 electoral votes, Trump at 232 for the first time, both of them over 200 electoral votes, and the race to 270 is on. Now you can see with former President Trump sitting at 232, all he needs is 38 more votes to clinch the presidency. But Harris is also expecting, as her campaign put out a note early tonight, hoping to win the blue wall. That's Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. So let's take a look at the map and what paths are left available for the candidates, because we know one of the 7 swing states went to former President Trump. That's North Carolina, with its 16 electoral votes. You can see right here, it is red. Now, as Jim just said, he stole our thunder just a little bit, but the map still looks good. We've got Virginia's 13 electoral votes votes that have now been officially called for Harris's camp. They were banking on that. That was part of the original pot of electoral votes that they expected to have, and now they've got them, but it was a little bit closer than was comfortable for the Harris campaign. We're still waiting on results out of Georgia, where Trump has had a steady lead all evening, but is still too close to call, waiting on more votes to come in those key heavy population areas out of Fulton County, DeKalb, and some Gwinnett County. But Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger in Georgia said it looks like an insurmountable lead that Trump has, that Harris is not able to overcome. Now, this race hasn't been called yet, and Georgia's 16 electoral votes are still up for grabs. But the Secretary of State there saying it looks very positive for former President Trump. Now, we're also waiting on Pennsylvania. This is one of the 3 key swing states that Harris's campaign put out in a note tonight. The ball game rests on Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Pennsylvania with its 19 votes, Michigan with its 15, Wisconsin with 10. All 3 of these are going to be key for a Harris victory. If she loses one of those, then it is unlikely that she will become the 47th president of the United States. So a lot to keep an eye on tonight. We'll still get some more results as the evening continues. Now we know where Virginia is going, and we'll have a new update for you, maybe with some more out of Georgia in the coming next few minutes. Guys?
You know, and there was that whole idea that we came into this week. A lot of political observers said the earlier that they call Virginia, the idea that we would get where the rest of the country would go, because in 2016 it didn't get called until the 10 or 11 o'clock hour, and as a result for Hillary Clinton, she saw the dominoes fall after that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right now we want to go back out to Howard University, where Vice President Kamala Harris's election campaign, her headquarters, is based tonight, and we are expecting her to possibly arrive. Nana Singh-Bonsu is standing by with the latest. So what's the word, Nana?
Hey, Angie. So this Harris campaign event now feels like a party again, right? The last time we spoke, I told you the emotions were high and then low as people were just watching the projection screen, but the DJ just started playing music again, and people are happy. We are awaiting the vice president. We're told she's supposed to make some kind of appearance soon, but as we wait for her, I just want to put some attention on the crowd. We have another camera closer to the folks in the crowd, just kind of celebrating being here tonight. It's a crowd, thousands of people mixed with students, alumni, and people who just live in the community. They keep telling me, you know, Nana, this is bigger than Howard University. This is a moment for all HBCUs. We're getting another spotlight on our historically black culture, our historically black colleges, and the importance of them. We had a chance to speak with 2 alum not too long ago about what this moment means. Go ahead and take a listen.
Me personally, I come from a family of immigrants, so I would say immigration, especially I'm more so concerned about the rhetoric around immigration and what value immigrants add to our country.
2 main issues that are really important to me as a young voter, I think, would definitely be lessening the hateful rhetoric that I see and hear a lot, especially in the United States of America, make sure that we can work together, bipartisanship. You might be a Democrat, this person might be a Republican, but we can still work together to make sure that we can all live a great life. And I think the second thing is also social equity.
Education and criminal justice reform. Okay. Yeah, and voting rights.
Voting rights. So those are the 3 main issues.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Amongst your peers, what are you hearing?
Definitely education. There's a lot of conversation surrounding like student loan debt and student loan forgiveness.
All right, guys, so you actually just heard from current students, and these students aren't just any students. They're actually first-time voters. This was a very special moment for them. I'm going to take a step out of the shot so you can take a look at these doors over here, the doors to the Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall. This is the backdrop of where Vice President Kamala Harris will be speaking, we're told soon. Those are the doors we're expecting her to walk out of. I've seen a lot of movement over there, but right now it looks like we just have 2 Secret Service maybe in that corner right over there. Again, we don't even know if the vice president is going to speak or she's just going to come out and, you know, kind of wave and engage with the crowd and go back in. But I'll tell you, this crowd is waiting for her. They're excited. They are amped up. I keep waiting. we're hearing about the word historic and how big of a moment this is. Hearing some yells and screams. Okay, they're just waving the American flags. But yes, everyone just keeps saying it's like a homecoming ×2. It's the return of one of Howard's very own, a daughter of Howard, graduated here in 1986, walked this same yard that we are standing on. The yard that's usually a place for students to gather, study, have lunch, or host even homecoming events is now the official Harris Walz campaign watch party. So we'll definitely be here watching, keeping our eye out. Again, no word on what exactly the vice president will say, but we have our eyes on those doors behind me, and as soon as she comes out, we'll have the update for you guys.
All right, let's go back to Chantilly, Virginia. The Hung Cow Watch Party has become a Trump watch party after his defeat at the hands of Senator Tim Kaine. Tisha?
Well, that's right. This is transformed into a Donald Trump watch party. In fact, you can see folks sitting, watching closely as the numbers continue to pour in. Every so often, we will see a round of applause. What I will say is Hung Cow came out. He didn't give quite a concession speech. He said that he would call Tim Kaine once 100% of the precincts were reporting, but he did thank Donald Trump. Matter of fact, he went on to say that the former President Donald Trump is the only one who believed that he could make it this far. Take a listen.
You know, let's face it also, just as I think it's insurmountable right now for us to win, I believe it's also insurmountable for Kamala Harris to win also. Yeah. So when President Trump is re-inaugurated as the 47th President of the United States, I will be proud to do anything he needs to serve this country that saved our lives.
There you have it. That was Hung Cow, and he spoke moments ago and basically thanking former President Donald Trump for supporting him, and even going on to say that he would do anything to serve this country and serve what Cow believes, could be a potential Trump administration. Obviously, we're still waiting to see as the results continue to pour in, but the folks here are waiting it out, watching. They could have left because the candidate that they came here to support is not projected to win, but they are still here as this transforms into a Donald Trump watch party.
All right, Tisha Lewis, thank you. Fitz back over here at the desk. I should point out, we're looking out of the corner of our eye. Neil Parrott is speaking. He is not declaring victory in that race, but he is up about 2% in that Maryland 6th congressional district race over April McLean Delaney.
Donald Trump dance party was not on my card tonight for things we were here out of Hung Cow.
Right, exactly.
I mean, you saw little people boogieing it there in the offing there, for sure.
It's been a long night down there.
It has.
So. We've got two big races that we still haven't called. Obviously, Neil Parrott, we know right now is at the microphone. That race is too close to call. However, Parrott is still leading slightly in that race. However, we're not in any position to call this because it's just too darn close right now as we are around about midnight. The other one we are keeping an eye on for you all night tonight is down in the 7th District of Virginia. This is one that if you own a television, you're quite versed in this because the ads have been omnipresent. This is Eugene Vindman, the Democrat, and Derek Anderson that have been going back and forth. Vindman, the Democratic candidate in this race, was first brought to prominence during one of the Trump impeachment hearings. And, the Vindmans, both Vindman twins as well, too, were everywhere, on cable news throughout all of that. It's a very tough district for Democrats. They have been successful in that district, but it's no sure thing. And they've reconfigured it the last couple of years to make it more Democratic, and it's still tough.
So in that case, I had both Vindman and Anderson on the Final Five last night, and that's a race where there were two big, I don't want to call them scandals, but distractions in the race, where you had Derek Anderson claiming that Eugene Vindman had misrepresented his military background. Then there was a mailer that the Anderson campaign put out where he was there with what people thought was a family. At no point did he say it was a family, but people assumed as such, and the misleading flyers, and that really overshadowed a lot of the issues I think in that race. And if you notice the margins, it looks like the Parrott-Delaney race is almost the identical margin as the Vindman-Anderson race.
Well, and, as different as they are, there's some similarities in these districts. Parts of the state that don't normally fall into easy baskets of Democrat, Republican.
Right.
And certainly that Maryland 6 is a monster geographically.
So did you just see the numbers flip just a little bit there? And Marina was looking at some of the numbers. A lot of the outstanding vote is in Montgomery County in that race, and that's that big sprawling race. So really the Washington, Allegheny, Garrett County area, which is heavily Republican, and it really turns on Fred.
Well, let's say this, too, that if the outstanding vote in this race is predominantly out of Montgomery County, that's probably good news for April McClain Delaney.
And she said that earlier when Sierra was speaking with her.
Here's a look at the balance of power right now, and we should point out that it does appear that okay, let's ignore the Senate numbers there for a second. Pay attention to the House numbers there, because right now we don't have a clear-cut winner. The Democrats did flip a seat in Syracuse, New York, defeating incumbent Republican Brandon Williams, but there are still other seats that need to be flipped. Otherwise, Republicans hold on. Republicans, by the way, it does appear, will hold on to the U.S. Senate.
Yeah. So much of this race has come down to people were saying it was going to be a battle of the sexes, right? It was a matter of getting the woman vote out on the Democratic side and the male vote out on the Republican side. So looking at what we know now, is that going to be the storyline?
It continues to be a storyline.
It's that storyline. It's also about the male vote, too. I mean, it's just incredible. We're going to continue.
On live now from Fox. As you can see, she might be stepping away from the podium, so we're going to take you out to that in just a second. But Austin, let's get back to your comments, because let's bring in Rich Rubino right now, because Amy Klobuchar clearly wrapping up that speech. She did earn the title there in that Senate seat, retaining that seat over Roy Swine. Let's bring in Rich Rubino right now, political analyst. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Austin was breaking it down very great about the balance of power, what we're seeing right now. What do we make of the landscape on this election night, Rich?
Couple things. It's very competitive right now, and Republicans seems to be having an advantage. A state like Pennsylvania, I think that the thought process was that Senator Casey probably